Welcome to today's audiobook. If you'd like access to full-length audiobooks, early releases, and hundreds of exclusive stories, you can join my Patreon. The link is in the description. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1, Reborn Hokage. In the north of the Country of Fire and the southwest border of the Country of Thunder, a small number of Konoha ninjas are wounded and hidden in a secret cave. At this time, everyone no longer has the enthusiasm for fighting, and the cave is filled with low pressure. Yunren is shameless, and he played a black hand during the decisive battle between Konoha Ninja and IWA Ninja. We have 29 enemies and hundreds of people, led by the EPUB group and Yunren. It feels very difficult. Yet, it's really not easy at the moment for the enemy. Why don't we retreat? If we don't retreat at this time, after the encirclement is formed, there will be no chance. The disappearance of the third generation of Kazekage was the fuse that opened the Third Ninja War. Iwanin took the opportunity to break through the Shinryuken Bridge defense line and attacked Konoha. Konoha independently opened up the third battlefield under the sudden attack of the Land of Water. Konoha originally thought that the rear was stable and worry-free, but never thought that Yunren would drive straight in and counterattack the rear of Konoha. Konoha was attacked back and forth, and had no choice but to pull out his hands to open up the fourth battlefield with Yunren. It is indeed very difficult to use a small army to fight against Yunren, who is not weak. In the first battle with Yunren, the casualties were nearly half. And the spread of the EPUB combination leading the battle is obviously to disturb the morale of the army. What about the support we're asking for? It's about to get over it. The reply said that it was the golden glittering wave-wind Minato-sama who came in person. Don't worry. Namikaze Minato-sama? Don't be funny, you are fighting in Kikyo Mountain, how can you come over here? Everyone's hope was extinguished once again. Lord Namikaze Minato has a great reputation in battle, so if he can get rid of it, he can really solve the problem. But far water can't save near fire. The enemy is right in front of you, and it is difficult to hold this pass. According to the speed of Yunren, Yunren will arrive after 3 days. We are already defeated by Yunren alone. Coupled with the strong EPUB combination, there is no chance of winning. Konoha Ninja couldn't hold back his breath. Finally, everyone looked at the two of them in unison. These two men are the two Shangnan sent from the fourth battlefield this time, and they are responsible for leading the team. These two men are the oil girl to root and the mountain stroke. Shan Zhongfeng thought for a long time and spoke. If the wounded is in a serious condition, just give up resistance, leave the wounded alone, and retreat. Yamakaka weighed the severity and made a decision. No team will be assigned members of the Uchiha clan. If the water stopped in an instant, then we wouldn't be in such a situation. Uchiha Ryuyu is a waste. He was seriously injured at the beginning of the war, and his ability is too poor. Complaints were heard endlessly. Long Yu was awakened by the noise around him, and stared blankly at the wounded around him. He is completely petrified. Is this a cave? Before, he had only seen caves in textbooks in the ground. I crossed. Long Yu felt the thunder rolling over his head. The next second, memories flooded into Long Yu's head like a flood. This is the third ninja war battlefield in Naruto. I am Uchiha Ryuyu? Long Yu felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat. Just crossing over is waiting for death. When he came, he was ready to die, and Long Yu felt that he was the saddest protagonist in history. Moreover, the leader actually had to give up the wounded. Wouldn't he just die? Dib. System prompt, instant full-level system activation is successful. What the hell? The help plugin is here. I am saved. I know that I can't cross in vain. Uchiha Ryuyu, don't move, you are in danger now. A silent voice with long black hair appeared in front of Long Yu. Mute is the only medical ninja on the team. If you can die on the battlefield, it will be an honor. If you get hurt, it's worse than death. Mute's already busy feet did not touch the ground, and there was a lot of sweat on his forehead. Her appearance is obviously excessive consumption of chakra and physical strength. Mute turned on the medical chakra again, and Long Yu stopped her. No, I feel pretty good now, and I'm almost recovering. Take a rest, I'm afraid your body won't be able to take it. Long Yu couldn't bear to see Mute like this. Medical ninjas are the backing of the wounded on the battlefield, and if I give up too, they have no reason to hold on. Mute's eyes were full of tears, but she bit her lip and refused to rest. Mute squatted on the ground in pain, remorseful. If only I could be as powerful as Tsunade-sama, and summon Slug-sama to help everyone, I won't be defeated. Mute hates his own incompetence. My parents have already lost their lives in this war and I don't want the same thing that happened to me. I want them all to live. They are just injured. There is still hope for them to get better. Why should they be abandoned? This is life. Mute hugged her head in pain. Her own power is really humble and insignificant. She is kind and still wants to save everyone. Her eyes were bloodshot, and every bloodshot was her grievance and unwillingness. This is the benevolence of doctors. Mute has his own perseverance as a medical ninja. Long Yu really admires it. Long Yu put his hand on Mute's head. What he said at this moment was superfluous. All he could do was comfort her. Mute looked up at Long Yu, tears streaming down her face. If you're enjoying this story so far, don't forget that the complete audiobook library is available on Patreon. The link is in the description. Chapter 2, Shaking Wheel Eyes Instantly Full Level. Long Yu, what should I do? These are all living beings. Mute clenched his fist tightly, not knowing that his fingernails were digging into his palm. The current Mute is not like a medical ninja supporting the team, but more like a child who can't find a home. Long Yu looked very distressed. Mute, you've used all your strength and you're fine. Long Yu wiped away the tears on Mute's face and looked at Mute gently. Mute stared blankly at Long Yu. Today's Uchiha Long Yu is a little different. Long Yu is obviously a boy who doesn't talk much and is timid, but now he can comfort people? Leave the following matters to me. Long Yu smiled and looked at Mute. Mute doesn't know why, but he trusts Long Yu at this time. Long Yu's actions just now made Mute very embarrassed. Silent blushed. What shall we do? Mute hurriedly changed the subject. The situation outside is severe, and it is really troublesome that so many wounded cannot be treated in time. These wounded people can only get the best treatment by bringing them back to Konoha, but now they want to give them up. Speaking of which, Mute's eyes dimmed. Long Yu saw Mute's sadness, and rubbed Mute's hair with his hands. Don't think too much, everything will be fine with me. Long Yu moved his body and stood up. Mute gave Long Yu a white look, and rubbed his head like a child, so shameless. Mute looked at the back of Long Yu walking towards the entrance of the cave, and his face turned red again. As soon as Long Yu walked to the entrance of the cave, he heard everyone arguing fiercely. Okay, now for the final vote. Shan Zhongfeng said. Now, as captain, I initiate a vote, and those who agree to abandon the wounded to retreat raise their hands. Oil Maiden Tijin raised her hand. Weeding out the inferior ones, keeping the sharpest and most important strength, and evacuating in a concentrated manner is the least loss for the team. I think my choice is the right one. Don't forget Konoha. The oil girl took the route and caused everyone's scars. The death of Konoha was the last thing Konoha Shinobu village was willing to mention. People are afraid of death, and when it comes to their lives, there will be trade-offs, and the oily girl's words give them an excuse. There is no need for a vote, I do not agree to abandon the wounded. Long Yu walked to the entrance of the karst cave and watched the oil girl take a root and open her mouth. Uchiha Ryu? Isn't he seriously injured and dying? The appearance of Long Yu intact shocked the people present. He was covered in blood just now, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Now he is alive and kicking, and his recovery is too fast. Oil Maiden Tujan and Shan Zhongfeng looked bad. As a new generation of little geniuses, they were very capable, and few people dared to question them. Long Yu, you are a small chunin, what qualifications do you have to participate in decision-making, and you can stay where it is cool? Shan Zhongfeng impatiently chased people away. Long Yu has always been a talkative person, what happened today? Shan Zhongfeng was also a little surprised. I'm Uchiha Longjiu. Next time, those who confuse the military will be dealt with by military law. Next time, don't blame me for not being sympathetic. Long Yu looked at Shan Zhongfeng with a cold face. Everyone present was shocked by Long Yu's words. Is this still the shy and shy Long Yu? He must have hurt his brain, and dared to question the mountain stroke. Uchiha Ryu, I'm the captain, don't go too far. Yamazaki felt his self-esteem was challenged, and he was already furious. Everyone was frightened by the atmosphere at the scene and did not dare to speak more. Long Yu, let me tell you, this is a battlefield, not a place for children to play. The victory or defeat of the battlefield is above everything else. If you make trouble again, don't blame me for being rude. The oil girl took the route and threatened Long Yu. You now, either get out of the way or die. The mountain wind has already killed Long Yu. Everyone's face changed. I'm so embarrassed, I didn't hold him. Long Yu just woke up, his mind is not very clear. Mute rushed to the entrance of the cave in a hurry, for fear that something would happen to Long Yu. Mute, I'm fine. Don't worry. Long Yu dragged Mute behind him. Long Yu looked directly into Shan Zhongfeng's eyes. Captain, you mean that teammates can also kill each other? Long Yu's eyes were cold. Hehe, Uchiha Ryu, I really underestimated you before, but you have the courage to talk to me like this, then I will tell you that those who hinder the war, as the captain, have the right to be executed. Shan Zhongfeng looked at Long Yu with disdain. Today's Long Yu is too different from usual, and the unknown Long Yu looks comfortable. It's just a waste of chunin, even if you were born in the Uchiha family, you are still a waste. You should roll aside your virtue and not come out and get in the way. Oil girl Tijin helps Shan Zhongfeng speak. They all looked down on Long Yu. He was subtle and weak, and he didn't even dare to look directly into the eyes of others before today. In the eyes of people like Oil Girl Fetching and Shan Zhongfeng, Long Yu might as well die. Long Yu smiled and looked at the two. Everyone knew that if Long Yu said anything else, Shan Zhong would definitely kill Long Yu without hesitation. Captain Shan Zhongfeng, we are companions and cannot fight within ourselves. A voice came from the crowd, it was a purple-haired Jounin. We should be actively responding to the enemy and not arguing here. Humph, you'd better not talk too much. Yuki, I am the person in charge of this mission. This kid was originally a drag, but now he is still making trouble, I must kill him. Shan Zhongfeng didn't listen to the advice at all, he was ready to attack Long Yu, killing a weak chicken. Shan Zhongfeng didn't need to think too much. You mean the weak should be killed by teammates? Long Yu looked at Shan Zhongfeng indifferently, as if he was looking at a dead man. Yes. Shan Zhongfeng did not show weakness, swearing in his heart that today was Long Yu's death. The full-level system is activated in an instant. The kaleidoscope writing wheel is instantly full. Long Yu instantly mobilized his own strength, and the 9 hook jades became one. The black hair did not move at all, but the power spread throughout the entire cave. Long Yu's pupil power was surging, and his aura instantly overwhelmed the audience. Everyone present sensitively noticed the change in Long Yu's eyes. What is this? Look at 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 9 Guyu. OMG. How can Uchiha Ryu have 9 hooks? 3 hooks are already rare. What kind of monster is this Ryu? Why did he suddenly become so strong? The voices of everyone in the cave became trembling. They had never seen such a strange dragon feather, nor had they seen 9 Guyu. This is a kaleidoscope writing wheel. Not many people in the Uchiha family know about it, let alone meet the real awakened. In addition to being shocked, everyone was filled with endless fear and fear. Under the pressure of Long Yu, they thought, will such a dragon feather bring hope to Konoha? Chapter 3, Uchiha Clan Illusion. How is this possible? Isn't he a waste of Chunin? How could he open the legendary kaleidoscope? Oil Girl Tijin's expression suddenly changed. He and Shan Zhongfeng, as Danzo's confidants, are also the highest fighters. Of course, I know a thing or two about the secrets of the Uchiha family. The pair of eyes in front of me, out of common sense, is the only explanation. Wind. Oil Girl Tijin and Shan Zhongfeng couldn't help but look at each other. Go. The art of turning hearts. The mountain wind was the first to burst, and he pressed his hands in the air to directly cast the secret technique of the mountain family. At the same time, the oily girl took the root of her mouth and agitated, and opened her mouth to spit out a black mist. Secret art, poison dust art. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Mute's face changed, and he shouted in a hurry, Long Yu, be careful, this black mist is a nano-level poisonous insect. Once it is ingested in the body, it will definitely die. Do nt worry. Long Yu raised his head abruptly, and Juguyu's samsara eyes turned frantically. The chakra, which is filled with the smell of disaster, is like a frenzy in the next moment, and it rolls back towards Long Yu. Boy, you are too big, as long as the poisonous dust is 1 meter away from you. The oily girl Fukugen's smile couldn't help but linger. The poisonous dust blowing head-on was stopped by an invisible scarlet aura 3 feet away from Long Yu. The next moment, the pupil power, which was rolling in the sky, turned into a terrifying skeleton. The originally small cave was directly filled up. A pair of eyes beating with blood-colored flames exudes a fascinating taste. Pfft! The poisonous insects attacked, and they were instantly burnt out by the flames. Turned into a piece of dust scattered on the ground. Say no to Susa. Looking at the terrifying skeleton, the blood-colored energy ribs, and the jumping flames in the deep-set eyes. Just looking at it makes one feel a chill down the spine. It's impossible, you're clearly being controlled by the wind's secret technique. Yu Nu Tijin's expression changed suddenly. Not only because of the Susanoo that Long Yu showed, but also because of the combination of his and Shan Zhongfeng's unfavorable combination ultimate move. I don't know how it was broken. Haha, have you forgotten that our Uchiha family is best at illusions besides fire escape? Long Yu sneered. What? The oily girl Fukugen's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly moved, only to find that her whole body seemed to be restricted by invisible shackles. My body can't move. When did you cast an illusion on me? What's the matter, are you scared now? Long Yu sneered, it's too late. Roar. Susanoo let out a roar, and his right hand, with its prominent bones, slapped the two of them like lightning. No. Since you want me to die, then you should die too. The oily girl Tijin has a grim face. Unlike Shan Zhongfeng, his body is restricted, but he can still give orders to the bad insects. Secret technique, insect explosion technique. The poisonous insects all over the body instantly became restless, and the surface of the oily girl's body quickly bulged. Boom! The poisonous insect detonated instantly, a powerful air wave swept away. And the dark green poisonous gas dispersed with the wind. Everyone, be careful, don't inhale these poisonous gases. Mute exclaimed. But soon I saw that the whole world was turning, and I woke up. They are still in the cave. However, this time, there was no trace of battle in the cave, and there was an explosion of poisonous insects. He hurriedly looked at Long Yu, only to find that oil girl fetching roots and Shan Zhongfeng were like dementia, kneeling on the ground and giggling constantly. This strange appearance is obviously still deep in illusion. What kind of illusion is this? It can control all of us in an instant. The battle just now was an illusion. The two Jounin gods were pulled into the illusion without knowing it, and there is no way to get out of the trap now. This is too scary. People with sharp eyes can see the clue in an instant. However, looking at the mountain strokes and the oily girl taking their roots like a stupid smirk, they felt a little lingering fear in their hearts, and their spines were still chilled. They knew very well that if Long Yu was in a bad mood just now, they could easily kill them together. This is definitely not a problem. They can go to the battlefield and have already made psychological preparations. However, death can be vigorous, but this kind of death is also unclear. Make them unacceptable. Okay, the killers will be killed forever. If they want to kill me, then I will kill them. That should be normal, right? Long Yu seemed to have done a trivial thing, and swept the audience with scrutiny. Then slowly walked towards the mountain wind and the oil girl to take the route. Yes, Long Yu is right. Gen's people are too indifferent, and they dare to kill their companions. Even if they pass back to Konoha, they will not be able to escape punishment. Instead of letting these two people stay in the team like fish bones stuck in the throat, it's better to get rid of them. Now the oil girl takes root and the wind in the mountains is difficult to convince the crowd. The team is leaderless. Long Yu, you are outstanding. I urge you to lead the team. The ninjas in the arena joined in one after another. Long Yu couldn't help but smile. Wall grass is not lacking anywhere. But the only thing that satisfied him was that these people never offered to give up his teammates and shot him. Otherwise, he didn't mind and solved them easily. Long Yu, you can't kill them. Mute suddenly persuaded, Danzo is very vengeful. Once Shan Zhongfeng and oil girl Tijin are killed, they will definitely give you the name of betrayal. I don't want anything to happen to you. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many people in the field changed drastically. They have heard more or less about Gen's behavior. Chapter 4, Ninjutsu Scroll. Are you worried about me? Long Yu interrupted her and looked at her seriously. I'm worried about everyone, and I agreed to go home together. Mute's cheeks were dyed a thin red, and she refused to look at him. Oh, so that's how it is. You said so I won't kill them for now, but the thoughts of these two people are very dangerous and hinder the unity of our team. Take them down and lock them up. After speaking, Long Yu turned to everyone in the field again. Since everyone wants me to be the team leader, then I'll be false, I will. But there is a principle, not to give up any of my companions. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded. Well, that's it, everyone has a good rest these 3 days, and if you have the spare energy, you can help Mute to take care of the wounded together. Don't worry about the surrounding things. After 3 days, we will take the initiative to fight against Yunren. Saying that, Long Yu pointed with his chin to the mountain wind and the oil girl who were still lying on the ground. His tone was flat, but the content shocked everyone. Uchiha-ryu, there has been such a big change between the front and the back, from a weak and incompetent Chunin to a strong man who can kill Jainin in seconds. I have to admit that the strength displayed by Long Yu made everyone feel very at ease. Uzuki took a step forward and said to Long Yu, this is a very important strategic juncture for the Land of Fire. If we give up, the domestic defense will be more difficult. We don't want to die, but we must be willing to defend this place with all our strength. You can rest assured. Long Yu nodded, then let's leave the meeting and prepare for the battle. Although Gen's style is too cruel, the world does rely on strength to speak. As long as it is strong enough, there is no need to worry about others being disobedient. Long Yu is very confident. Furthermore, if these people really gave up their companions, gave up their positions, and chose to retreat for their own lives, they would not have a good reputation when they return to Konoha. Maybe Konoha will be invaded by Yunren, and then the family and country will not exist. No one wants to see such an end, so he believes Uyuki's words. Uchiha, don't worry, we will do our best to prepare. Yes, I will follow your orders. Everyone agreed, and then turned around and prepared to leave the cave. Wait! Long Yu suddenly opened his mouth and stopped them. Did you bring a ninjutsu scroll? My current one-click full-level plugin can instantly increase the ninjutsu I master to the full level, so if I can learn more ninjutsu, I can enhance my strength in 3 days. You must know that the terrifying EPUB combination in Yunren is not a vain name, and you really need to prepare well, just in case. When he asked these words, everyone around was stunned. On the one hand, the mainstream method of learning ninjutsu is to follow teachers and elders in the family. On the other hand, ninjutsu scrolls are not suitable for use on the battlefield, so few people carry them with them. At this time, Dozuki came out again. Although I don't know why you want a ninjutsu scroll, I have one with me, which I originally planned to give to my daughter as a gift for her to pass the Chunin exam. A-level ninjutsu, Lei Dun Luo Lei, it is not yet available. If I know if I can go back, I'll give it to you. Hearing that the other party mentioned his daughter, Long Yu looked at his face and seemed to recall something. Yu. Xian? Your daughter? The strong man on the side heard Long Yu's words and patted Oyuki's shoulder with a smile. Even Uchihara Oyu has noticed your precious daughter. It seems that she is really famous. Oyuki pushed his hand away unceremoniously. Shut up for me. Don't hit my daughter's mind, she can't fall in love with your son, my son-in-law must be a special shinobi. My son is also excellent. Inu Arashi will soon be admitted to the Chunin. Inu Feng retorted disdainfully, it will be a matter of time to be a special jounin. But since you want to be a special jounin, there is a ready-made one here. The level of Long Yu is definitely to the strength of the special Jainin. He spoke casually, only to be interrupted seriously by another person. Mute looked unnatural. 2 seniors, stop talking about these things, give Long Yu the scroll of Lei Dun, he must be of great use. Yet, Mute? Why are you still blushing? Could it be that you like Long Yu and are afraid that others will take him away? Inu Feng said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the people around burst into laughter. The originally dignified atmosphere gradually eased a little. Here. Mao Yu Kangyu handed the front of the scroll into Long Yu's hands. Your illusion skills have indeed reached the requirements of the special Jainin, I hope this can be of use to you. In addition, there is one more ruthless request. Long Yu took the scroll and looked at him puzzled. We still don't know if we can go back alive, but I believe we can. I hope you can help me bring a letter back to my daughter. When he said this, other people also crowded up, wanting to hand over many letters and personal items to Long Yu so that they could be delivered to his family. Long Yu. Mute's expression was faintly sad. This kunao was given to me by Master Tsunade, if you help me return it to her. Long Yu glanced at the crowd, but did not take the token they handed over. You all think you can survive? Then why didn't you choose to retreat with the mountain stroke? Everyone was silent, and they didn't want to die, but in the face of Yunren's elite, and even the EPUB group, they didn't believe they could defeat it at all. In their opinion, with Long Yu's strength, they may only be able to guarantee that they will retreat completely, so they do so one after another. Chapter 5, Lei Dun Kirin. Oyu quickly explained, we are not afraid of death, nor do we not believe in you, we are willing to stay to face Yunren and sacrifice our lives to protect Konoha, but we are ashamed of our family, I hope you can do me a favor. That's right, we won't retreat, we swear to guard Konoha. There were also echoes from the crowd. We didn't know your strength before. After seeing your illusions today, we realized that you are very powerful and believe that you will survive, so I want to ask you to help us bring something to our family. Seeing that Long Yu didn't speak, Mute walked to him. Long Yu, just take it as a gesture of help, and help us. No. Long Yu bluntly refused. Everyone's eyes instantly lost their sight. Long Yu went on to say, I won't help you, because all of you have to go back alive together, and give gifts to your family by yourself. including the scrolls in my hand, bring them back together. His voice was quiet and his tone was flat, but it seemed like he had sounded the horn of battle, which instantly made everyone ignite their fighting spirit. Mao Kanggu's eyes were a little wet, and he clenched his fists tightly. You are right, we all have to survive and go back to Konoha together. Don't you think about going back and introducing your daughter to Long Yu? Inu Feng pushed his shoulder. Mao Kanggu gave him a white look. Don't pretend to be here, if you have a daughter, you must think so too. By the way, Long Yu, what do you want this A-level Lei Dun scroll for? A-level ninjutsu, although not weak, can't play a big role on the battlefield. I plan to learn a few more ninjutsu now. Long Yu said. After all, he has a system, and any ninjutsu can directly reach full level. Naturally, the more he learns, the better. This. Mao Kanggu showed a hesitant look. I will face Yunren in 3 days. If I start learning now, I'm afraid I won't have enough time. It took me more than a month to learn when I practiced Falling Thunder. Long Yu couldn't explain the existence of the system to him, he just said, you don't have to worry, I learn very fast. Mao Kanggu was still skeptical, and tentatively said, I have been practicing for many years. If you encounter problems during practice, you can come to me and ask. Thank you, but no need. Long Yu shook his head. Don't worry, Uncle Ozuki, I can do it myself, and I will definitely learn it within 3 days. Okay. Uyu didn't say much anymore. After all, Long Yu's displayed strength made it difficult for him to say more. Long Yu waved goodbye to everyone and left the cave. Leaving a group of people surprised by his confidence, many ninjas shook their heads secretly. Does he take it for granted? Inu Feng looked at Long Yu's back, and disagreed. After all, Luo Lei is also an A-level ninjutsu, and Uzuki has to learn it for more than a month. Will you learn it right away? Mao Yu patted him on the shoulder and persuaded, as of now, we can only trust him. However, Long Yu's strength is an illusion, and Lei Dun can't learn it, so it shouldn't matter much. At this time, Long Yu had already walked to a remote no-man's place and spread out the scroll. The blood stained his pupils again, the 9-go jade revolved, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye appeared. Sharon Yan had the ability to copy ninjutsu. And Kakashi became famous because of it. For every ninja, there are 2 processes in learning any ninjutsu. First, they can successfully release through learning, and then they can use it freely through practice. But now, for Long Yu, because of the super powerful kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, he can learn directly at a glance, and because there is a system, the practice process can also be skipped, and the level can be directly reached. With these 2 golden fingers, Long Yu is simply invincible in the field of ninjutsu. The system beep sounds. Ding dong, you can upgrade the hand speed of the seal to the full level, do you want to execute it immediately? Long Yu did not hesitate, yes. The next second, he experienced the feeling of power pouring into his body again. Long Yu's fingers staggered and fluttered, completing the seal with a speed that the naked eye couldn't see clearly. Lei Dun Luo Lei. His voice was silent, but when the voice fell, there was a loud noise in the sky. Long Yu knew that it was thunder, but he had never heard such a loud thunder before, which obviously exceeded the scope of natural thunder in nature. Boom! The sky seemed to be torn apart, and 9 dazzling thunder lights instantly fell from the sky and hit the mountain. In an instant, the mud and rocks rolled down, making a crashing sound. On the towering mountain, a deep depression was punched, the surface of the stone was charred black, and there was a faint smoke in the air. Looking at the half-human-sized stone that was shot down, Long Yu thought deeply. This effect has obviously exceeded the description of the thunderbolt in the scroll, and it is even far beyond the scope of A-level ninjutsu. That can only be because, full level. As Madara Uchiha said, there is no real weak ninjutsu, only weak casters. As long as it is practiced to the extreme, the technique of the fireball can also exert the energy of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. It is exclusive to Uchiha Madara, although now Long Yu has achieved a similar effect, because the system has upgraded the ninjutsu to the full level. Moreover, it is not easy for him to release such a thunderbolt. Only this time, he consumed 1/10 of Long Yu's chakra. If you use ninjutsu like this, I am afraid that the persistence of the fight will be insufficient. Long Yu asked the system, is there any way to improve this? Ding dong, it is detected that the host can currently use the Thunder Attribute Chakra and increase the induction of Thunder Attribute Natural Power to the full level. Do you want to execute it immediately? Sure enough, this kind of plug-in system is to improve the supporting facilities as well. Execute now. Ding dong, Thunder Attribute Chakra, instant full level. Ding dong, the lightning type natural power induction is instantly full. Ding dong, Lei Dun Loyal Lei, instant full level. After solving this problem, Long Yu also recalled the familiar feeling that rose in his heart when he saw the effect of falling thunder, and his eyes fell back to the mountain where a big hole was split. There is a thunder ninjutsu with such an effect in the original book, from the second master Suzuki, and the effect is devastating. That is the S-rank thunder ninjutsu, Kirin. From the point of view of destructive power, it is comparable to Naruto's Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken. This domineering ninjutsu has made many Naruto fascinated, looking forward to Suzuki using it again, but unfortunately, it has become a swan song. And Long Yu has the group attack skills, facing a large number of Yunren, he also has a bottom in his heart. Chapter 6, Killing with a Knife. 3 days is just a blink of an eye. Ding dong, Lei Dun Kailan is at full level instantly. Hearing this familiar sound, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The connection with the backlog of thunderclouds in the sky was instantly cut off. The thunderclouds that had accumulated in the sky and the earth suddenly dissipated, a huge pressure looming, like a flash in the pan. Fortunately, there is an instant full level system, and even the natural power induction of the thunder attribute is full. Otherwise, the Lei Dun unicorn test would not have been successful so smoothly. Long Yu dissipated the chakra in his body. During this period of practice, he clearly understood the shortcomings of the Uchiha family, lack of blue. No wonder, immortal eyes and immortal body, every time they fight a protracted battle, they are eventually exhausted. Even Madara Uchiha in the original book managed to transplant and devour the cells of the original Hokage. It seems that after the matter here is over, Long Yu still has to try to get the immortal body. When Long Yu walked out of the secluded basin, the 27 Konoha ninjas who stayed behind had already assembled. Everyone's faces were solemn, and they were all ready to fight, and there was a hint of determination to die in their pupils. In their eyes, this irreversible war, in the face of hundreds of Yunren, combined with EPUB, was much less fortunate. However, after the pass is the land of fire in a flat river. Once this place is lost, let alone Konoha ninja village, even their family will be in a state of doom, so they can't retreat. Long Yu, if you haven't mastered A-level ninjutsu, don't be discouraged. It took more than a month to even be a bastard like Oyuki. Inu Feng couldn't help but persuade him. However, the cumulonimbus cloud that suddenly appeared just now, it seems that something is hiding in the cloud, which makes people feel oppressed. We thought Yunren came to sneak attack. Chuan Feng, which pot is not to be mentioned, which pot should you mention, can't you say a little less? Mao Yu Kangyu stared. Boy, don't put too much pressure on yourself. That's the same sentence. If you can't hold on to it, you can run away with mute. You can't learn a ninjutsu in just 2 or 3 days. Looking at the appearance of Long Yu, many people's expressions softened slightly. After all, after seeing with his own eyes the powerful illusion that Long Yu used, he had an inexplicable confidence in this previously unknown young man. The time is just right, I have already learned that ninjutsu. Long Yu said with a smile. Learn A-level ninjutsu in 3 days. Mao Yu Kangyu was startled, then patted Long Feng's shoulder cheerfully and said, "You good boy, you are still joking at this time. But that's fine. Let the atmosphere ease a little bit. 30 minutes ago, according to the report of the Dark Sentry, Yun Ren's large army has appeared 5 kilometers away. You can give an order." Regarding the question, Long Yu did not explain, frowned, and said, 30 minutes ago. I'm not stipulating that wartime intelligence updates are every 15 minutes. Liu Kangyu's expression changed suddenly. They completely ignored this because of the repressive atmosphere of team integration and death. Mao Yu, the big thing is bad, the mountain wind and the oil girl's route are gone. A man in charge of guards, Jinan, hurried over. As soon as these words came out, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. The two things seem unrelated. If you scrutinize one or two in depth, their dark whistle will be solved quietly, and even the warning will not be issued in time. Is it related to the two of them? Return them all to the cave for me. Long Yu shouted in a hurry. The expressions of the people present changed suddenly. Haha, I just realized it now. I thought that this time Konoha sent someone to resist our Yun Ren's attack. It turned out to be a stunned young man. Hearty laughter resounded without warning. Figures flashed in all directions, and there were hundreds of people in numbers. The first of them, on a hill several hundred meters away, is the EPUB combination that makes all countries terrified. No, we're surrounded. Inu Feng turned pale. Looking at the group of Yun Ren standing in front of him, as long as he is not a fool, he will know that this is a trap. Hundreds of people, as well as the EPUB group, and they were ambushed. We are simply dead. Senior Uzuki, what are we going to do? It must be the wind in the mountains and the oil girl who took the route, otherwise our line of defense and the secret post will not be seen through. The scene was chaotic, facing hundreds of people led by Rai Ying Ai, who is known as the next generation of Yun Nin village, and Rabbi Riki, the eight-tailed person. This is undoubtedly a disaster. Calm down. Mao Yu Kangyu's face also turned ashen, and when he looked at Long Yu, he couldn't help but startled. The calm face on that face, as if he didn't take all this to heart. Is this being frightened? Haha, your panic really makes me very happy. Ai laughed outrageously and said, I really want to know what your plans are next, whether to surrender obediently or let me kill you with my own hands. Kill, kill. Surrender, or die. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, making all Konoha ninja nervous to the extreme, and the panic on their faces could not be concealed. The Yun Ren in front of him played to interpret the first move. Dragon Feather. Mute's little face was also pale, and he couldn't help but look at Uchiha Longjyu. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Long Feng rubbed Mute's head and said, Senior Mao Yu, you take them back to the cave and hide in the barrier. Leave the rest to me. For all this, Long Yu had also expected. After all, the roots in the original work can do anything to achieve their goals. Right now, the two of Shan Zhongfeng have been seized by Long Feng, and they have given up their teammates and important strategic positions. Once Long Yu and others are allowed to go back alive, it may cause a negative impact on the route. Therefore, the only way is to strike first and use the knife to kill. Chapter 7, Thunder Escape, the Technique of Falling Thunder. However, this is also in Long Yu's arms. Next time we meet, he will be able to shoot at the root without any scruples. One more plausible excuse. Long Yu, are you alone? Are you crazy? We won't watch you die alone. Mao Yu Kangyu's expression changed, and she never thought that Long Yu would give such a reply. Although it was against hundreds of Yun Ren and the terrifying EPUB group, they couldn't let him fight against Long Yu alone. Long Yu, don't blame yourself too much, we will face it together, there will always be a way. Mute urged in a hurry. Long Yu, you really don't need to care, we stayed voluntarily. Yes, we are Konoha's ninjas, and we have already put life and death in our eyes. In the eyes of many people, Long Yu's actions were because he forced the entire team to stay, so he felt remorse. Send to death. Long Yu shook his head with a dry smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to send me to death. You stay in the barrier, I'm just worried that I will save you after a while. I am the captain you elected, this is an order." The small voice was full of undoubted taste at this moment. "Senior Uzuki, what should we do?" Mute was anxious. Mao Yukanggu's expression changed, looking at Long Yu's indifferent face, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll retreat into the cave, support Long Yu at any time, don't forget, his strength is stronger than me." As soon as these words came out, whether it was Konoha's ninja or Yunren, they couldn't help but startled. However, when I remembered that Long Yu used illusion alone, Shan Zhongfeng and Oil Maiden took the root of the two Shangan, and instantly killed them. I was apprehensive in my heart, but still bit the bullet and retreated. They just swear in their hearts that if there is any accident, they will definitely take action to rescue them with lightning speed. Looking at the Konoha ninja retreating into the cave in an orderly manner, a Yun ninja team leader couldn't help but said, "Master AI, are we going to stop it? If we enter the enchantment, I am afraid it will be detrimental to us." "Humph, what's the disadvantage? What is worth paying attention to in the mere rogue army? I thought that the Uchiha clan in the intelligence sent out Shunjin Zishui, but I didn't expect it to be just an obscure waste." AI snorted coldly. "According to the newspaper, this stunned green is just a Chunin. These Konoha ninjas actually obeyed a Chunin's command. I don't think they're stupid, or they're just jumping off the wall." Hearing the words, the team leader quickly apologized and said, "Master AI is right, these people are already in our pockets. As long as we break through this barrier, the huge country of fire will become our country of thunder." Yunren in the field showed joy. Konoha opened 3 major battlefields at the same time, but he couldn't capture it for a long time, which indeed made Yunren village feel threatened. Now it can be the straw that breaks the camel's back, which is not happy. "Are you finished?" Long Yu said suddenly. "Now you have 2 options. First, get out now. Second, I killed you all." The small voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment. Arrogant and domineering? Still crazy? In the eyes of Yun Ninja and even Konoha Ninja, it is undoubtedly the latter. The current situation, whether it is the number of people or the strength, is completely catching turtles in the urn. Now Long Yu is talking nonsense, which is downright contempt for their Yunren. Sure enough, he is an ignorant child. "Today we will see how you killed us." "Humph, kill him first, let him understand what the gap is." As a Chunin, the first thing on the battlefield is how to judge the strength gap and learn to live. "Kill him!" A Yunren roared angrily, took out a kunao with his backhand, and rushed out first. The team that followed immediately moved. For a time, people number 7 or 8 rushed towards Long Yu with a galloping attitude. "Long Yu, be careful!" Mute was anxious. However, the pupils of Mao Yukanggu beside him suddenly shrank. I saw that, in the face of the fast approaching 7 people, Long Yu did not have the slightest idea of dodging. "Mao Yu, that seems to be your thunderbolt technique!" Inafeng exclaimed. Is he crazy, trying to use the technique of falling thunder at this time?" Mao Yukanggu was anxious, and was about to jump out to support. Boom! In the sky, there was a low sound of thunder. The magic seal on Long Yu's hands suddenly stopped. Thunderbolt, the technique of falling thunder. Bang bang bang! 7 lightning beams suddenly lit up in the sky. The next moment, with extreme speed, head on to the 7 Yunren who appeared more than 10 meters away from Long Yu. The speed is so fast and the number is so large that people can't react at all. Boom! The 7 Yunren were directly enveloped in it. The violent destructive power overwhelmed the ground and burst open in response. Light blue thunder light illuminated the entire canyon. The billowing dust and the flying gravel made everyone's heart tighten. After everything calmed down, the deep pit blasted by the thunder light was 7 or 8 meters in size. Every Yunren was covered in blood, and some people had broken hands and feet. Obviously can't die anymore. What kind of ninjutsu is this? This seems to be an A-level thunderbolt. Even some proficient Jainin can only drive 3 thunderbolts. How could he kill the 7 Hyuto people in seconds with a single chunin? This kid is weird, spread out quickly, don't let him succeed again. The scene suddenly became a little chaotic. Chapter 8, The rain is coming and the wind is filling the building. A moment ago, they didn't take Long Yu into their eyes at all, that was because they thought that a mere chunin could not pose a threat to them. Now Long Yu shot and killed 7 people in seconds. The result was different. However, compared with Yunren, the group of ninjas in Konoha were even more shocked. They clearly knew that Long Yu had only started learning about falling thunder 3 days ago. Now not only has he mastered this A-rank ninjutsu, but he has also completely surpassed the state of proficiency. I am afraid that I have also understood the profound meaning of it, and I can instantly send 7 thunder lights. Standing on the hill, Ai's eyes flickered, and he said, "Don't panic, the other party is just an unknown chunin, maybe a little bit of lay-done talent, and understands the profound meaning of this ninjutsu. Sato, go and master the lightning flashing technique, go and bring him back." Yunren, who had been by Ai's side, wearing a mask, nodded and stepped out. However, the footsteps quickly stiffened in mid-air. A fiery wave of air blew head-on. Long Yu's flying hands stopped abruptly, and the instant the fiery chakra burst out, he turned into a 20 to 30 meter huge fireball. Rolling out of the sky. What the hell is going on here? Did I have a dream? Is this still the art of fireball? Pfft. The air seemed to be penetrated, and the distance of several hundred meters was pulled apart in the blink of an eye. Wherever you pass along the way, whether it is a rock or a tree, it burns in an instant. Sato, who took a step forward, turned pale, and hurriedly retreated. Even Ai and Kairobi's nerves suddenly tightened, subconsciously dodging the edge. The Hao fireball that came in the face fell off the chain at the juncture. Do not. It should be said that the angle was obviously misaligned, and at a 45-degree angle, it shot straight up into the sky. Boom! The fireball of dozens of meters shattered in the void. The flames flying all over the sky illuminate half of the sky. The sparks drifted away, as if a wonderful fireworks feast was staged. Everyone present was stunned, especially Yunren, who was frightened and ran away. Looking at the huge fireball, a deep ditch was directly rolled out of the ground. There are also trees that are still burning around, and their faces are stunned, but they can't react. And thunder falling just now. It's still the current fireball. What a power this is! It's completely low-level ninjutsu, almost playing S-rank ninjutsu. At the thought of it, if he was hit head-on by a tens of meters of fireballs, he would probably lose his bones. Humph, bratty brat, I thought you were capable of anything, but it seems that your chakra is too large, which mutated the ninjutsu. Ai Lang snorted. Right now, in such a win-win situation, Yunren, under his command, has been making a fool of himself in public one after another, and of course he has to save this place. Looking at Long Feng with the same expression, Ai said disdainfully, "Unfortunately, blindly pursuing strength is your biggest weakness. Ninjutsu that can't even hit the target, no matter how powerful it is, it will be just like the fireworks just now, just like the fireworks." The turbulent Yunren gradually subsided. Master Ai is right, let's not mess around. A person who can't even control ninjutsu can't defeat our cloud ninja at all. Furthermore, he has performed 2 ninjutsu blindly pursuing power one after another. There is absolutely not much chakra in his body. I think he can only perform 1 more ninjutsu at most. As long as we take the blow and take him down, there's no problem at all. The eyes of the crowd of Yunren lit up, and when they looked at Long Yu, there was a hint of greed. It's a pity just now that it didn't hit, otherwise it would definitely cause Yunren to suffer huge casualties. I didn't expect that Long Yu could hide so deeply that he could perform ordinary ninjutsu to such a degree. Yuki, what should we do now? Long Yu obviously has a special talent. In addition to powerful illusions, he can easily comprehend the profound meaning of thunder fire ninjutsu. If he is handed over to the 3 generations of Hokage to train himself, Konoha will definitely appear in the future. A stronger presence. A group of Konoha ninjas were talking about each other. As for the last words, even Mao Kanggu's heart was touched. After experiencing the tug-of-war on the 3-way battlefield, he is very clear that a genius's combat power can have a huge impact on a battle situation. For example, the golden glittering wave Feng Minato, which is in the limelight, is the best example. If Uchiha Ryu can grow to this point, it will be a powerful new blood for Konoha. Messy thoughts flashed in Mao Kanggu's mind, looking at Long Yu who was still calm, his expression stagnant. I feel that Long Yu may not be that simple. The attack, obviously missed, why are you so calm? As Ryu Kanggu spoke, she looked up at the sky. The sight of it made him almost split his eyes. With the canyon as the center, it seems that there is an invisible big hand, rapidly rolling the backlog of thunderclouds. Like a giant funnel. One after another ferocious thunder snake roamed in the clouds, looking more and more ferocious. The oppressive aura that gradually diffused and opened gave people a feeling that the mountains and the rain were about to come and the building was full of wind. He vaguely guessed that Long Yu had probably already learned about falling thunder and hid in the basin, probably for the blow in front of him. Cannot say. Mao Kanggu clenched his fists tightly. He knew that the power of this shot would be astonishing. Otherwise, Long Yu would not have spent so much effort. Feeling the pounding of her heart, Ryu Kanggu's nerves were about to collapse because of her nervousness. Why, Long Yu can still stand outside as if nothing happened. What a terrifying state of mind. Boy, you're not lacking in skills, right? AI said with a sneer, isn't there enough chakra? If it doesn't work, then it's our turn. Looking at Long Yu, who was still indifferent, AI's face sank, and he shouted sharply, come on, spread out and surround him, I don't believe that he can make a big wave. Kill him. Dozens of Yunren suddenly burst into flames. Chapter 9, Ninjutsu. They also held back the fire for a long time. Looking back, they remembered that more than 100 people on their own side were hit by thunder and fireballs by the other party, and it was too embarrassing. Since this Uchiha Ryu himself ran out of chakra, he can't blame them for taking advantage of others' dangers. Originally, the battlefield was a moment of life and death. As long as they kill him, they can not only save face, but also successfully enter the country of fire, which is a huge profit. Yunren's distance was getting closer and closer, and Long Yu calculated the distance and ninjutsu in his heart. At the same time, the chakra in the body also changed, and the sky was filled with electro-optic clouds. The energy from the thundercloud was also sensed by Long Yu. Majestic, shocking, breathtaking. A few fast-moving Yunren had already come to Long Yu, with greed flashing in his eyes, apparently taking Long Yu as something that could be easily hunted down. You're dead. Konoha Chunin, who plays tricks. Thunderbolt Thunder Spear. Lei Dun, go away. Lei Dun, stab. Several people moved quickly to complete the seal and attacked Long Yu. For a time, Long Yu was surrounded by various electric lights, almost drowning him. Long Yu. Mute was very anxious and wanted to rush out of the barrier, but was pulled by Mao Kanggu. Listen everyone! Uzuki roared, which startled a group of ninjas who were worried about Longyu just like Mute. Everyone! If you want to live, let's do our best to maintain the barrier together. Hearing this order, everyone was a little at a loss. Isn't it Long Yu who is in danger now? Why did Uzuki speak like they were the ones being attacked? In the next second, Long Yu, who was surrounded by more than a dozen Yun ninjas, also flashed an electric light similar to the surrounding attacks and disappeared before everyone's eyes. This Lei Dun's teleportation technique. Seeing Long Yu disappear, Ai had a bad premonition in his heart, and subconsciously looked up at the sky. Immeasurable energy is gathering in the clouds, and once tilted, no one can stop it. His eyes widened to the limit, and his heart seemed to be grasped. Retreat! This is a trap! Ai yelled. Why did Long Yu stand still to provoke him? Why did the fireball miss? Everything has an explanation, because it was planned by Long Yu. Tell you the bad news, it's too late to run a game now. So I'll give you back this question, do you regret it? Long Yu stood on the top of the mountain and looked at Ai, his palms clenched into fists, and lightning flashed. You guessed it right, my chakra is not enough, but it's not enough to kill you all in seconds. Now, I'm bringing in the thunder to kill you, whether it's speed or attack strength, it's enough. An indescribable panic rose in Ai's heart, and her body instinctively wanted to run away. No answer? That's it. Long Yu's tone was still light, and his right hand, which was glowing with electric light, suddenly pressed down, pulling a lightning bolt that went straight to the sky. The thunderclouds in the sky were shocked, and the electric light flickered and expanded, and then condensed together. It turned into a unicorn, let out a fierce howl, and dashed straight to the ground from mid-air. Yunren only had time to see clearly the appearance of the unicorn, and before they could blink, cruel thunder and lightning drowned them. A huge hissing sound resounded through the valley, and it seemed that all the sounds had disappeared, and the world was still. The people in Konoha were blinded by the dazzling electric light, so they could only do their best to maintain the barrier. They can hardly tell the passage of time, and feel that every second is extraordinarily long. It seems that a century has passed, and when they look at the valley again, the ground is already in a mess. Trees and rocks are gone, even the terrain has changed, and lightning has swept everything. And those Yunren, who were talking wildly just now, didn't even have a whole corpse left, and at most some charred stumps were scattered on the ground. Gosh! He really won alone. More than just winning, we were almost affected. Fortunately, we hid here. Thanks to the barrier. The original barrier was able to withstand Yunren's 2-day attack as planned, but it wasn't enough at all. It was all of us who worked hard to maintain it, and the barrier was barely broken. Long Yu is too strong. This is the strongest ninjutsu I have ever seen in my life. What is it? This must be a forbidden technique. After the shock just now, everyone in Konoha has also slowed down, and the atmosphere has relaxed a lot. Long Yu! Mute shouted happily, wanting to walk to Long Yu's side. Don't come here. Long Yu immediately stopped. Mute was a little puzzled, but then, she saw a few figures walking out of the ruins not far away. Ai and Kairabi walked towards Long Yu with a few remnants of their soldiers, and the expressions on their faces were simply furious. They were far away, and they hid in time. They were not injured. At most, their clothes were torn. Ai gritted his teeth and stared at Long Yu. I underestimated you, and actually gave us a trick. He could never have imagined that the Yunren army of 100 people would almost wipe out a single Zhongren in one move. With so many of you hitting me, it's fair and square. Long Yu asked rhetorically. Besides, these dead people don't know how many innocent lives they have smeared on their hands, and it's tit for tat. Oh, well said, one tick for another. Ai Yin smiled sympathetically, even if you have more chakra, it's time to bottom out. I don't believe you can use such a trick again. Now, I will let you come and see, and I am not vain. As he said that, a strong killing intent burst out from his whole body. Although Long Yu's move to defeat the enemy just now convinced everyone in Konoha, but thinking of the reputation of the EPUB group, they couldn't help but worry about Long Yu. Long Yu! Let's help you! Mute said anxiously. Ouyukengyu did not stop her this time, but prepared to come together. Don't come here. Just protect yourself. Long Yu said to the Konoha crowd behind him, I just want to take their hands and try my strength. Hearing these words in AI's ears was tantamount to provocation, and his face became even more ugly. No one has ever dared to use him to try his skills, and those with such courage might have died a long time ago. It's easy to put it, but it's actually not knowing how high the sky is. I'll teach you how to be a human being. Almost instantly, he flickered and disappeared from the spot. Ninjutsu. That's the Lei Dun Chakra mode. Uzuki murmured with wide eyes. The distance of several hundred meters passed in one breath, and AI Gang was already in front of Long Yu. During this process, Long Yu stood motionless, as if he was frightened by AI and had no time to react. Why, your eyes can't keep up with my movements. Is this a shaker, that's all? AI laughed horribly, clenched his fists and slammed into Long Yu, and lightning flashed between his fingers. Thunder Fist. The speed was so fast that the air was torn apart and a loud explosion sounded. At this time, Long Yu still did not move. Chapter 10, Thunder Abuse Level. Yunren has a new idea in his heart. This person is not only exhausted of chakra, but also has no physical strength. He has been frightened by Master AI. Now they are left to wait to see the man who had been so glorious just now get beaten to death. Boom! AI shot, a majestic punch, but did not touch Long Yu at all. Obviously there is only air in front of me, why? No, it's not the air, this, scarlet chakra filled the air, blocking the impact of the lightning. AI raised his head in surprise, looked at Long Yu, and found that the other party's eyes were full of blood, and the pitch-black juguya was spinning in it. The scarlet chakra formed a shape a little bit, and condensed in front of Long Yu. It turned out to be like a rib. Yunren was shocked, they didn't expect AI to miss out in this situation. What kind of trick is this? His eyes. It's a wheel-shaped eye, but why is it different from what I've seen before? 1, 2, 3. 9 Guyu? He's a monster, right? The aura around Long Yu's body changed, and his brutal aggression was undoubtedly revealed, like a god who came to the world to perform a killing mission. Yunren's heart sank again. Long Yu's chakra was indeed consumed by the first few ninjutsu, but using the writing wheel eye did not consume any chakra, so he did not hesitate to open the 9-hook jade kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Using Susanoo, an absolute defense type move, to counter the Lei Dun chakra mode, just restrained the opponent's advantage of close-to-hand combat through extreme speed and passing. You seem to have misunderstood the Sharingan, it's okay, now I'll let you see it for yourself. Long Yu showed a cold smile, the guyu around his pupils turned again, and the scarlet chakra circling around his body spread out, setting off a wave of air, like a tsunami centered on him. Click, click, click. On the formed rib, a new bone grew and became an arm. The next second, the palm of the skull patted AI on the ground. Kairobi suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" AI was also ready to face the attack, but did not expect to see such a scene, but immediately mobilized chakra to condense the power to the soles of his feet. With the flash of electric light, AI jumped on the ground, and the whole person flew backwards. Boom! The palm of the shot knocked the ground out of the crack, and the other palm had already caught AI who was running away. All this happened so suddenly, AI, who originally had the active advantage, was immediately chased and ran all over the field. And this is not the limit of Long Yu. Susanoo was still congealed, and it was already more than 10 meters high. The scarlet chakra surrounding it was both like flames and blood, and it was full of murderous aura. AI only had time to look at it, and then began to hurriedly respond to the attack of the two arms. He jumped to and fro on the ground to dodge, and even with the speed blessing of the Thunderbolt chakra mode, it was still very reluctant. "Aren't you going to kill me? How can you hide if you don't attack the light?" Long Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at AI, who was in a state of embarrassment, but the latter couldn't even find time to look at him. Chakra is the core energy in the Naruto world, and everything is based on the use of chakra. Ninjutsu is the application of chakra to taijutsu. It is easy to say. But the person who can use chakra to the extreme is 1 in 1,000. In addition to the precise control of the thunder attribute chakra, it also requires absolute strength of one's own physique to be able to practice the thunder chakra mode. AI is such a leader. But naturally born geniuses can't compare with those who bring their own plugins. No need to practice, no need to break through. Can you understand the full level system in an instant? As long as he finds a way to learn the Lei Dun chakra mode, Long Yu can become an existence that surpasses AI and everyone in this field in the next second. Humph, I'm hiding, aren't you hiding? Don't dare to fight head on, what's the point of relying on this? AI sneered. Also, your defenses are not invulnerable. After speaking, AI's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he appeared right above Susanoo. Ah! AI roared, electric light burst out on his arm, and another punch hit Long Yu. His strategy was still to use speed, a more extreme speed, to attack the dragon feather body before Susanoo could catch him. Here's your chance. Long Yu stared at the oncoming attack with wide eyes. The pupil power of the riding wheel soared, seeing through AI's movements. His body might not be as fast as AI, but Susanoo, who was manipulated with his mind, was different. Boom! Susanoo's larger-than-human palm blocked AI's fist, and the huge force impact set off a wave of air. The scarlet chakra and the electric light were entangled together, and AI was instantly thrown out. Master AI! Yunren said worriedly. AI landed on the ground in a half-squat position, the pain in his arm irritating his nerves. Long Yu, however, looked effortless, and Susanoo was still intact. I said it all, the two of you go together, before it's too late. Long Yu smiled and challenged the famous EPUB group. Your defense is very strong, but I have found out that your speed can't keep up with mine. AI patted the meeting on his body and stood up again. You only need to reveal a flaw once, and I will defeat you. If you don't believe me, let's try it. After speaking, AI's figure disappeared again. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and AI's figure swayed, like a ghost, and appeared in front of Susanoo again. The level of thunder abuse. AI's right hand instantly turned into a hand knife, and under the violent lightning splash, he burst into a fierce posture, and even the air was distorted. Break it for me! AI roared again and again. The sword in his hand fell on Susanoo without covering his ears. Bang bang bang! One after another, the blue lightning was shot down madly, giving people a dazzling feeling. In just a few seconds, the two fought 12 or 3 times. Chapter 11, Monthly Reading. However, in the face of AI's incomparable offensive, Susanoo remained indestructible. Crazy! Looking at this scene, Yunren in the field looked pale. Even AI, who claims to be unparalleled in attack and speed, can't break through this defense, so who else can do it? After playing for so long, it's time for me to attack. Long Yu smiled lightly and looked at AI who had just stood firm. AI's expression was somber to the extreme, with thunderous light all over his ears, and he shouted sharply, I can't break your defense for the time being, but you can't keep up with my speed either. Let's see who can hold on longer and who will be the winner. It turns out that you are thinking about this issue. Long Yu's face showed a hint of playfulness, and said, unfortunately, you are thinking wrong. Amaterasu. Chuguyu's riding wheel eyes turned in vain, and an inexplicable death energy quickly spread out in AI's heart. Brother, be careful! Kiribi drank violently. A huge octopus tentacle wrapped AI in an instant. Before he could react, the dark flames suddenly burst out. The black flames were like a tide, with an inexplicable heat, causing the temperature of the ruins to skyrocket. The most unimaginable thing is that this black flame spreads very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it occupied most of the octopus arms of hundreds of meters. Is this a fire escape? Quickly use the water escape to put out the fire. Water escape water dragon bomb. Yunren, who is proficient in water escape, quickly formed a spell with both hands, and the water element floating between the heaven and the earth was instantly drawn. With the water dragon condensing, the next moment he rushed towards the black flame. Boom! The water dragon shattered in an instant, and under the steaming water, the black flame became more and more vigorous. The strange scene made everyone's faces change dramatically. This is an unquenchable flame! Yunren exclaimed. Ow! The eight-tailed bull ghost let out a roar that shot up to the sky, and the violent chakra came out of his body and shot straight into the sky. The violent scene made Long Yu also show a trace of envy. The tailed beast is really different, this is squandered capital. Xiao Bie, don't be impulsive. Kirabi's face changed slightly. Unfortunately, before he could react, Long Yu's 9-go jade writing wheel suddenly turned. Monthly reading. Kirabi instantly felt the world turning. The entire sky was occupied by blood, and the scarlet 9-hooked jade writing wheel eyes quickly emerged in the sky. 1, 2, 3, 100. The dense posture makes people feel like their scalp is tingling. However, despite how Kirabi struggled, he couldn't move at all when he was on the cross. There is a familiar face in the figure that emerges all around. It's me. Kirabi's face changed drastically. Unfortunately, before he could react, the countless figures that approached, the scarlet blades in their hands, stabbed him directly. Ah ah ah! The screams echoed in the heaven and earth, and it looked very mournful. This seemingly tedious scene is just a blink of an eye in the outside world. Looking at Kirabi, who was suddenly sluggish, AI's face, who appeared in an instant, couldn't help but change. This is illusion. Lord AI, hurry up and cut off the tentacles of the 8 tails. Or if this continues, the black flames will devour Lord Kirabi. Yunren hurriedly reminded. AI didn't have time to think about it, the thunder light bloomed in his right hand, turned into a hand knife, and fell directly on the tentacle. Pfft! The green liquid of the big tent rose into the sky, and when the tentacles fell to the ground, they were quickly swallowed by the black flames. Looking at the black flames that even the ground was burning, whether it was Yunren or Konoha's ninja, the spine was a little cold. Illusory solution. AI couldn't care too much, his hands quickly formed seals, and roared sharply. However, after trying 7 or 8 ways to release illusions one after another, Kirabi, who fell into the month reading, was still indifferent. Master AI, what is going on here? Among Konoha, the Kurama clan and the Uchiha clan are proficient in illusion, but we have tried so many cracking methods and can't solve it. What should we do? The scene suddenly became chaotic, and the remaining 5 Yunrengzen gave up. With one move of the unicorn, hundreds of elites were instantly killed. I thought that with the combination of EPUB, I could restore the disadvantage and defeat Long Yu in one fell swoop to win. However, the successive means refreshed their cognition. How to break the deadlock in the face of such an unsolvable opponent? Now I can only forcibly break the illusion. The first is to kill the caster, and the second is to use the more powerful chakra to shock the body. AI's face was gloomy to the extreme. However, seeing Long Yu wearing an indestructible tortoise shell, AI instantly gave up the first choice. As for the second choice, facing Kirabi, who is the 8-tailed man, AI asked himself to compete with chakra. This is completely impossible. What's the matter, can't make a decision? Long Yu smiled warmly. The solution is very simple. As long as you stay away from me, the caster, this illusion will soon be lifted. Tsukiyomi is one of the strongest illusions that has ever appeared in Hokage. But the duration of the illusion is related to the pupil power of the caster. Kakashi was able to escape that day because of Uchiha Ataka's lack of strength. But after the incident, Kakashi was in a coma for 7 or 8 days before he recovered. Thinking back on that scene afterwards, I still have lingering fears. Of course, I won't let you run away so easily. The smile on Long Yu's face became even greater. AI's cheeks twitched and said, "Boy, don't be too arrogant, I have seen through your means. I can't break your defense, but you can't kill me either." "You're right." Long Yu didn't deny it and said with a smile, "So, I want to make a deal with you. As long as you give me the training method of Lei Dun Chakra mode, I can release the illusion. Forgot to tell you, in this world of illusion, days and nights may have passed in a second." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 12, Scarlet Azura. Whether it was Konoha or Yunren, even AI never imagined that what Long Yu was plotting was actually the Lei Dun Chakra pattern on his body. "Master AI, you must not hand over this technique. This is the secret technique of our Yunnin village. If the people of Konoha get it, it will be a huge threat to our Yunnin village. Master AI, please think carefully, our Yunren is unyielding in 100 battles, and we are not afraid of death. No, compared to Kiribi, this mere secret technique is not worth mentioning at all." AI took out a scroll with his backhand and threw it directly. "Also, this secret technique cannot be learned by anyone. If you are a little careless, you will not be able to control chakra, and you will directly explode and die." Having said that, AI looked at Long Yu and said, "You don't mind what I say?" Long Yu didn't expect that AI would carry the scroll with him. He didn't take a second look after taking it. He smiled warmly and said, "Thank you for your reminder. I hope you won't be surprised when we meet next time. I'll remove the illusion first." When the voice fell, Long Yu's 9-go jade writing wheel eyes stopped abruptly. Eight Tails, who had fallen into an illusion, let out a roar. "I broke through, damn boy, I'm going to kill you. Kiribi, why are you in a coma? I still have to fight." The moment the illusion was unraveled, Kiribi just had time to open his eyes a little, and then fell into a coma. Long Yu was not surprised by this scene. In fact, as long as AI procrastinates a little longer, the 8-tailed bull ghost will also break through the month reading, and Kiribi will also get out of trouble. After all, Long Yu opened Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Uedo in an instant. It is also necessary to maintain Susanoo at all times, which consumes a lot of his pupil power. Moreover, the monthly reading still mainly acts on Kiribi. "Boy, Kiribi will be fine." AI tried several methods, but none of them could wake Kiribi. This is severe loss of consciousness. If it wasn't for Kiribi's complete fit with the 8 tails, I'm afraid that the moment Kiribi lost consciousness, the tailed beast would riot. It's just overdraft of mental strength, you can recover after a period of rest. Long Yu raised the scroll in his hand and said, "Thank you, you can go now." "Long Yu, this is a good opportunity." Inu Feng was anxious, but was interrupted by Mao Kanggu's eyes. AI sneered disdainfully and said, "A bunch of useless people, if it wasn't for the Uchiha clan to have another genius, you would have already been killed by me. Damn Anbu, I haven't even collected such important information." In AI's eyes, if they had known about Uchiha Longjyu, they would never have suffered such a serious loss. "However, you kid, if you can't stay in Konoha, you can come to Yunren village to find me. I welcome you at any time." AI took out a scroll and threw it out again, saying, "This is betraying your information scroll, I hope you can safely return to Konoha." By the way, they all said that among Konoha, the person who has the most chance to become the 4th Hokage is Minato Namikaze, but I think you are equally qualified, Bloody Azura. Abandoning these words, AI helped Kiribi to turn around and left. "Next time we meet, I hope that we will be absolute as shadows. And I will pierce your turtle shell." With AI's departure, the remaining 5 Yunren were unwilling. Still fast-paced. For a time, the huge ruins became empty. "We won, we actually blocked Yunren's large army, as well as the EPUB group. Che, what nonsense are you talking about? It was Long Yu who killed them in seconds and repelled the EPUB group. It is the credit of Long Yu alone. I didn't expect that in the Uchiha clan, in addition to the instant body and water, there is also a genius like Long Yu. The unicorn trick just now made me horrified. The Konoha ninja in the cave was instantly overjoyed, and his face was full of smiles from the rest of his life. In the face of Yunren's impact, they were already desperate. In particular, after knowing the betrayal of Shan Zhongfeng and the oil girl, in their eyes, this is a mortal situation. However, the immediate results have subverted their cognition. When I think of it, the unicorn that killed hundreds of people instantly. The unbreakable Susanoo. Dark as ink, black flames that cannot be extinguished. There is also a powerful and unparalleled illusion. All of this is completely beyond the definition of Shangnan. Judging by AI's statement, Long Yu has now reached the shadow level candidate, commonly known as the existence of penumbra. Did you hear just now that AI and Long Yu agreed to become a shadow and fight again, and even gave him a nickname? What bloody arrow! It's Scarlet Azura, you idiot! Who? Looking at a kind of Konoha ninja with a lot of tongues, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and the moment the Jugu Jade writing wheel eyes disappeared, the Susanoo on his body also disappeared out of thin air. Long Yu, are you injured? I'll treat you right away. Mute rushed forward with a hint of anxiety on her pretty face. Silly girl, he can't even break through the defense, how could I be injured? Long Yu smiled and scratched the Mute Kyung's nose. Lovers are eager, Long Yu, you can't blame Mute. Mao Yu Kangyu also came over with a smile, but his face was more of a sigh. Good boy, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Thanks to you this time, we will be saved. As for other things, we will definitely support you after returning to Konoha. In Konoha, the status of the Uchiha family is very embarrassing. Has been trapped in the dark tide of power between Anbu, Gen, and the garrison. From Mao Yu Kangyu's understanding, Long Yu, as a genius, has been patient all the time, just to avoid these troublesome whirlpools. Of course, Long Yu certainly wouldn't point out Mao Yu Kangyu, who started to make up his mind and made excuses as soon as he appeared on the stage. Glancing at it, with a blushing Mute, Long Yu opened another scroll. Chapter 13, The weak are only the dolls of the strong. There are impressively their guards on it, as well as the specific location of the dark whistle. Damn, our defenses and secret whistle are changing every day. If we can describe it so clearly, only the mountain wind and the oily girl know. Inafeng and his party also walked quickly. Seeing the information on the scroll, his face turned ashen. If it wasn't for Long Yu to shoot this time, I'm afraid we would definitely die. Back to Konoha, we must report this matter to Lord Hokage, otherwise how can we convince the public? The root people are really hateful, even if there is a group hiding in there. Long Yu, don't worry, we will definitely support you. Looking at the crowd of Konoha ninjas, Long Yu didn't say much. In this world, the strong are king, and the weak are just the dolls of the strong. Now in Konoha, Danzo does have a certain status and can make waves. However, Long Yu has an instant full-level system, as long as he is given time. Grow up quickly. Even Madara Uchiha, one of the behind-the-scenes boss Madara, doesn't care about Long Yu, and is afraid of a mere Danzo. Once in a hurry, he doesn't mind a few more lives on his hands. Okay, Long Yu is tired too. Let him rest for a while. Mute, you can also go and see if Long Yu needs help. Mao Yu Kangyu stopped the others. Issues involving the senior officials of Konoha and the Uchiha clan cannot be commented casually. At least, before Long Yu spoke, they couldn't make a conclusion. Otherwise, making Long Yu unhappy is not what Mao Yu Kangyu wants to see. Watching Long Yu leave, the scene boiled again. Mao Yu, those eyes just now made people unable to look directly. Inu Feng couldn't help but leaned over. The powerful thunderbolt ninjutsu, the super-strong pupil and illusion techniques are simply unattainable. Lian Yunren Village's next Raikage heir, AI, also claimed that Long Yu has the qualifications to inherit Hokage. Who do you think is more certain than Namikaze Minato? As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted everyone. Mao Yu Kengyu's expression changed slightly, looking at the curious crowd, he sighed helplessly. The current situation is not as simple as you think. The mountain wind and the oil girl took their roots and fled back to Konoha. With Danzo's hostility to the Uchiha family, they will definitely cover up the two. If Danzo knew we weren't dead, he would probably kill us again. The happy expressions on Inu Feng and the others' faces instantly stiffened. Uyu, do you think the situation is too bad? What should we do now? Need to remind Long Yu? Inu Feng said urgently. Mao Yu Kengyu shook his head and said, Inu Feng, do you think a person who hides so deeply would not know about this kind of thing? According to my inference, Long Yu probably already has a countermeasure. Everyone present was silent, and could not help but glance at each other. Recalling the battle just now, I still vividly remember it. With such a powerful strength, he has been dormant in Konoha for so long. I'm afraid the plot is definitely not small. However, if Yunren can be repelled this time, Long Yu has the greatest credit. Once it is passed back, the senior officials of Konoha must not sit idly by. That Long Yu is also very good, not only can he defeat the EPUB combination, but also plucked the hair and extorted Yunren Village's ninjutsu. If you hand over this Lei-Dun Chakram model to Konoha, it will be a big credit. Everyone in the field was chatting again. After all, this battle was too shocking. You guys say, Long Yu is proficient in Lei-Dun ninjutsu, will he try to learn Lei-Dun Chakram mode? Dog Feng said coldly. Everyone's nerves suddenly tensed, and Mao Yu Kengyu's expression froze as he said, maybe it's really possible. However, I still don't believe that he has comprehended the profound meaning of Luo Lei in 3 days, and has also developed a Lei-Dun Kailan that is enough to rank S-rank ninjutsu. Mao Yu, you said that because you lost your face, right? Inu Feng teased, why don't we take a gamble? Okay, if Long Yu can really do it, I will treat my precious daughter and Long Yu. Mao Yu Kengyu patted his chest and said. Che, Mao Yu, are you a bet? It's just an excuse to send your daughter to Long Yu's arms. If you count me, I also have to bet that if Long Yu really learns, I will let the 2 daughters at the head of the family let Long Yu choose. Old man Mew, you have such a big heart. Your 2 daughters, one is 30 years old and the other is like a giant bear, how can they be put on the table? If Long Yu really likes it, then he is blind. Damn, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm going to duel with you, and if you lose, you'll have sex with my daughter. Inside the cave, Long Yu had no idea that he had dozens of future father-in-laws. As he walked, he stared at the scroll that recorded the Lei-Dun Chakra pattern. Long Yu, are you really not injured? Mute said again with a blushing face. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, you have repeated this question 10 times. If you don't believe me, why don't I take off my clothes and show you? While speaking, Long Yu gestured to unbutton his body. Long Yu, you're a hooligan. Mute's cheeks turned even redder. After glaring at him, he turned and left. Watching her leave, Long Yu was also free. He has consumed a lot of chakra and pupil power now. In other words, his body has been hollowed out. There is no physical strength and impulse to do that at all. Chapter 14, The God of Ninjutsu. I found a good corner, sat down with my knees crossed, and started to try to practice this Thunder Chakra mode. In the battle just now, Long Yu used a kaleidoscope to write a round eye, and secretly checked the moment when AI entered the mode. Now, after comparing it with the explanation recorded on the scroll one by one, it is found that there is no omission. It seems that AI has never thought that he will have Waterloo. He didn't do anything on the magic scroll. After reading it again and again, Long Yu put away the scroll, entered a state of meditation, and restored the chakra in his body a little. After a short while, Long Yu opened his eyes, and the sky outside began to darken. After the battle during the day, a group of Konoha's ninjas obviously performed their respective duties. Some people have been reassigned to guard posts in various places. Therefore, in the huge cave, there is still only Long Yu alone. The chakra in the body has recovered to 70-80-80, and I finally understand the pain of Haki's lack of blue. Long Yu sighed helplessly. Putting 3 big moves will consume 2/3 of chakra. If it encounters a protracted battle, it will be disarmed in the middle. That's a nightmare. Forget it, I'll think about the matter of adding chakra. Now learn the Lei Dun chakra mode first. Long Yu put aside his thoughts. His eyes were slowly closed, and all the explanations on the scroll appeared in his mind. After 3 or 4 seconds, Long Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and his hands flew quickly, forming a series of magic seals. Under the roar of the chakra in the body, strands of electric arcs emerged on the body surface. The next moment, all the information that the kaleidoscope Sharingan copied from AI flashed in Long Yu's mind, and the surgical seal changed in vain. The chakra, which was originally smooth like a trickle, changed in an instant, like a galloping horse. A low roar came out of Long Yu's body. Countless violent blue electric arcs burst out of Long Yu's body, illuminating half of the cave. However, as soon as the thunder arc emerged, it collapsed between the heavens and the earth in an instant. The chakra attributes in the body changed, dissipated directly, and returned to normal. A trace of happiness flashed on Long Yu's face, and he said to himself, "Fortunately, the chakra change was cut off in time, otherwise the attribute change that was agitated at that moment would probably kill me in a blink of an eye. No wonder that guy handed me this arcane scroll so easily. Ding dong, I found out that the host has learned the Lei Dun chakra mode, whether it is full level instantly. Full level immediately." After trying, Long Yu also gave up self-study. There is a system without it, that is self-abuse. Congratulations to the host, Lei Dun chakra mode is full. As the sound of the system's prompts dissipated, Long Yu took a deep breath, his thoughts moved again, and the chakra in his body changed again. Under the crackling sound, blue thunder arcs splattered out of Long Yu's body. In an instant, under the stimulation of this thunder arc, Long Yu felt that his cells and body were quickly activated. It feels really weird. A look of joy flashed across Long Yu's face. Originally, even if a person is accustomed to his own weight, sometimes he will feel a sense of weight bearing. However, now Long Yu is as light as a feather when he is in the Lei Dun chakra mode. However, the consumption of chakra in the body is also not slow. With Long Yu's current chakra volume, it can support up to 20 minutes. If you perform any more ninjutsu, then the time supported by the Thunderbolt chakra mode will probably be further shortened. I am afraid it is for this reason that AI will develop ninjutsu to reduce his chakra loss. Try the speed first. Long Yu took one step. With a puff on the spot, except for the remaining traces of lightning arcs, the whole person was like a blue electric light, blazing straight out of the cave. The Konoha ninja, who was stationed not far outside the cave, was startled at first, and then he couldn't help rubbing his eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Inafeng and Maoyu Kangguya walked slowly. We seemed to see a blue light flashing just now. But before I could see it clearly, it disappeared out of thin air." "Blue light?" Inafeng and Maoyu Kangguya were stunned for a moment, and then quickly asked, "Is that feeling the same as AI Shi's Lei Dun chakra mode?" "Senior Uzuki, when you say this, I feel a bit similar." "Senior Uyuki, are you saying that Yunren went back and returned to take revenge?" There was a trace of nervousness on the faces of the two slightly younger Chunin. Not long after the battle, they had the backbone of Long Yu. But Yunren suffered a big loss last time, and I'm afraid he won't be hit again this time. No, I would rather have Yunren come back to ask for trouble, and I don't want to believe the guesses in my heart. Mao Yukanggu and Inu Feng couldn't help but look at each other. The two clearly wanted to go to the same place. Go and see the cave, is Long Yu still in it? As soon as these words came out, the two slightly younger Konoha ninjas were completely enlightened. If the thunder light just now, it is exactly the same as the Lei Dun Chakra mode. The person who performed this secret technique was not Ai, the heir of Reikage, but Uchihara Yu. Now that the battle is over, it is only half a day to get the scroll that records the Lei Dun Chakra mode. If Long Yu really learned the secret technique, what else can be used to describe it? Genius? Evildoer? Monster? Or the god of ninjutsu? Long Yu, who was thousands of meters away, did not know that his actions would bring them such a big shock. Chapter 15, Konoha Swordsmanship 3 Sun Moon Shadow Dance / In Lei Dun Chakra mode, his speed has completely reached the subsonic level. In the blink of an eye, it is a distance of hundreds of meters. Moreover, under the activation of cells, Long Yu's neural response, attack power, and 5 senses have been greatly improved. Even the sound of insects hundreds of meters away can be clearly heard. Stop, our Konoha ninja! A hurried cry came. Long Yu instantly locked the source of the sound. Although there is no abnormal sensory ninjutsu, Long Yu can still identify the approximate number of people through the sound. 7 people besieging 2 people, it's interesting. Long Yu's lips twitched and he couldn't help but smile. In a flash, he decided to go and see what happened to Konoha ninja. In the forest, a clearing. 2 slender figures looked back to back at the ninjas with all kinds of hideous animal masks, eyeing all around. We are Konoha ninjas, this is the proof of identity. A pale boy, only 12 or 13 years old, couldn't help saying. Behind him is a girl with purple hair and a beautiful face. Judging from the identification they wore, the two were new Chunin. Of course, the weight of this Chunin, placed in the peaceful era in the original work, requires passing the Chunin exam and the evaluation of the great names of various countries to be able to rank in this column. Unfortunately, in the Third Ninja War, the vast majority of Chunin are forcibly promoted. 1. Opening up 3 major battlefields at the same time has already squandered the backbone of Konoha. 2. The protracted war is all about attrition. With the limited combat power in Konoha, it is impossible to last long. 3. The forcible promotion to Chunin is to deceive the enemy. If you really care about it, it is also a strong external force. According to the understanding in Long Yu's memory, this Chunin assessment method. B-level mission in the team you are in, and at the same time come back alive, you can apply to become a Chunin. Long Yu clearly remembered that in the Third Ninja War, the tail of the crane took the soil, and the riding wheel was not even opened. It can be promoted to Chunin, with Kakashi as the captain, to perform special tasks. This is enough to prove how big the water in Chunin is. Xian, you must be careful when you stand behind me. It's not far from the pass station. These Anbu just misunderstood our identity, they were pretending to be the enemy, as long as I explain clearly. Can't stop explaining. A trace of tension appeared on Uyuki Xian's face. This is the first time she has officially set foot on the battlefield after graduating from the Ninja Academy. All along, she just took some small tasks, looking for cats and dogs, guarding Konoha Ninja Village and other relatively simple tasks. Also take part in some harmless battles to gain some experience. 3 days ago, she was suddenly promoted to Chunin. Xian knew clearly that this was the reason for the emergency on the front lines. As a result, it was necessary to urgently deploy combat power for support in the rear of Konoha. Originally, Uyuki Xian was still thinking about how to escape the battlefield. Unfortunately, as soon as I heard that Yunren launched a sneak attack, her father, Mao Yukanggu, happened to be participating in the battle. In order to urgently send the Golden Flash, Kamikaze Minato's High Rage and Kumi, to the battlefield, so he personally invited him to fight. As for Moonlight Blast, it was because of a strange feeling in my heart that I couldn't help but accept this task. After 3 days of continuous rush, it is not far from the pass. I thought I could reach it smoothly, but I didn't expect to be stopped by Anbu of Konoha at such a critical moment. Seniors, I'm Konoha Shinjin Chunin, Moonlight Gale, my father is Moonlight Black Knight, one of the 8 colors of Konoha, this is my family token. Moonlight Gale quickly moved out the backer. Unlike Maoyu Kangyu, Moonlight Blaze's father, Moonlight Black Knight, is one of the 8 colors of Konoha. One-handed Konoha-style 3-sun and moon swordsmanship, combined with Sweji boundary to Dun. On the battlefield, he is a terrifying assassin. Looking at the entire Konoha, the strength is also the outstanding existence in the upper ninja. According to Moonlight Gale's calculations, now they just need to figure out who they are and move their father out. These Anbu ninjas are amazed. Will obediently let them go. If they are not careful, I am afraid they will escort them to the stronghold. Kill them. Anbu ninja who took the lead suddenly said. Moonlight Gale's smile instantly froze, and even Yuuzian, who was standing behind him, was no exception. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and the 2 root ninjas moved instantly. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of Moonlight Blast. In their eyes, it was an easy task to deal with the mere 2 humongous Chunin. The violent scene made Moonlight Blaze look stiff. Looking at the 2 short knives rapidly expanding in the pupils, there was a fatal mistake on the battlefield. Got lost. The 2 root ninjas who shot, a smile flashed in the depths of their eyes. Half a day ago, they were stationed dozens of miles away, in a secret stronghold belonging to the root. After receiving the order of Yamanaka Kaze and Oil Girl Tuzhange to kill all Konoha ninjas, they rushed over. Before arriving at the pass stronghold, I met 2 rookies. For the task of bullying a rookie, they don't miss the fun. Konoha-style swordsmanship 3-sun and moon shadow dance slash. The crisp and tender drink sounded, and a pretty shadow suddenly flashed out, and attacked from behind the Moonlight Blast. The ninja knife in his hand circulated faint chakra fluctuations. The next moment, in an instant, 1 turned into 3, and attacked the 2 Anbu head-on. The violent scene made the 2 Anbu obviously feel caught off guard. Of course, they have heard about the Konoha-style swordsmanship possessed by Moonlight Hei in Konoha. Facing the illusory attack with a lurking murderous intent right now, I didn't have time to think about it, so I quickly pulled away and retreated, temporarily opening the distance. Seeing this, Yuuzian pulled Moonlight Blast behind her, and at the same time threw out several shuriken with her backhand. Hai Feng, if you have a chance, you should escape first. As long as you rush to the pass for help, we will have a chance to be saved. Am I fleeing alone? Moonlight Gale couldn't help but startled and said, how can I leave you alone? Chapter 16, Escape, let's escape quickly. We're going to die together. Mao Yuzian's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but feel a little moved in her heart when she looked at the resolute Moonlight Blast. It can be said that in this life and death situation, people who can still say such words are considered tribulations. However, this thought just flashed in my mind, and a big hand suddenly protruded from the ground. Be careful with the wind. Mao Yuzian almost made a sound, and quickly jumped up. At this moment, she discovered that the attack of the 2 Anbu ninjas just now was only a detailed attack. The team leader who took the lead had already identified the opportunity, lurked underground, and carried out a sneak attack. However, what disappointed Yuuzian was that Moonlight Gale was still as stunned as she was, standing in the same place at a loss. Originally, Moonlight Blast did not notice the existence of the other party, but after reminded by Yuuzian, it was already 1 beat slower. Now he is still dumbfounded, obviously unable to escape. 2 Done, the technique of beheading in the soil. Anbu Ninja grabbed Moonlight Gale's ankle. The surrounding ground rolled quickly like running water. Moonlight Blast suddenly woke up. trying to break free from the attack, but found that he had been dragged into the dirt. The next moment, after the chakra dissipated, only one head bulged out. The violent scene made Yu Yuxian's complexion change drastically. She never imagined that the moonlight blast would be captured in a single encounter on the battlefield. There are only 7 people on the other side, and she is only one person. If she wants to save Moonlight Blast, the only way is to escape to the stronghold for help. Little girl, now is not the time for you to lose your mind. A sneering voice suddenly came. I saw 2 ninjas, with a backhand toss, 2 shuriken, attacked her in a roundabout form. There is also a special rope, if you miss a little, I am afraid it will be tied directly. However, in mid-air, Yu Yuxian couldn't dodge at all. There are also Anbu ninjas who are eyeing tigers all around. As long as there is any flaw, I am afraid that it will directly lead to death. Looking at the rapidly approaching rope, a trace of inexplicable bitterness appeared on Yu Yuxian's face. Looking at the past not far away, while smiling bitterly, a shuriken suddenly shot out in the dark. When the sparks splattered, and the 2 kunai were instantly smashed into the air. The sudden scene changed the expressions of everyone in the field. It's such an exquisite shuriken technique that with just one shuriken, 2 kunai were knocked into the air. The captain of Anbu, who was lurking in the soil, lost his voice and exclaimed. Before he could think about it, he hurriedly glanced around and gave orders at the same time. Immediately probe the surrounding enemies, and if you find them, kill them immediately. The stern voice was spit out, and the captain of Anbu thought that his subordinates would act in an instant. However, after seeing the panic in their pupils, the nerves suddenly tightened. Are you going to kill me? The joking voice came from behind, and the captain of Anbu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly performed soil stealth, intending to escape. However, just as he had just drilled into the soil, an awe-inspiring aura of death instantly spread all over his body. I found you! The voice fell, and the fist wrapped in thunder light, like a battle axe, mixed with the sound of wind and thunder, smashed directly to the ground. Boom! It exploded like a thunderstorm. The instant the fist landed on the ground, the solid ground shattered. Cobweb-like cracks quickly spread around. The Anbu squad leader who had just dived into the soil had his head shattered like a watermelon. The hot blood splashed down, like bright fireworks, but it gave people a shocking feeling. Escape, let's escape quickly. The remaining 6 Anbu ninjas panicked instantly. In a flash, he was about to walk away. However, during this process, they always paid attention to Long Yu's figure. But with a little movement, that frightening figure disappeared out of thin air. Thunderstorm knife. Long Yu's right hand turned into a hand knife, and at the subsonic speed of the thunderbolt chakra, he instantly appeared in front of the first Anbu ninja who escaped. Without any bells and whistles, his right hand slammed down towards his neck, and blood spattered. Before the panic on his face could dissipate, the huge head was thrown directly into the air. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. It is a pity that all defenses are pale and powerless in the face of Long Yu, who is like a god of death. 5 flickered, and they just had time to see the blue lightning. It's too late to react. There was only time in my mind, a figure surrounded by lightning, and the huge head was thrown out with blood. When Long Yu stopped, the 6 heads fell to the ground. Like rain hitting a banana, a large amount of hot blood splattered. Mao Yuzingxian also just stood firm, looking at the person in front of her who was bathed in thunder light, with a warm smile on her face. Like Long Yu, who was a teenager next door, she couldn't help but take a half step back. Now it's your turn. Long Yu laughed playfully. You're a pretty girl, why don't you let the uncle have fun? The low voice made the expressions of Yu Yuxian and Yue Guanggale stagnate for a while. They never thought that the person in front of them was not the savior, but a prodigal son. You, what exactly do you want to do? Yu Yuxian subconsciously took a half step back. after witnessing Long Yu instantly kill 7 Anbu. Hearing these frivolous words, she was willing to face those Anbu. It's better to be frivolous than to be killed. I won't tell you, you should be very clear. Long Yu smiled playfully and looked at Moonlight Gale. I'm giving you a chance to live now. Are you willing to let us go? Yuegwang Gale said with joy on his face, my dad is Moonlight Dark Knight. As long as you let us go, we will definitely pay you back. While talking, Moonlight Blast thought about leaving with Liu Zian. Chapter 17, Bet at the Opening. You seem to be mistaken, I mean, only one of you can leave alive. Long Yu said suddenly. Moonlight Blast and Mao Yuzian couldn't help but stagnate. Doesn't this make them live and die? Don't worry, it's up to you to decide who will leave and who will stay. Of course I'll do the murder. Long Yu laughed mischievously. If you think you can be stronger than the 7 Anbu, just come and die. A small voice echoed in the forest, making the atmosphere in the field more inexplicably depressed. Liu Zian couldn't help but look at Moonlight Blast. The sight of her goal made her stunned for a moment. Zian, wait for me. This place is only a few kilometers away from the stronghold. My speed is faster than yours, and I will definitely be able to move to the rescue. Moonlight Blast dropped those words, turned around and ran away. The speed was so fast that it completely took out the strength of feeding. After several ups and downs, he plunged into the forest and disappeared. You said, the microcosm will explode if people are in a predicament. Long Yu said with a smile. Liu Zian's face turned pale, she took out a kunao with her backhand and stabbed it directly into her throat. When Long Yu threw out a shuriken with his backhand, instantly knocking Kuai away from Liu Zian's hand. Mao Yuzian's expression changed, and she shouted in a hurry, didn't you say that there are only life and death? Can I do it myself now? Of course you can. Long Yu said solemnly, however, I'm just trying to scare you guys. I didn't expect that kid to run faster than a rabbit. Let's go, or Uncle Ozuki will worry about you. Abandoning these words, Long Yu turned around and walked towards the base. Liu Zian was stunned, she was already thinking of suicide. Where would one expect the result to be like this? Looking at Long Yu's back, and the Moonlight Gale who fled just now, there was a hint of self-deprecation on his face. Help, Uncle Mao Yu, hurry up and save Zian. Moonlight Gale wind was detected by the Dark Sentry before it set foot on the stronghold. The battle of Long Yu just now was also detected by the Perception Ninja. Therefore, Mao Yu Kanggu and Inu Feng had already brought people out. Hi Feng, why are you here? Mao Yu Kanggu's expression couldn't help changing. What were you talking about just now? What happened to Zian? Uncle Ozuki, something is bad. Yuegwang Gufeng explained in a hurry, Zian and I were instructed to bring Senior Minato's Flying Thunder God Kunao to accurately locate the senior's space jump. However, Zian and I were ambushed by Anbujen in a few thousand meters. At a critical moment, a teenager with a thunder arc wrapped around his body shot and killed the person in the route. However, he coveted Zian's beauty and let one of us leave. I was faster than Zian, so I came to ask for help. Looking at the anxious and flustered Moonlight Blast, everyone looked at each other. You bastard! Mao Yu Kanggu threw it back. Snapped. A crisp slap suddenly sounded. Covered his cheeks and said, Uncle Mao Yu, why did you hit me? Hurry up and save Zian, there may be a chance to go now. Fuck your sister. Mao Yu Kanggu almost kicked him. 2 live and 1, you run away first. If Zian didn't encounter Long Yu this time, and something happened to her, I would definitely abolish you. Even if your father is a moonlit knight, I don't care. In Mao Yu Kanggu's eyes, Moonlight Blast and Mao Yu Zian are also childhood sweethearts. Moreover, Moonlight Dark Knight also instructs Ozuki Yu in Konoha-style swordsmanship. So, I still appreciate Moonlight Blast. If this situation continued for a little longer, Perhaps Mao Yukangyu would allow them to develop. It's okay now, when faced with a life or death decision, run faster than a rabbit. This made Yukangyu feel blind. Uncle Oyu, what did you say? Xian is still in the hands of that madman. Yue Guanggale's expression stiffened. Hi, are you looking for me? When I was just walking, I saw two stunned greens, so I rescued them easily. A familiar voice came floating. Yu Moonlight Blast couldn't help but stunned, and hurriedly followed the voice. What caught the eye was the murderous face that didn't blink. What made Yue Guang Blast didn't expect that Mao Yuxian walked slowly with a frosty expression on her face. Why are you okay? Yue Guanggale looked at Yu Yuxian and couldn't help saying. You're so funny, you ran faster than a rabbit just now, and now you're asking me if I have something to say about Xian. Long Yu said with a smile. I'm still young and don't know what that stuff is. The moonlight is fast and the atmosphere is knotted, and he can clearly see the wretchedness on Long Feng's face just now. Xian, listen to my explanation. Moonlight Gale hurried forward. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded suddenly. There doesn't seem to be anything between us that needs to be explained, classmate Hayate. Xian said coldly. Dad, I'll take over the task. Well, let's go in and talk about it. Mao Yukangyu glanced at Yue Guang Jiafeng coldly and said, Girl, you will need to use your eyes to recognize people in the future. Some people won't show their horse's legs until the critical moment. Once they choose the wrong one, they can't go back. Looking at Yu Yuxian, who had no nostalgia at all, and walked away directly, Yue Guanggale's expression turned ashen. Your name is Long Yu, I want to be with you. Yue Guanggale hurriedly shouted while covering her stinging cheek. Are you going to duel with me? Come over, I just haven't killed enough. Long Yu laughed playfully. Duel? Long Yu, go ahead and let us take a gamble. But your odds are very low. Looking at the situation that was instantly noisy, Moonlight Blaze's face turned red, thinking of the 7 root ninjas who were instantly killed, and was completely discouraged. I'm going to hand over the task now. Moonlight Gale turned and left neatly. Again, the crowd burst into laughter. Chapter 18, Dad, you betrayed me. Long Yu, have you really learned the Lei Dun Chakra mode? Inu Feng suddenly said. There was an inexplicable silence in the huge ruins, and everyone stared at Long Yu. No. Long Yu said nonsense seriously. No. Inu Feng rolled his eyes and said, You're hiding really deep. Let me tell you secretly, that Guy Huyu is betting with us that if you learn the Lei Dun Chakra pattern, he will let Xian have a blind date with you. You are all 14 or 15 years old, and it's time to start a family and start a business. Long Yu almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. According to Inu Feng, he was sold just now, and he even helped people with money. Inside the cave, Mao Yuxian gave the Fei Lei Shen Qiu in her hands to Mao Yukangyu. Dad, according to the description of the 3rd generation, after bringing the Flying Thunder God Qiu, as long as you activate the Qiushang art, Father, Minato Sr. can feel the coordinates and jump in space. Yu Yuxian said anxiously. The army of Yun Ninja is coming. According to the information, I am afraid that the EPUB group will lead the team in person. In the face of this kind of enemy, only the seniors of Minato can fight against it. As she spoke, Tuzuki Yuin opened the scroll that activated Fei Lei Shen Kunao. Xian, you don't need it anymore. Mao Yukangyu stopped him and said with a wry smile, You are already late. Dad, what are you talking about? Didn't we catch up? Yu Yuxian said anxiously. This time, there are hundreds of people in Yunren's army. AI in the EPUB group is still the next successor designated by the 3 generations of Reikage. Once they attack, this place will not be able to stop it. Now the time is pressing, let's activate it quickly. Xian, I really don't need it anymore. Mao Yu Kangyu patted the back of Xian's hand and said, Long Yu has already repelled them. No, it should be said that it was killed. Speaking of which, Rao was Mao Yu Kangyu, and a trace of awe could not help but appear on his face. Anxiously, Dad, what happened? You just said that the person who solved Yun Ren was that Long Yu. His own credit. Yes, this is his credit alone. When Mao Yu Kangyu mentioned the battle, his voice trembled a little. If you saw it with your own eyes, you would be like me. Dealing with the Yun Ren army alone, with the help of Tian Li, he used the S-level Thunder Escape Kylan to kill hundreds of Yun Ren with one blow. Using a powerful pupil technique, summoning a blood shura, a black flame that cannot be extinguished, and a powerful illusion that instantly suppresses the power of the eight-tailed people. Yu Xian was stunned. It was the first time she saw her father, like a child. So much respect for a young man. However, following the description of Mao Yu Kangyu, a vague picture of that battle appeared in Xian's mind involuntarily. Dad, according to what you said, that dragon feather is hidden so deep, could it be a genius hidden by the Uchiha clan? Uzuki Xian said in a deep voice, I am afraid that with such strength, I can compete for the position of Hokage. By the way, when AI left, he also said that the next decisive battle will be fought as a shadow. Mao Yu Kangyu said excitedly, Long Yu is also called Scarlet Azura. Uzuki Xian's face also changed. Of course she had heard of the Yun Renab combination. Among them, AI is the successor of the next Reikage. Now Long Yu has such a high evaluation, and the recognition of the next generation of Reikage. If you say that you are not qualified to be Hokage, that is false. By the way, Xian, I have something I want to discuss with you. Mao Yu Kangyu said with an embarrassed expression. Mao Yu Xian frowned and said, Dad, you said so excitedly just now, you won't do anything to hurt me, right? Cough, Xian, please don't say that. Dad just thinks that Long Yu is good, and plans to introduce you to a blind date. Mao Yu Kangyu coughed dryly. Dad, you actually betrayed me. Mao Yu Xian's expression turned ashen. She never thought that when she met Mao Yu Kangyu, she would make such a decision on the battlefield. This riding horse was sold, and it also helped people with money. Xian, don't be so excited. You also saw that brat, Huo Feng, at the time of his life and death, he gave up on you and ran away alone, but Long Yu was different. When Yun Ren attacked, he is still fighting against him alone, who is stronger and who is weaker, as long as he is not blind, he can tell. Mao Yu Kangyu's face showed anger. Thinking of it, if the person Mao Yu Xian met this time was not Long Yu, then she might be waiting for her death. Get out of the way, you guys get out of the way, I want to see Xian. The voice of the moonlight blast came from outside the cave. Xian, I'm going out to send him, don't bother with him anymore. Mao Yu Kangyu's face sank, and he was about to stand up. Dad, let me go, this is my business. Mao Yu Xian stopped her and walked straight out of the cave. In the face of the noise of the moonlight and the wind, the people around were obviously attracted. Get out of the way, I want to see Xian, and I have something to tell her. Yue Guanggale shouted in a hurry. Unfortunately, no matter how he called, the two Konoha ninjas who were guarding outside the cave remained indifferent. Moonlight Gale, don't make trouble here. Inu Feng persuaded in a deep voice, this is an important place, you are a Chunin, you can't enter casually without communication, hurry back to the side, don't let it go. Get in the way of others. Uncle Inu Feng, who am I in the way? I just want to explain to Xian that I just wanted to save people and plan to come back to rescue soldiers. Yue Guanggale hurriedly turned his head and looked behind him. It was an unexpected figure. You blocked me. Long Yu stretched his waist and said, it's getting dark, I have to go back and have a good rest, remember to tell me when I finish eating. Long Yu, don't worry, we will lose your share there. The two Konoha ninjas, who were originally indifferent, quickly piled up a smile. Looking at this scene, Moonlight Blast couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 19, Stupid, I'm behind you. Uncle Inafeng, didn't you say that this cave is an important place, and Chunin can't go in casually? Why can't he? Moonlight Gale said in a hurry. As soon as these words came out, the Konoha ninja present instantly became unhappy. Inu Feng was no exception. He treated him coldly and said, Moonlight gusts sometimes need to be done in moderation. If Long Yu is considered a Chunin, then in this world, I am afraid there will be no Hokage anymore. Yes, you are a life-hungry person, if it wasn't for the fact that you are also a Konoha ninja, and Moonlight Dark Night is one of the 8 colors of Konoha, we would never let someone like you come in. Moonlight Gale, if I were you, I'd better stay by the side, don't continue to be ashamed here. Moonlight was stunned. For a long time, due to the backing of Moonlight and Dark Night, and the boundaries of blood, he has always been regarded as a genius. Did you purposely isolate me? Xian and I are childhood sweethearts, and she will listen to my explanation. A trace of madness flashed on Yueguang Gaifeng's face, and he said anxiously, let me in, Xian will definitely forgive me. Moonlight Blast, you're enough. Mao Yuxian's voice came from inside the cave. Soon 2 figures were seen coming out of it. This time, it has nothing to do with me. Long Yu shrugged helplessly and said, it was he who yelled and wanted to explain it to you, you can solve it yourself. Looking at Long Yu, who was the initiator, she turned and left in a dashing manner. Mao Yuxian was stunned at first, and her eyebrows were furrowed. Long Yu, can you stay for a while? I stay. Long Yu glanced at Mao Yukanggu suspiciously. Instantly smelled what was going on. Xian, what are you leaving him for? Go to the grass over there, and I will explain it to you alone. Moonlight Gale hurriedly reached out and caught Mao Yuxian. However, before meeting, he was avoided by Yuxian. Moonlight Gale, please don't act indiscriminately in front of my target, or I will cut off the relationship with you as an ordinary friend. Mao Yuxian said suddenly. As soon as these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but stagnate and looked at Long Yu. Long Yu was instantly helpless. He finally understood what it meant to be shot while lying down. Xian, what are you talking about, who is your target? Moonlight became anxious. It's Uchiha Ryuyu. My dad has already promised me to date Ryuyu, so please don't harass us in the future. Uzuki Xian said coldly. Yueguang Gaifeng couldn't help but startled, and said, it's impossible, I don't believe you, you said this to anger me. You and Uchiha Ryuyu don't know each other at all. Among the younger generation, it has always been instilled that the Uchiha clan is the root cause of the rebellion. In order to avoid suspicion, many people will actively avoid the people of the Uchiha clan. Moonlight Blast, you're enough. A trace of disgust appeared on Mao Yuxian's face. In her eyes, Moonlight Blast in the past was a sensible, talented, and responsible genius. I never thought that this kind of thing would happen when I walked out of the village for the first time. No, I'm not enough, you give me a chance to explain. Moonlight Gale pleaded eagerly. Lick the dog. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said. If she finishes explaining, won't you stop making trouble? Yes, as long as Xian finishes explaining, I will leave obediently. Yueguang Gale looked stubborn. Okay, you've seen it. Long Yu wrapped a hug around Mao Yuxian's waist, his right hand suddenly pressed down and pulled her directly into his arms. Without any hesitation, under the stunned eyes of everyone, they directly kissed. It's a light kiss. However, it still made Yuxian's mind roar, and it went blank. You, what are you doing? Moonlight Gale suddenly woke up. This was the first kiss that he had been eyeing for 7 or 8 years, but he couldn't get it. Now that it was stolen by Long Yu in the blink of an eye, how could he accept it? Isn't this an explanation? Long Yu spread his hands and said, now give up. If nothing happens, I'll go back to rest first. Looking at the back of Long Yu, who was still indifferent after the strong kiss, turned and left, the expression of Moonlight Gale instantly distorted. Without any hesitation, he took out a kunao from his waist and stabbed Long Yu's back. The closeness of the distance made everyone's faces change dramatically. They never imagined that the moonlight blast would be so crazy. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu seemed to be unknown. Pfft! Kunao instantly pierced Long Yu's body, and immediately a white mist rose up, causing the crazy moonlight blast to be stunned for a moment. Idiot, I'm behind you. Long Yu's right hand turned into a knife, and he slashed directly towards Moonlight Gale's neck. Moonlight Blast's expression changed dramatically, but in this case, he didn't have time to dodge at all. Can only wait for the attack to fall. Whoosh! A golden flash suddenly appeared. Before everyone could react, an unexpected figure appeared in front of Long Yu. The probe hand buckled on Long Yu's wrist. The sudden appearance of the figure made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. That golden hair made Long Yu pursed his lips and smiled. Watergate, after hiding for so long, I thought you didn't want to come out. It's the golden glittering wave wind Minato, and he actually arrived. Only time-space ninjutsu can cross the two major battlefields and arrive here in such a short time. Cut, you might as well say that only the speed of Namikaze Minato can stop Long Yu's attack, otherwise that kid Moonlight Gale will definitely suffer. Humph, this stinky boy, no one will be able to swallow his anger if he doesn't suffer a little, but it's all for now. In the face of Moonlight Blast's behavior of abandoning their companions on the battlefield, many people were dissatisfied. In particular, the willful behavior just now has attracted the hostility of many people. This is a battlefield, not a place where one's feelings are mixed with children's personal feelings. Chapter 20, Silly. I actually don't want to show up. After I found out that Yun Ren's attack was repelled by you, I thought about returning to the land of the land. Unfortunately, if I didn't make a move just now, I'm afraid this kid will suffer a little bit. Minato Namifeng said with a wry smile. Lord Minato, it's him, he was the one who teased me in the forest just now, that made Xian misunderstand me. You must make the decision for me. Yue Guang hurriedly said. Long Yu shook his head with a smile and said, Watergate, you have seen it too. If you want to calm him down, you should suffer a little. Besides, you can't stop me from teaching someone a lesson. Boom! A burst of white mist appeared on Long Yu's body, and the next moment the whole person disappeared out of thin air. Is it the technique of shadow clones? Namikaze Minato's expression changed. Before I could think about it, I turned around and looked. At the same time, he swung his right hand back, and the kunao, which depicts the seal of the Flying Thunder God, was instantly released. Long Yu, who had just appeared behind the moonlight blast, had a smile on his face, and his body swayed half an inch like a ghost. Fei Lei Shenqiu almost passed by, and the attack failed directly. It's coming! Someone exclaimed. Everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and there was a hint of urgency in their eyes. Flying Thunder God technique. I didn't see any movement of Nafeng Minato, and disappeared out of thin air in the next moment. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above Flying Thunder God Kunao. He reached out and grabbed Long Yu's shoulder directly. I caught you! A smile appeared on Minato Namikaze's face. He hadn't met anyone who dared to challenge his speed for a long time. Now Long Yu's actions have undoubtedly made him have a mentality of fighting for victory. Really? Long Yu said with a smile on his face, however, you are too naive. A small voice suddenly spread. The next moment, a crackling thunder arc bloomed on Long Yu's body. Under the raging thunder light, Long Yu, who was about to be caught, disappeared out of thin air. Appeared again, and has come to the back of the moonlight blast. The knife in his right hand was as fast as a thunderbolt, and slashed straight down the back of his neck. Bang! The dull collision sound suddenly sounded. The hand knife fell directly on the neck of Moonlight Gale, and under the attack of tremendous force, he rolled his eyes, passed out of a coma, and fell to the ground. The violent scene left everyone in the field dumbfounded. Looking at the thunder light scattered from Long Yu's body, his face was full of disbelief. If they said that a moment ago, they had guessed from the one-sided words of the Moonlight Blast whether Long Yu had mastered the Lei Dun Chakra mode. However, seeing it with my own eyes now has a different meaning. From repelling Yun Ren, it has only been half a day. Long Yu will learn the Lei Dun Chakra mode, known as one of the most difficult secret techniques in Yunnan village. What words can be used to describe this speed? Fear? Evildoer? Indescribable? More importantly, there is no contrast, no harm. Facing the so-called Golden Glitter Minato, Long Yu can also teach the Moonlight Blast. It means that it is better than the speed. Hehe, Minato is sorry, no one can stop the person I want to teach, even myself. Long Yu laughed dryly. If it were replaced by the former Uchiha Ryuyu, facing the legendary Konoha Tensei, he would definitely bow down like a pug. But now that he has an instant full-level system, he wants to bend his back. Then wash and sleep. Long Yu's words are serious, and you can show mercy. For Moonlight Gale, it is already the best lesson. Minato Namikaze is a new generation of peaceful ninjas. Moreover, the personal friendship with Uchiha Fuyu is very good, and he is still called a brother in private. For a long time, I have been very concerned about the problems of the Uchiha family. And Uchiha Fuyu, both have the mentality of peaceful solution. Otherwise, Uchiha Fugaku, who has already awakened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, did not take into account the relationship between him and Namikaze Minato. Kazuo firmly believes in the concept of Minato Nami Feng, and I am afraid that Konoha has long been reflected. It's a pity that the Third Ninja World War is now drawing to a close. A year later, Minato Nami Feng died, and then a series of events broke out under the manipulation of Danzo and other high-level officials. Of course, Long Yu didn't pay attention to all of this. With the addition of the system, the world is so big that there is no place to hide. If you really push him, throw 2 or 3 big moves at will, slap the butt and slip away, no one can stop him. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back and have a rest first. It's really hard to be short of blue. Long Yu patted Minato Namifeng on the shoulder. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, he walked into the cave. In their eyes, Namikaze Minato is an unattainable existence. Known as Konoha, the most qualified to inherit the identity of the next Hokage, he is treated respectfully on weekdays, even the older generation is no exception. When have I ever seen a person as big as Long Yu who has no reverence at all? After watching Long Yu leave, Maoyu Kangyu stepped forward with a wry smile and said, "Lord Minato, don't blame Long Yu, it's all his credit for being able to defeat Yunren and the EPUB group this time. Besides, he's only in his early 15 or 16 years, so he doesn't know much about etiquette. Compared with Minato Namikaze in his early 20s, Long Yu can be called a junior. Moreover, compared with the long-standing and prominent status of Namikaze Minato, Long Yu indeed lacked etiquette." "Senior Kangyu, you are calling my lord again." Minato reluctantly shook his head, "With you guys, I like Long Yu instead. However, according to my understanding, Long Yu was originally a less outstanding junior in the Uchiha clan. When he came out, Fuyu also asked me to help him take care of Long Yu. It seems that he was hidden." For this remark, everyone in the field was sighed. Hokage starting from the instant full level. Chapter 21, I'm too hard. When I thought of the unicorn that fell from the sky, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, the soles of my feet were still cold. "Lord Watergate, your status is different now. You have the right to call us old immortals," Maoyu Kangyu said with a smile. "However, we have one thing to report. Long Yu probably did not want to get involved in the dispute between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, so he deliberately hid it. Following Kangyu Uzuki's narration, Minato, who was originally smiling, turned solemn. Senior Kangyu, do you say that Long Yu has a powerful thunderbolt ninjutsu, a special Sharin jutsu, and also has the heaven-defying talent for learning ninjutsu? Minato Namikaze couldn't help but asked. Looking at everyone in the field who nodded in unison, Minato Namikaze couldn't hold his breath anymore. Senior Kangyu, I'll give you the Moonlight Blast first, and I'll go to Long Yu to have a look. Lord Minato, don't worry, but in Yunrin village, the next Raikage heir, AI, once said that Long Yu has the qualifications to become the next Hokage. I hope you don't mind. Uyu Kangyu said after a moment of hesitation. This time, Danzang's confidant, Shan Zhongfeng, an oil girl, not only fled back, but also leaked our stronghold information to Yunren. If Danzang knew that Long Yu had ruined his subordinates' affairs, I'm afraid he would. Regarding Long Yu, we hope that Mizuno-sama can help one or two at a critical moment. In the eyes of Maoyu Kangyu and others, external enemies can still be eliminated by powerful means. But in the face of internal struggles, it can be said that it is easy to hide with open guns, and difficult to guard against hidden arrows. Senior Kangyu, don't worry, I understand what to do. Minato Namifeng nodded and said, wait a while, I'll report the matter here to Lord Hokage 3. With 3 generations of Hokage-sama coming forward, Danzo will also retreat a bit. Uyu Kangyu breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is arranged like this for the time being. The next defense will depend on everyone's concerted efforts. Minato patted Maoyu Kangyu on the shoulder and said, I'll go talk to Long Yu first. After watching Namikaze Minato leave, Uyuki Xian finally couldn't hold back her breath and said, Dad, are you saying that once Long Yu returns to Konoha, I'm afraid he will be hit by the roots? What's the matter? Are you concerned about your little lover so soon? Inu Feng teased. Uyu Xian glared at him and said, who is his lover? I just don't want Konoha Ninja Village to lose such a strong man. This kind of person is like a companion and is an absolutely powerful backing, but if it is an enemy, it would be too terrifying. Maoyu Kangyu said suddenly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions couldn't help changing. As Uyu Kangyu said, facing the existence of Long Yu, the only thing we can do is to be friends and not enemies. Even if you can't be friends, you can only be passers-by. Inside the cave, Long Yu sat cross-legged, restoring the chakra in his body. At the same time, he was thinking about how to solve the problem of lack of blue in a short period of time. After these 2 battles, his chakra was exhausted, and if it wasn't for the strength of his pupils in the face of the enemy, I am afraid that I will not be able to get up. After thinking about it, Long Yu finally just concluded 2 methods. Make a contract with Miao Mushin, and then learn the immortal mode. By absorbing the power of nature, you can quickly return to blue. Second, find the head and tail beasts to be the pillars of their own. This is the quickest way Long Yu can think of right now. However, Miao Mushin's psychic contract has always been worn by Jiraiya. Since Orochimaru rebelled and escaped from Konoha, Jiraiya has also become a dad and has been following Orochimaru. It would be difficult to find Jiraiya in a short period of time. As for looking for a head-tailed beast to be a human Zulai, looking around the entire ninja world, except for the 3-tailed, the rest of the 8-headed tailed beasts are all lodged in the human Zulai body. During the current war, every shinobi village is very cautious about the protection of the human column. For a moment, trying to use this method to solve the problem of lack of blue seems to be even more unrealistic than the first one. Thinking of this, Long Yu sighed helplessly. I'm so hard. Long Yu, if you have any problems, you can tell me if you don't mind. The voice of Minato Namikaze suddenly came. Looking at Namikaze Minato, Long Yu's eyes lit up involuntarily. The ninjutsu of Namikaze Minato can be said to be a royal family. Start Flying Thor, the ultimate move Spiral Pill, but you can't beat the ghoul. In addition to these three ninjutsu, in Ryuu's impression, Namikaze Minato did not perform many other ninjutsu. However, among the three ninjutsu techniques, Long Yu paid more attention to the technique of Flying Thunder God. The Lei Dun Chakram mode can greatly increase the speed of Long Yu. Just in terms of escaping and killing the enemy, and being unexpected, I am afraid that no ninjutsu can compare to the technique of Flying Thunder Gods. Long Yu, are you worried that Danzo will be bad for you? Minato Namikaze said tentatively. Long Yu raised his brows, but he didn't think that Minato Namifeng would automatically make up his mind. Originally, he was still thinking about how to teach him the technique of Flying Thunder Gods through the routine Wave Feng Minato. Now it saves him a lot of words to explain, and he said one by one, this is just a small matter. If Danzang really wants to attack me, I will not go back. The world is so big, there will always be a place for me to hide. Namikaze Minato's expression froze. This is what worries him the most. According to the description of Mao Yu Kangyu and others, Long Yu's strength is enough to reach the level of Shangnan. Possibly even more than that. If coupled with the amazing ninjutsu talent. Once Long Yu is allowed to leave Konoha Ninja Village, it will be a huge loss and hidden dangers. Chapter 22, Hot Picks. Long Yu, don't think about things too badly, I have a good relationship with Fuyou, and I will never let Danzo target you recklessly. Minato Namifeng quickly persuaded, and this matter, I will advance report to the three generations of Hokage-sama, with his wisdom, he will definitely handle this matter fairly. Just feel free to go back to Konoha with me. For Namikaze Minato, Long Yu also knew about it in the original work. As the saying goes, good people are short-lived. So Long Yu didn't have much doubt about the intentions of Minato Namifeng, but his purpose was to get Fei Lei Shen. If he was dismissed with just these three words, it would be rubbing the IQ of his 2 lifetimes on the ground. I also want to go back, but unfortunately I don't have much means to protect myself. If you are willing to teach me the technique of Flying Thunder Gods, I may consider 1 or 2. Long Yu said with a smile. Namikaze Minato couldn't help being stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly and said, so you've been thinking about this from the very beginning. It seems that you don't take Danzo to heart at all, but this technique of Flying Thunder God is a forbidden technique developed by the second generation Hokage. Even if I want to teach it to you, I need the consent of the third generation Hokage. Dor said helplessly. If you really want to learn, I can teach you the ninjutsu I developed myself. You mean, Spiral Pill? Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. With Namikaze Minato, such a one-rooted person, it would be more difficult for him to teach Fei Lei Shen privately than to kill him. It seems that there is only other way to think of it. You also know about spiral pills. Minato Namikaze said with a smile on his face, this spiral pills do not require seals, the amount of chakra is generally required, and I have also developed a systematic learning method, which I will demonstrate now. Show you. Spiromaru. Minato said, his right hand fingers tensed slightly. Under the chakra, blue air waves were rapidly generated, and a blue chakra ball was formed in the blink of an eye. It looked like a blue starry sky. Of course, if people are judged by their appearance, this spiral pill should be underestimated. I'm afraid it will often be the end. In the original book, there is a funny joke. There is no enemy that spiral pill cannot deal with. If there are, one opponent that cannot be solved, use 2. If it still can't be solved, I will make the balls in different ways, and I will always be able to make the finale come out. Did you see it clearly? Minato Namifeng scattered the spiral pill in his hand and asked, I will demonstrate it for the second time now. With your aptitude, as long as you practice well and control the movement of chakra well, you should I learned it in a week. Looking at the enthusiastic Namikaze Minato, Long Yu couldn't refuse. Moreover, Naruto's wind escape spiral pill in the original book is really awesome. Compared with Lei Dun Kailan's display, it is also less complicated. Feeling the chakra in Minato Namimo working again, the dragon feather kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes working. In Hokage, Sharingan is a local plug-in, no need for white. Always pay attention to Long Yu's Namikaze Minato. At this moment, I feel that the whole person seems to be seen through. The moment he raised his head, his eyes met. And his pupils could not help shrinking. The chakra condensed in his hand also collapsed. Are you a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? Minato Namikaze couldn't help asking. Long Yu was not surprised when Minato Namikaze said something. It is not the first time in the history of Konoha that the kaleidoscope writing wheel has appeared. At least all the information of Madara Uchiha will be completely recorded by the second Hokage. And Namikaze Minato, as the most promising existence of the fourth Hokage. In order to solve the affairs of the Uchiha family, he was particularly concerned. It is not surprising to know the existence of the kaleidoscope shaker. Isn't it strange that an unknown junior would have a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? Long Yu didn't plan to hide it at all. In the face of absolute strength, all intrigues and tricks are idiots. Minato Namikaze took a deep breath and nodded. I finally know why they say you have the talent to learn ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan has the ability to copy ninjutsu, although not everyone can do it. After taking one more look, Minato Namika looked away. However, in Konoha's secret information, the description of the Uchiha family's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, once awakened, will obtain a special pupil technique. If I guess correctly, the huge Azura ghost, black flame, and powerful the ninjutsu is all caused by this pair of eyes. Long Yu had already anticipated Minato Namikaze's speculation. From the very beginning, he decided to repel Yunren in a combination, using Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Tsukiyomi. He knew that this matter could not be hidden for long. Nodding his head one by one, he said, "You're right, he is indeed a popular character for the next Hokage." Hearing this, Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and said, "There are many outstanding people in Konoha, Fuyu, Zishui, Sunan where the teacher is, and you. I'm just more receptive because I'm on the front lines and have no political background. If you really want to compete for strength, teacher Jiraiya, Fuyu, Zishui, and others are more suitable." Looking at Namikaze Minato with a humble face, Long Yu couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, "Act when you should, otherwise what would you do if you become so powerful? Hid it so that no one can see it? That's boring. People are selfish. When you become a hero, you have to keep secrets, but I can't do it." With a wry smile, "I didn't think of Long Yu, your opinion on the matter really makes people stunned. Although I can't teach you the technique of flying thunder gods, but when I return to Konoha, I will ask the 3 generations of Hokage for instructions, and he should agree. Now let me demonstrate the second spiral pill first." As he spoke, Minato Namikaze condensed the chakra in his body again. Chapter 23, Dehu Spiral Pill. However, before the spiral pill took shape, there were hurried footsteps outside the door. "Sir Minato, the big thing is bad," and the secret whistle reported that the whereabouts of the mist ninja appeared 3 kilometers away. "There are still a lot of people. The ninja who took the lead are not clear for the time being." Maoyu Kangyu hurried in. Seeing the spiral pills scattered in Minato Namikaze's hand, he realized that the timing seemed a little wrong, and a trace of apology appeared on his face. "Long Yu, I'm sorry, I'll show you the spiral pill when I get back. You consumed a lot of chakra in the battle just now. Now rest at the stronghold. Let me kill those mists." Minato Namikaze dropped this. After a few words, he hurried out. After giving Long Yu an apologetic look, Maoyu Kangyu quickly followed. After the two left, the huge cave returned to calm again. "I didn't expect that even the mist ninja sent people to attack in a roundabout way. It seems that they all want to beat the underdogs." Long Yu smiled playfully. "Originally, I plan to find a tailed beast as a chakra cache machine. If I can catch a small leader, I might be able to find out the whereabouts of Sanwei. However, let's try it now and learn the spiral pill, and there may be unexpected surprises. As Long Yu thought about it, he recalled in his mind the scene where Minato Namikaze used the spiral pill for the second time under the copy of the kaleidoscope shaker. The few chakras left in the body roared and quickly gathered to the right hand. The original difficulty of spiral pills, as long as systematic practice, even the tail of a crane like Naruto can learn. Now Long Yu has used the kaleidoscope to write the will I to thoroughly analyze the operation structure of the spiral pill, and it will be more effective if it operates. Spiral pill. The 5 fingers of Long Yu's right hand were slightly tensed, and the blue chakra released from it quickly gathered in the palm of his hand. The next moment, along with the high-frequency sound of chakra flowing, the spiral pills condensed in an instant. Ding dang! Found A-level ninjutsu spiral pills, is the host instantly full level? Listening to the system's voice, Long Yu's brows couldn't help but twitch. This spiral pill could have been transformed to the extreme by Namikaze Minato. If you can continue to max level, what will happen next? Full level immediately. Long Yu did not hesitate any longer, and immediately issued an order. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the data spiral pill. Ding dang, detected the host's thunder attribute chakra, and obtained Lei Dun spiral pill. The 2 voices that sounded one after another made Long Yu stunned. Originally, I just planned to imitate the original book, and after learning to rub the balls, I came to a wind escape shuriken. With data spiral pill and Lei Dun spiral pill. As for why no other properties appear, I'm afraid it's the system, and it can't check that there are other changes in the properties of chakra in his body. It seems that in the future, I will get a fairy body and rub all the balls that have changed in nature. Long Yu put away his thoughts. Outside, facing the sudden mist ninja, everyone's nerves are tense. As soon as Namikaze Minato left the cave, he issued a few strict orders and rushed to the place where the target appeared with a small group of people. That is the closest place to Konoha and the Land of Water. It is a pity that Minato Namifang was sent to the battlefield between the Land of Wind and the Land of the Land, and he did not leave the Flying Thunder God technique in the adjacent area of the Land of Water. Otherwise, a space jump would be able to rush to the destination as soon as possible. When Namikaze Minato and his party left, there were originally only 26 strongholds, but the strength of the guards dropped sharply to 12 in an instant. This is still because of Yu Xian and Moonlight Gale. Dad, do I need to do something? Yuki Xian couldn't help but say, now the number of enemies is unknown, I'm worried that they will attack the stronghold in a roundabout way. As soon as these words came out, the diligence in the field became a little dignified. The nerves of those who stayed here were also suddenly tense. However, as soon as this kind of worry crept into his heart, Mao Yu Kangyu looked back at the cave where Long Yu was located, then secretly breathed a sigh of relief, patted Mao Yu Xian on the shoulder and said, "Silly girl, don't worry. The base is understaffed, and Minato-sama is not there, but don't forget that there is also Long Yu." Having said that, Mao Yu Kangyu looked at the awakened Moonlight Gale, and warned in a deep voice, "Jiao Feng, I hope that the next time you meet with Long Yu, don't make trouble again, he is not an existence that you can compare with." "Uncle Mao Yu, don't worry, my intelligence escort mission has been completed. With that dragon feather there, it won't do much for me to stay here. I will leave the stronghold now and go back to Konoha to return to my life." Leaving those words, Moonlight Blast walked out of the base. However, just after taking 3 or 4 steps, a huge black shadow fell from the sky. Without any bells and whistles, it hit him directly. Boom! The Moonlight Blast was directly crushed to the ground. Feeling the warm and bloody smell on his face, he struggled a little to look up, and the sight made him pale. Yes, it's a corpse. Moonlight Gale almost split his eye sockets, looking at the Konoha ninja who was close at hand, facing his own eyes, who couldn't die any longer. As soon as his feet shook, there was an inexplicable wetness and hotness, making his pants gloriously wet. A smell of urine made the surrounding Konoha ninjas vigilant, and looked at Moonlight Gale with a hint of disgust. Of course, you can't blame the Moonlight Wind. The first time he went to the battlefield, he experienced Anbu's pursuit, Long Yu's coercion and teasing, and now he is facing the corpse. Not being frightened to death, which is already good. One after another figure, flashing in all directions. Wunin village, after learning that Yun-Nin failed to attack the pass, immediately mobilized troops and planned to launch a second wave of attacks. In their eyes, there are only two possibilities for Konoha ninja to resist the first wave of attacks. One pays a heavy price. Two has powerful ninjas as pillars. Chapter 24, Repression. When they saw Konoha, Namikaze Minato, known as the Golden Glitter, left. The so-called important gates are only a dozen or so Konoha ninjas left. For Mist Shinobi, this is completely undefended. So, from the very beginning, they used the trick of adjusting the tiger and leaving the mountain. Use some regular ninjas as bait to lure Minato away. Then, mobilize the elite to raid the pass. They had thought that Namikaze Minato would not be easily led away. However, the current results were beyond their expectations. As long as they break through this pass, they will be able to drive straight in and attack Konoha's rear. At that time, Konoha will be disrupted by the enemy, and the three major battles will be the first to break the balance. The most important thing, this time, in order to make the mission go smoothly, the ninjas sent by Wu Ninja Village are not as strong as the Yun Ninja EPUB combination. But the one who took the lead was two of the 7 people of the ninja swordsmen who made the ninja world terrified. As a product of the blood fog, the 7 people of the ninja sword are all brutal elites killed in the blood sea. In the face of one, there are only 12 or 3 people left, but they are all within reach. Alert, everyone cheered me up, this time, it's an incredible existence. Maoyu Kangyu looked at the 2 ninjas who took the lead, and his face turned pale. 7 people of ninja swords, shark muscle watermelon mountain puffer fish. Ninja knife 7 people, black Holeye. With the 2 names falling, all Konoha ninjas couldn't help but gasped. Behind them, there are also 50 mist ninja elites. Watermelon Mountain is more than 2 meters tall, with a fat body and a seemingly honest appearance. However, in the Mist Ninja Village, none of the ninjas who came out of the Blood Fog era were not psychological changes. This is a ruthless character that even his companions can betray for profit. As for Lei, the Black Hoe, he was thin, with black hair, and wore a black robe. The 2 sharp blades in both hands had electric light flowing. Scarlet blood tickled down the blade. The dark whistle just now was obviously his killer. Hehe, it's all trash, especially the kid over there who peed his pants. Leia laughed playfully. Facing such an opponent, for them who have always been bloodthirsty, there is no challenge at all. Okay, don't forget that there is another tricky Namikaze Minato. We will destroy this pass as soon as possible. Even if he rushes back afterwards, it will not help. Zigwashan looked around coldly. On the gigantic ruins, Wu Ninja, who was several times larger than Konoha, stared at everything in front of him. It made the atmosphere in the field inexplicably depressed. Especially looking at the leader, Zigwashan, and Leia in the group of 7 of the ninja sword. The heart seemed to be clenched tightly by an invisible big hand. Hurry up, let Long Yu come out to deal with them, or we will all die. Moonlight Gale hurriedly got up on the ground. Long Yu. Leia raised his brows and smiled playfully, which character is this, why haven't I heard of it? It's not going to be rushed to the doctor, and I'm going to find someone to fool us. However, our mist and cloud are different, we are scared. As soon as these words fell, unbridled laughter immediately erupted in the arena. A playful smile appeared on Zigwashan's honest cheeks, and said, okay, let's not scare them, and get rid of them quickly. However, it's really surprising that this kind of little beauty is also on this front line. Wait a while and give her to me, and you can deal with the others. Oyuki Xian's pretty face couldn't help but turn white. Facing the words of Watermelon Mountain, she was completely unexpected. Xian, I'll stop them in a while, you hurry up to the cave and inform Long Yu, now that Lord Minato is not here, only he can save us. Mao Yu Kangguo shouted sharply. Brothers, open the barrier immediately. The rest of the Konoha ninjas have already tightened their nerves. Facing Mao Yu Kangguo's order, without the slightest hesitation, Yu Yan immediately planned to open the barrier. It's too late to shoot now. Ziguishan gave a wicked smile. A white fog blew up without warning and instantly surrounded the entire battlefield. Without any bells and whistles, Watermelon Mountain took the lead. The seemingly fat body, but the movements under his feet are extremely flexible, spanning more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye, and appearing in front of Yu Xian first. It's Mist Ninja Village, the best silent killing technique. Mao Yu Kangguo's face changed dramatically, feeling the air around him, he shouted anxiously, Xian, be careful. Haha, I'm just thinking about being careful now, it's too late. Ziguishan laughed outrageously. I want this woman. In the fog, Mao Yuxian's expression turned pale, and she hurriedly wanted to dodge. It's a pity that there is no way to hide when you can't see your fingers. However, just as the color of despair climbed up her face, the next moment a dazzling blue sphere like a starry sky passed by her side. A slight air wave stirred up the mist in the sky, and immediately revealed the joking expression on the face of Watermelon Mountain. However, his smile instantly stiffened when he saw the oncoming Spiral Maru. Before he could think about it, he hurriedly pulled out the shark muscle he was carrying with his backhand, and without any hesitation, lay it directly in front of his chest. Boom! The spiral pill instantly hit the shark muscle. The huge impact force surged out like a frenzy. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded suddenly. The resulting hurricane instantly dissipated the surrounding fog. The huge body of Watermelon Mountain flew out like a cannonball. Chapter 25, Rude Words. Wherever they passed along the way, some mist ninjas who rushed out were directly smashed and flew out. In the end, he slammed heavily on a big tree 100 meters away, and barely stopped his figure. However, under the huge impact, the tree was also cut off in the middle. The violent scene made everyone's expressions stiff, even Lei. He is very clear about the strength of Watermelon Mountain. And under the silent killing technique, their mist ninja is even more like a duck to water. Watermelon Mountain was successfully ambushed at a critical moment. This was beyond his expectations. Enemy attack, hurry up to defend. Don't mess up, this kind of attack is not a big problem for Ziguishan, and the silent killing technique is lifted. Seeing the big tree cut off by the middle, the Black Hole is shouted in a hurry. The fog shrouded around it quickly dissipated. Originally known as the Mist Ninja, the strongest silent killing technique, but now it is reversed, which is convenient for the enemy. If this matter spreads out, it will definitely bring shame to the village of Kirin. After the fog cleared, Konoha's ninja was equally flustered, but when he saw the Watermelon Mountain lying in the ruins, his life and death were unknown. There are traces of destruction left on the ground, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Yes, it's Long Yu, he must have shot. With him, we will surely be saved. Idiot, don't forget, hundreds of Yunren were killed by Long Yu, and even the EPUB group was forced back by him. Looking at the group of Konoha ninjas who were panicked, they all showed joy. The faces of those mist ninjas couldn't help but change. Lord Lei, are we going to retreat? A mist ninja couldn't hold back. However, as soon as the voice fell, Leia swung the knife back. Pfft! The huge head flew up, and the blood splashed down, giving people a shocking feeling. Disrupting the military's heart, courting death. Leia seemed to have done an ordinary thing. After the corpse was smashed to the ground, he said sharply, the guy who hides his head and shows his tail, get out if you have the guts. Are you looking for me? Long Yu walked out slowly. Taking a look at Mao Yuzian, she said, my little girlfriend, no one can make fun of her. Those who spoke badly, are dead. Mao to boy. The Black Holaya was startled for a moment, and then he laughed unbridled. I thought who attacked us, it turned out to be just a Konoha Chunin. Don't pretend to be dead on Watermelon Mountain, there are sharks, the muscles are there, you can't take much damage at all. Hehe, Lei, can't you keep a secret for me, this will scare away Konoha's hero. Lying in the ruins, Zigwashan stood up shaking his body. The shark muscle in his hand, which was originally bandaged, has been completely exposed. Looking at the ferocious blade, people have an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Dad, is this the 7 ninja knives in the Mist Ninja? Yuzian can't care about the battle of words now. Kang Gu nodded and said solemnly, Long Yu, be careful, according to the information, the ninja sword in Zigwashan's hand is called Shark Muscle, and it has the characteristics of predatory chakra. Your attack just now is probably out of 10. 9, absorbed by it. However, Long Yu, how did you learn Minato-sama's spiral pill? In the Konoha people's ninja village, who does not know the ninjutsu of the 3 families of Namikaze Minato? Did you mean spiral pill? Long Yu looked at the shark muscle and smiled knowingly, that's what I just learned. Just now, I was thinking about how to solve the lack of blue. I didn't expect to ignore the existence of the shark muscle. I just happened to be short of a weapon. A small voice swept away from the field. Whether it was Konoha or Wu Ren, they all looked at each other in dismay. Is this a blatant robbery? Haha, boy, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Zigwashan laughed unbridledly, I tell you, your attack just now had a good impact, but those chakras were completely plundered by shark muscles. It's empty. If I said that with your heroic blow just now, all the chakras became my possessions, what would your expression be? When the voice fell, Watermelon Mountain showed itself, and let the shark muscle feed back the chakra to him. Looking at this scene, many eyes in the field fell on Long Yu. It seems that you enjoy my chakra very much. Long Yu smiled warmly. However, I hope you can wait a while and laugh. The inexplicable speech made people startled. At the next moment, the thunder arc on Long Yu's body skyrocketed, and the Lei Dun chakra mode instantly unfolded, turning into a lightning bolt. At almost the same time, a flash of lightning flashed, and Long Yu had already appeared behind Watermelon Mountain. The violent scene made people's nerves suddenly tense. Watermelon Mountain, be careful. Leia hurriedly reminded. Watermelon Mountain's response was not slow, and his fat body did not appear to be slow at all. He clenched the shark muscle in his hand, intending to block again. However, when he entered the scene, his pupils suddenly contracted. Deu spiral pills. The 5 fingers of Long Yu's right hand are tensed, like a chakra galloping, madly pouring into his hand. A spiral pill with a diameter of millimeters condensed in an instant. Under the violent gesture, I went directly to the Watermelon Mountain. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion sounded. The frenzied chakra airflow, like a hurricane, devoured the Watermelon Mountain and the shark muscle in an instant. The huge impact force exploded in an instant. The Watermelon Mountain that bears the brunt, like a cannonball, flew out with the big jade spiral pill. The ground along the way also pulled out a shocking gully. Chapter 25, Snapshot. All the trees collapsed suddenly, and finally hit the rock wall thousands of meters away. Boom! The rock wall shattered with a bang, and cracks like spider webs quickly spread open. The surging air waves broke the surrounding trees. Watermelon Mountain, my lord, was shot up again. Looking at the Watermelon Mountain that was knocked into the air again, all the fog couldn't help laughing. The attack this time was at least 10 times stronger than before. Black Holeia's face was ashen, and he said, Zigwashan, Hurry up, you have shark muscles around you, this kind of attack can't hurt you at all. The hurried voices echoed in the forest. Unfortunately, as the words faded, this time, Watermelon Mountain, which was lying in the ruins, did not stand up for a long time. Just when Leia couldn't hold his breath, a thunder light appeared on the ruins without warning. It's that kid, that's really fast. When did such a powerful person appear in Konoha? His speed, I'm afraid he won't be too conceited compared to the golden flash of Konoha. The look of Mist Ninja in the field changed. Originally, in their eyes, this was a one-sided war of catching turtles in a urn. But the boy who suddenly appeared in front of him turned everything upside down. I'm sorry, he seems to have been killed by chakra. Long Yu smiled warmly, and picked up the mercurial muscle that fell to the ground. Looking at this scene of Leia, a hint of joy flashed in the depths of his pupils. There is a flaw, Lei Dun Loyal Lei. Leia instantly raised the thunder blade in his hand. Under the infusion of chakra, it points directly to the sky. The arc of thunder circulated, and it collided with Tian Li, and a light blue light of lightning struck Long Yu's body instantly. As one of the 7 ninja knives, it is clear that these 7 knives have their own characteristics. Among them, the shark muscle is definitely the most difficult existence to tame in the wild. Boom! At the same time, Leia took the lead and suddenly collided with the thunder knives in both hands. Thunder arcs shot up into the sky. The thunder that was accumulated in the clouds was pulled. In an instant, it turned into 7 or 8 falling thunders, and slashed the dragon feathers straight away. The speed of the thunder came in an instant, looking at Long Yu who was completely blocked by the 7 or 8 thunderbolts. There was a hint of joy on the faces of those mist ninjas. It's time to try the knife. Long Yu smiled genially. The shark muscle in his hand slashed toward the sky. At the moment when the ferocious giant mouth opened, the thunder light in the sky was directly smashed by a knife. Boom! The thunder exploded, and there were arcs splashing. The violent scene caused Leia's complexion to change dramatically. It's impossible, why didn't this shark muscle attack you? As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Leia clearly knew that the wildness of the shark muscle was enough to counteract anyone who wanted to control him. Even if you have a strong strength, you should be backlashed by the first contact. Now Long Yu can use the shark muscle casually, which is completely beyond his control. It's weirder than his son now. Long Feng raised his head suddenly, and at the moment of the Jugu Jade riding wheel, even a tailed beast could easily be overwhelmed, not to mention a mere shark muscle. I feel that the little chakra that passed by in the thunder and lightning just now feeds back to myself. After casting the big jade spiral pill in the body, the slightly weaker chakra obviously had a little more. The amount is a little less, but it's a really good weapon. Long Yu looked at Leia and said, if you have 7 people with ninja knives, and you don't even have ninja knives, what do you think you will be called? You bastard, you actually dare to hit us with the idea of forbearance. Leia's face sank, and he said, I finally know who you are, and you dare to take such a big breath. The weird riding wheel and the super fast speed, you are the world in the Uchiha family, Uchiha Shisui. Long Yu rolled his eyes involuntarily. Do not. It should be said that everyone in the field couldn't help but turn around. Lord Leia, you seem to have made a mistake. Uchiha Shisui is known as Shunchi Shisui, and he is best at Shunchu, and in terms of riding wheel eyes and age, it does not match this young man. Shut up, you don't speak, no one thinks you're dumb. Lord Leia is absolutely right in saying that you stopped the water in an instant. Leia's cheeks were shaking, looking at Long Yu who suddenly appeared in the distance, he said sharply, boy, who are you? Who am I? Long Yu smiled warmly, it's the one who killed you. When the voice fell, the thunder light on Long Yu's body skyrocketed, and he took a step, and the whole person was like a thunder, and he rushed out. Come on, use all defensive ninjutsu for me. Leia roared. Since becoming a group of 7 ninja swordsmen, when have they been despised like this? Some of the 30 or 40 mist ninjas around them quickly formed a seal. As the handprints flew and fell, Chakra shouted in unison when he was agitated. Water escaping the wall. One side of the wall of water quickly spewed out all around in an instant, forming a 100-meter-sized defensive line. The rest of the mist ninja looked at each other. Obviously it was the personal guard team under Lei. As the spell seal fell, a large amount of river water was spit out between the mouths. Water escape, great waterfall technique. One after another, the rivers rushed out, and they quickly rolled back around when they were isolated by the water wall. A giant wave was formed, which was photographed head-on, and instantly flooded the terrain in a radius of thousands of meters. Mao Kanggu and the others had already reacted and activated the barrier of the station to keep the river water out. Looking at the mist ninja who changed the terrain for a few seconds, the Konoha ninja present, his face was solemn. In the land of water, the ninjas who came out of the blood mist are really not comparable to other ninja villages. Chapter 26, Tearing the Eardrum. Whether it is chakra volume or teamwork, the timing is very accurate. If they are matched, I am afraid they will lose without a doubt. Boy, where are you running? You're not afraid? Leia gave a wicked smile. The thunder knife in his hand was suddenly raised high, swaying the backlog of thunder in the sky. Boom! A blue thunder light fell from the sky. It fell into the river in an instant, and the crackling thunder light, the moment it encountered the water, the power instantly soared. Like arcs as thick as the mouth of a bowl, it swept away like a claws and claws. Liu Kanggu and the others' faces changed drastically, and they shouted anxiously, "Enhance the chakra output, don't let the barrier be broken." When the barrier opened, the light shined. However, the incoming arc was still like a heavy whip, hitting the barrier, causing it to vibrate violently. "Haha, if you can't hide, then I will break the barrier and let you wag your tail." Leia laughed fiercely. Under the electric light of the lightning blade in his hand, the lightning arc accumulated in the cloud layer also became manic. One after another, the thunder fell like a torrential rain, falling madly. After the enhancement of the water, it turned into 7 or 8 thunder lights, and quickly hit the barrier supported by Mao Kanggu and others. "Senior Uyuki, we won't be able to sustain this kind of attack for long, so hurry up and think of a way." Chunin couldn't hold back his anger. They do not need to face the attack directly, but continue to send out chakra to enhance the defense of the enchantment. For them, the consumption is also not small. The sweat dripping down his cheeks smashed to the ground drop by drop. "Come on, don't hold back, or we will all die." Mao Kanggu suddenly spoke up. His face turned pale, looking at the distant gaze, full of horror. Everyone's nerves suddenly tense. He quickly looked up and followed his gaze. Long Yu was in mid-air, and the spiral pill in his hand glowed a purple-blue color. One after another thunder arcs circulated, ravaging the surrounding space. An indescribably dangerous smell was born from the heart. "I'm sorry, it's the first time I used it, I was a bit novice, and I wasted a little time. Now I'm praying for you." Long Yu smiled genially. The thunderbolt spiral pill in his hand was thrown out instantly. Pfft! The air seemed to be torn apart, and under the raging thunder, it was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Directly into the water below. Boom! The crazy backlog of thunder light exploded in an instant. The form is compressed to the extreme, coupled with the pervasive lightning attribute. One after another, the small lightning rods like cow hair, under the powerful explosive force of the spiral pill, became like lightning rod bombs. With the help of the strong conductivity of water, the area changed by Mist Ninja instantly became a weapon in Long Yu's hands. Boom! The sound of thunder shook the sky, giving people a feeling of tearing the eardrums. The blue electric light illuminated the whole world and took away everyone's vision. The violent explosive force instantly penetrated the water shield wall composed of dozens of mist ninjas. One after another, slender lightning rods like hairs pierced their bodies directly. Powerful current volts, coupled with fierce shredding and destructive power. The structure of the entire body was shattered in an instant. The next moment, the sound exploded into a blood mist and merged into the sea water. Dozens of mist ninjas turned into blood mist at the same time, and this scene almost made people's eyes split open. Only thing that makes people feel fortunate, Lei Dun's Spiral Maru is mainly to attack Kirin. Otherwise, just relying on Konoha's four-sided enchantment, I am afraid that it will be broken down in an instant. The river water that has lost the support of chakra is difficult to maintain its original state. The next moment it collapsed on the ground and passed away directly. After everything was restored to its original state, the ruins that had fought against Yunren had a huge pit with a diameter of several hundred meters. On the edge of the deep pit, there are countless potholes and small holes. These are the puncture marks left by the lightning rod. 2 thunder knives were inserted obliquely in the ruins. As for those mist ninjas, they had already turned into flesh and blood and washed away with the river water. The Konoha ninja who witnessed this scene had already dropped his chin. It has only been a short while since the Yun ninja invasion not long ago. The last time a Lei Dun unicorn killed hundreds of Yunren. Now that he has encountered dozens of mist ninjas, a thunderbolt Spiral Maru has been killed again. With such an understatement, the 2 waves of attacks disintegrated. Is this still war? Long Yu landed in the ruins, watching the arcs circulating on the 2 thunder knives, constantly seeping into the soil. A playful smile appeared on his face. Lei, you're the only one left now, why can't you escape? Where did the confidence just now go? Long Yu said. A pale hand protruded from the soil of the ruins, and one caught the thunder knife. Soon everyone saw Lei, whose clothes were tattered and covered in blood. As soon as he appeared, without any hesitation, he roared hideously. You bastard, I fought with you. Chakra, dormant in Thunder Fang, poured into Thunder Blade desperately. He knew very well that in the face of this young man who might have a shadow-level strength, the only thing he could do was to fight a bloody path. Nice chakra, I just happened to be short of blue. Long Yu smiled even more. With the backhand, take out the shark muscle sucked in the back. Without any bells and whistles, he headed towards Lei. Tear. There was a sound of cloth tearing, and the chakra, which was frantically pouring out of Lei, was bitten away by the shark muscle in an instant. After losing Chakra's thunder knife, the flashing thunder light only lasted for a moment, and then annihilated between heaven and earth. Chapter 27, Be careful, there are enemy attacks. The sharp thorns of the shark muscle were like dozens of sharp knives, instantly severing his chest. The blood splashed and the white bones pierced, giving people a shocking feeling. The violent scene made Lei stunned. As a group of 7 ninja knives, he never imagined that he would eventually die on the ninja knives. You are definitely not a nameless person, just who are you? Lei said intermittently. The one who killed you. Long Yu said with a playful smile, Dead man, you have no right to know my name. You. Lei spit out a mouthful of blood, and finally died out of breath, fell to the ground and died. With the dust stirring, a group of Konoha ninjas who lost their minds were able to react. Long Yu put away the thunder knife with his backhand and said, I leave it to you here. If not, I will go back to rest. Abandoning these words, Long Yu seemed to have done something unimportant. On the other hand, Minato Namikaze and the others rushed to dozens of kilometers away and found the place of Kirin. After a lot of hard searching, I finally came across a few mist ninjas. Pfft! The kunao in Namikaze Minato's hand slashed the last Kirin's throat in an instant. Seeing the fall to the ground, Mist couldn't help but sank. Minato-sama, this one is also Chunin. According to the traces, there should be hundreds of Wujin here, but now we have only encountered 8 Chunin. After looking at the dead Wujin on the ground, Inafeng glanced at the dead Wujin on the ground. Can't stop getting angry. No, I'm afraid this is a trick. Namikaze Minato suddenly changed his expression. Inu Feng couldn't help but startled and said, Mizuman-sama, are you saying that Wu Ren has the heart to lead our main force away, and then send someone to attack the stronghold? However, there is Long Yu in the stronghold, we don't have to worry too much. After witnessing the first battle of Yun Ninja, Inu Feng and other Konoha ninjas, Long Yu had a full sense of security for them. No, Long Yu just fought a battle. His strength is very good, but I'm still a little worried. Minato looked worried and said, here is my flying thunder god Kyowu, you hold it, what do you have? Things, activate with chakra, and I'll be there right away. I'll go back to the base first to see if Kirin has done anything. Leaving those words, Namikaze Minato instantly disappeared like a ghost out of thin air. With the help of the flying thunder god mark left along the way, Minato Namikaze made several jumps and finally appeared in the stronghold. Be careful, there is an enemy attack. Maoyu Kangguyu shouted in a hurry. One after another kunao suddenly roared towards Minato Namikaze. The violent scene made Neikaze Minato startled for a while, but he disappeared again and appeared beside Uzuki Kangguyu. He was about to pat him on the shoulder to signal his reassurance, but when he entered the huge pit, his pupils shrunk suddenly. The attack failed in an instant. Looking at this familiar space ninjutsu, the Konoha ninja present couldn't help but startled. It's Master Watergate. Maoyu Kangguyu regained his senses and looked at the shocked Minato, with a hint of pride on his face, and said, Lord Minato, you missed it again. Not long after you left, Wu Ninja led a sneak attack. There were 40 to 50 people. And the leaders were the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and Black Hole Iya. You didn't see that as soon as Long Yu appeared, a spiral pill smashed the Watermelon Mountain into the air. Then, Ziguishan stood up as if nothing had happened, and Long Yu filled him with an extra-large spiral pill and smashed him to death. Then, Leia asked Wu Ninja to change the terrain, and Long Yu used another Lei-Dun spiral pill to blow them into a bloody fog. Looking at Maoyu Kangguyu, who was chattering endlessly, even the spittle stars were flying everywhere. Uyuzian glared at him and said, Don't take offense, Mizuno-sama, my father's vulgar description. Long Yu and Mist Ninja just used 4 moves to solve them. According to my understanding, the first move is Minato-sama's spiral pill, the second move is a super large spiral pill, and the third move is a spiral pill with a changed thunder attribute. When Long Yu used up his 3 moves, only the seriously injured Black Hole was left on the battlefield, and he was finally killed by Long Yu with his shark muscle when he was desperately trying. Hearing this explanation, Minato Namikaze was stunned. As for the power of Spiral Maru, he is very clear that it is a ninjutsu. From his point of view, this has been developed to the extreme. But I never imagined that as soon as it was taught to others, people would use it in different ways. Moreover, 3 balls solved a war, which is too shocking. Uzuki, where is Long Yu? Minato Namifeng said anxiously. At the beginning, he was still doubting Long Yu's talent for learning ninjutsu. The talent that is present at the moment is not only the ability to instantly learn the spiral pill. He also tempered the changes in his original form to the extreme, but he did not expect that Long Yu would not only improve his form to a higher level. It also incorporates property attribute changes. If anyone saw it with his own eyes, Minato Namikaze would never believe it. Lord Watergate, Long Yu is resting in the cave. Maoyu Kangguyu was stunned for a moment. When had he seen Minato, who is known as Konoha most likely to become the 4th Hokage, would be so rude? I'll go back when I go. Minato Namikaze dropped these words and directly cast the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing in place. In the cave, Long Yu just stretched his waist, his expression condensed, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were slightly bent. Chakra poured frantically and instantly condensed into a spiral pill. Without any bells and whistles, he smashed directly behind him. Chapter 28, The Visitor is Not Good. As soon as Namikaze Minato appeared, he saw the rapidly expanding spiral pill in his pupil, his expression changed, and he hurriedly jumped in time and space again, appearing 7 or 8 meters away. I didn't expect you to keep so many flying thunder gods. Long Yu scattered the spiral pill in his hand. Minato Namikaze smiled helplessly and said, "You are really perverted, you not only learned the spiral pill, but also hone the change of form to a further level, and even the change of nature is integrated into one. Do you want to learn?" Long Yu smiled playfully. Namikaze Minato shook his head and said, "Forget it, I've been thinking about it for so long by myself, but I can't retrain the spiral pill to the ultimate form. It seems that it is more suitable for you. However, I still know some common ninjutsu, do you want to learn it?" For this suggestion, Long Yu did not refuse. Since he could not learn the technique of Flying Thunder God temporarily, it is not a bad thing to temporarily master other ninjutsu. In a flash, 3 days have passed. Wind escape, great breakthrough. The wind tunnel chakra in Long Yu's mouth swelled suddenly, and the next moment he swallowed it. The hurricane was like a tidal wave, turning into a wind blade after another, with the stern sound of breaking the air, and instantly cut off the trees along the way in the blink of an eye. Directly emptied the forest in front of this clearing. Perverted, you will soon learn Feng Dun. Minato Nami Feng shook his head helplessly. Back then, it took him 3 days to learn this ninjutsu. Now Long Yu, it only took half a day. This is too shocking. Of course, Long Yu deliberately created it for a long time. Otherwise, Namikaze Minato will know that he has learned this ninjutsu, but it will only be full level in an instant. I'm afraid even the jaw dropped in shock. Ding dang, detected the chakra attribute of the wind in the host's body, whether it is instantly full level. Yes. Long Yu hurriedly ordered. In the past 3 days, in addition to learning some basic ninjutsu, he also delved into various attribute changes. In addition to Wind Dun, there are Fire Dun, and Water Dun. Various spiral pills have already been developed by Long Yu. However, in order to avoid being too shocking, Long Yu did not show it. Congratulations to the host, Feng Dun's chakra attribute has changed to full level. Congratulations to the host, activate the wind escape spiral pill shuriken to full level. Listening to the familiar sound of the system, Long Yu smiled knowingly. Long Yu, Lord Minato, Konoha's reinforcements have arrived. The Yukizian glanced at Long Yu. A hint of worry flashed in his pupils. Konoha's reinforcements. Long Yu smiled warmly, do you want to see me by name? Looks like a bit of a bad visitor. WDM Watergate's expression changed slightly. He stayed here for 3 days, and he originally received the task of guarding the pass by Konoha. Originally, after discovering the existence of Long Yu, he could leave early. However, for the sake of Long Yu, he still decided to stay. Long Yu, wait a moment, I'll come out with something. Minato Namifeng reminded. For the senior management of Konoha, whether the behavior of AI has changed to the appearance of Long Yu. Namikaze Minato did not dare to gamble. I have seen with my own eyes, Long Yu's ability to learn against the sky. Namikaze Minato has classified it as a special writing wheel, with a powerful ninjutsu copy ability and extension ability. Only then can he learn the ninjutsu he taught in a short period of time. 3 days ago, he secretly passed this matter back to the 3 generations of Hokage. Now that Konoha has reinforcements arriving, Namikaze Minato hopes to represent the will of the 3 generations of Hokage. Inside the cave, in the dark night of moonlight, Uchiha Fugaku and a joinin wearing an Anbu mask arrived with 50 Konoha ninjas. After Nakaze Minato sent the information back, the 3 generations of Hokage immediately issued an emergency call to recall Moonlight Dark Night, one of the 8 colors of Konoha. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally the captain of the Konoha Guard, was also summoned. The purpose of the 3 generations of Hokage is very simple, since Uchiha Longjyu has opened a special writing wheel. Only Uchiha Fugaku, who is the contemporary patriarch of the Uchiha clan, is qualified to check it out. I understand more about the mystery of Saiba Shirotan. Regardless of the fact that this matter is done very carefully, the deployment of large troops. There was also a pass that was not broken, which led to the route led by Danzo, who also learned of this. He inserted his hand directly and dispatched the ninja at the route. The euphemism is to help guard the pass, but the real idea is unknown. Mao Yu Kangyu, where is Long Yu, why is he gone? The ninja at the route suddenly spoke up. Uchiha Fuyu's expression was stagnant, and he said, "Someone has already notified him. I heard that he is with Minato, let's wait a little longer." Uchiha Fugaku, as the chief captain of the Konoha Guard, has some power. However, outside the Uchiha clan, these powers are not given much attention. At least, as an Anbi-root under Danzo, he has always been hostile to the Uchiha family. Uchiha Ryuu's purpose and identity are not clear, and the importance of this pass is the most important. He left the pass without authorization. This is ignoring our Konoha's safety and playing his duties. The ninja at the route snorted coldly and said, "What if he has any intentions and takes our Konoha's important information and takes refuge in a foreign enemy, what should we do?" The expressions of the ninjas present changed drastically. For a village, the most important thing is loyalty. Whether it is the second-generation Hokage, or the current high-level Danzo. The Uchiha family has always been regarded as the head and the bones. It is for this reason that the gathering place of the Uchiha clan has been crowded out and moved to the edge of Konoha village. The purpose is to beware of the mutiny of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 29, Go up and catch him. Ryuu Yamanaka, what you said seems a bit too much. Uchiha Fuyu frowned. Dragon Yu and Minato are together, and he is the younger generation that I personally watched and grew up with. He has absolutely no dissent towards Konoha, and he will not leak Konoha's information. Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Longjio belong to the relationship of uncle and nephew. For a long time, Uchiha Fuyu has not spent any less effort on the cultivation of the Uchiha family. It is a pity that Uchiha Longjio is at most an ordinary clan in his eyes. If it wasn't for the relationship between uncle and nephew, it might not be too much, reminding Minato Namido to take care of him at critical moments. But Uchiha Fuyu never imagined that Long Yu would hide so deeply, not only awakening the legendary kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, also has such a powerful pupil power. What's more, it was Long Yu who suddenly showed this kind of unparalleled power. It is so different from the mediocrity of the past that many high-level officials in Konoha have spoken. Among them, Danzo immediately concluded that Long Yu was someone with ulterior motives. Patriarch Fuyu, what you said is from the perspective of the patriarch, or as an uncle and nephew, to justify Uchiha Ryuu. Yamanaka Ryu also snorted coldly and said, "If I were you, for the sake of makes things seem more fair, I advise you to return to Konoha Ninja Village for monitoring and inspection now, and at the same time give up participating in this matter and hand Long Yu to our route for investigation. If, Uchiha Longjio, there is really no problem at all, we will not embarrass him." Uchiha Fuyu's expression turned ashen. These remarks are undoubtedly Danzo's plan to cross the 3 generations of Hokage and detain Long Yu in advance. With Danzo's prejudice against the Uchiha clan, Long Yu falls into his hands. Whether he can come back is another matter. Captain of the Mountain Squadron, I, Mao Yu Kangyu, are willing to guarantee my life. Long Yu has absolutely no objection. He not only repelled Yun Ren, but also Wu Ren's intruders at the critical moment. Mao Yu Kangyu couldn't help it. Opened his mouth. So, our Konoha ninjas here are willing to use the forward guard to vouch for Long Yu. As soon as these words came out, the Konoha ninjas who were originally stationed in the pass and were rescued by Long Yu all agreed with solemn expressions. The expressions of Uchiha Fuyu and Moonlight Hei also changed. They never thought that in just 2 or 3 days, Long Yu's prestige would rise to this level. Damn, Are you planning to rebel? Shan Zhonglong also snorted coldly. Whether Uchiha Longjue is guilty or not, that is the matter of the senior officials of Konoha. You are not qualified to intervene. If it happens again, I will take you back to Konoha for investigation now. I don't want to hear this kind of talk a second time. Uyuki, don't forget your family, you just joined our Konoha ninja village, don't cause your family to be treated unfairly because of your recklessness. Uyu Kangyu's expression changed. In fact, their family has always had an alliance with Konoha. Almost like a mercenary. Unfortunately, due to the constant wars and the sneak attacks of the Avengers, the population of their family gradually dwindled. The combat power is declining, and it is impossible to protect themselves. In the end, he joined Konoha Ninja Village and became one of them. As for the true combat power, the Uzuki clan, with only 3 or 5 members remaining, certainly did not pay attention to the senior management of Konoha. Moreover, this is a critical moment in wartime. The opening of the 3 major battlefields makes Konoha more urgently in need of combat power. Therefore, with the addition of Oyu Kangyu, it is logical to become Shangnan. Now, as soon as Shan Zhonglong opened his mouth, he threatened with his family, which made Oyu Kangyu instantly powerless. Humph, what's the matter, can't you talk? Yamanaka Ryu also snorted coldly and said, now hurry up and escort Uchiha Ryuya back. Before we figure out his purpose, we will be responsible for this matter. Everything is for the safety and stability of Konoha Shinobi Village. As soon as these words came out, even Uzuki Kangyu's expression stiffened, regardless of whether it was Uchiha Fuyu. Yamanaka Long also did this. No doubt, he directly hit 30 big boards without interrogation. He directly convicted Long Yu. Hehe, I didn't expect the roots to be so majestic, just ran 2 chops, and another old chop. A frivolous voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Long Yu strode forward, followed by Minato. They were outside, listening to all of this, especially Minato's face, which was extremely pale. When he sent the information back to Konoha Shinobi Village, he repeatedly emphasized that he must use the policy of empathy for Long Yu. Even if you can't be friends, you can't be enemies. Unfortunately, Namikaze Minato never imagined that Tuanzang would have to force his way in at such a juncture. You bastard, you dare to speak rudely. It seems that you have been lurking in the Konoha Ninja Village for a long time, and you really have ulterior motives. Yamanaka Long also attacked instantly. Go up and catch him. Behind him, the root ninja under his command rushed out of 4 and walked towards Long Yu. Go away. Long Yu gave a cold scolding, and a huge scarlet chakra burst out like a frenzy. The expressions of the 4 Enbu ninjas suddenly changed. There was a muffled groan in his mouth, and he took 2 or 3 steps back. Moreover, this breath not only affects the 4 Enbu. Even the entire cave was filled with this catastrophic force. Feeling this huge aura, whether it was Yamanaka Raya, even Uchiha Fuyu and Moonlight Hei, their expressions changed drastically. They had guessed how powerful Long Yu was. However, the aura that erupted right now was completely beyond their expectations. I never imagined that a boy of 15 or 16 would possess such power. Sure enough, it is the power of Shiba recorded on the stone tablet. Uchiha Fugaku also muttered to himself when his expression changed. According to Madara Uchiha's description, the direct awakening of the kaleidoscope writing wheel is called Shiba. It means that the pupil power that traces its origin has the opportunity to awaken the chakra eye. Chapter 30, Black Flame. However, the powerful pupil power that Long Yu exudes now not only has the feeling of being straight, but also has a more ominous smell than the tailed beast. This kind of feeling will only appear when facing the 9 tails. Arrogant, we are the captains stationed at the pass this time. You are a mere chunin, and you dare to disrespect us. Shan Zhonglong also changed his expression. The following is a violation of military discipline and should be taken into custody immediately. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fuiak, you guys don't hurry up and catch Long Yu. As soon as it is exported, it is an unwarranted crime. This kind of familiar feeling is undoubtedly a rehearsal. In other words, Danzo has arranged it this way from the beginning. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku stiffened. This mountain dragon also clearly sees that they have a good relationship with Long Yu. This kind of order was specially issued to limit Long Yu's resistance. At the same time, there is no need to let his subordinates take action to reduce the casualties of the roots. This is totally a good calculation that kills two birds with one stone. Hehe, people at the roots are really shameless. You give me one of the following crimes, and you sold the information of the stronghold to Yunren's Shan Zhongfeng and the oil girl to take their roots. Did you kill them or hand them over to the 3 generations of Hokage to be punished? That's it. Long Yu said with a half-smile. Or else, you dealt with the crimes yourself and took them into custody. The expressions of all Konoha's ninjas changed drastically. They have also heard a little about the fact that Shan Zhongfeng and oil girl Tujan betrayed information about the stronghold. Originally, according to their calculations, hundreds of Yunren elites, led by the EPUB group, had to break through the barrier and kill Uchiha Longyu, but it was an easy task. As long as the people in the stronghold, all died. What they did was unknowable. However, they never imagined that the variable Long Yu would appear at this juncture. Not only does he have a powerful Sharingan, but he also killed hundreds of Yunren and repelled the EPUB combination. When this matter came back to Konoha, it was a shock. Moreover, AI, Yunren's next generation Raikage successor, obviously suspected that Shan Zhongfeng and oil girl took the route, gave him false information, and threw the scroll to Long Yu. Of course, if this is really a plot to invite you to enter the urn, it is a great achievement for the route. But AI obviously misunderstood the intention of Shan Zhongfeng and oil girl to take the route, so he gave the scroll to Long Yu. A small questioning voice echoed in the cave. Mountain Long Yi's expression was ashen, staring at Long Yu viciously. He is the father of Shan Zhongfeng and a student of Danzo. This time, he took the initiative to take this task, just to wash the mountain wind and pour sewage on Long Yu's body. I never thought that as soon as Long Yu appeared, he went straight to the theme. A mere chunin, this kind of thing is out of your hands. Mountain strokes and oily girls take their roots. They are people from our roots. If something is wrong, of course our roots will handle it. When Namikaze Minato and the others heard the words, their brows couldn't help frowning. Dealing with one's own people, this is no doubt nowhere to be said. Hehe. It seems that what you said is the truth, whether you are a traitor or not, or you have the final say. Long Yu smiled warmly, since this is the case, should I handle my affairs myself? Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Shan Zhonglong also shouted sharply, are you questioning our roots and the fairness of Danzo-sama? This is a big sin to despise the senior officials of Konoha. Come on, let me catch him. The 4 root ninjas, who were originally out of the crowd, looked at each other and stepped out again. Facing this scene, the smile on Long Yu's face became even wider, and he said, it seems that the one with the bigger fist is the last word. Then don't blame me for being unkind. The voice fell, and the thunder arc on Long Yu's body crackled. The next moment, like a ghost, he disappeared into place out of thin air. Appeared again, and has come to the front of Yamanaka Ryuya. What a great speed! Whether it was the Moonlight Knight or Uchiha Fugaku, his expression changed drastically. Not to mention, the mountain dragon who faces Long Yu. He did not expect that Long Yu would suddenly attack him under the pressure of such high-level officials. Without any bells and whistles, the probe grabbed his neck instantly. Boy, you are courting death. Yamanaka Long also shouted angrily. However, he was secretly happy. As long as Long Yu is in the public eye, he will take action against him. The trumped-up charges will be fully confirmed. However, when he tried to manipulate his body, his expression changed drastically when he met those eyes that were as scarlet as blood. Can't move? Long Yu smiled playfully. He had already used the hypnotic eye properties of Sharingan to bind Ryuya Yamanaka's body. If he hadn't deliberately left his consciousness, I'm afraid he would have already sunk into the realm of illusion. For a person, there is nothing more terrifying than the inability to control one's own destiny. Uchiha Ryuyu, what are you going to do? Hurry up and let me go, I'm the delegation, Mr. Zhang. Yamanaka Ryu also shouted in a hurry. Long Yu didn't take it to heart at all, and said with a smile, I represent myself, you are very annoying to me, so go die. Long Yu, be merciful. WFC Shaman hurriedly discouraged. Unfortunately, the dark flame suddenly soared and spread over Ryuya Yamanaka in an instant. The scorching high temperature and the heart-piercing pain helped Shan Zhonglong break free from the shackles of illusion. Before he could react, Long Yu threw Shan Zhonglong out of the cave with his backhand. Boom! Yamanaka Long also smashed to the ground, and before he had time to think about it, he hurriedly rolled on the ground, intent to annihilate the black flames on the body. However, all this fell into the eyes of Mao Yukengyu and others, but it seemed pale and powerless. Save me, why can't this flame be extinguished? Hurry up with water escape, those who are proficient in water escape, hurry up and save me. Shan Zhonglong also roared hysterically. The four root ninjas looked at each other and performed water escape ninjutsu one after another. Water escape, water fluctuation. Water escape water sudden spring. Water escape water dragon bomb. Water escape water whip. Looking at the last two root ninjas, I even used water dragon bullets and water whips. Long Yu was really impulsive, and wanted to ask the two of them if they had a grudge against Shan Zhonglong. However, along with the water escape ninjutsu, they smashed into Ryuya Yamanaka. The jet black flame still showed no sign of going out. Chapter 31, Don't Provoke. This strange scene made people feel a chill, rising straight from the soles of the feet. No, Long Yu, let me go, I'm just doing things for Danzang, this has nothing to do with me, I don't want to die. Shan Zhonglong was also desperate, struggling to crawl towards Long Yu. Unfortunately, everything looked pale and weak, and Amaterasu, which was stained with water vapor, burned even more vigorously. In an instant, the mountain dragon was also swallowed. With the screams, everyone fell into the ice cellar. A deeper understanding of Amaterasu. Unless you are proficient in the art of sealing, or don't let black flame get close. Otherwise, once hit, no one can save it. After the screams dissipated, the mountain dragon in the black flames turned into flying ashes. The burnt smell that filled the air made people feel like retching at the same time. Looking at Long Yu's eyes, there was a little more awe and panic. Inconsistent words can directly kill the black flame. Moreover, once the shot is taken, there is still no way to rescue it, which is also a despair for other people. As for whether there is still the confidence to provoke, I am afraid the premise is to weigh yourself. Inside the huge cave, there was a burning smell. Everyone looked at the thin figure, and in the depths of their pupils, a trace of inexplicable fear flashed. In a single move, he killed Yamanaka Ryuya, who had the strength of Shangnan. Such means, at least I am afraid that they have shadow-level strength, right? Are you still going to catch me? Long Yu looked at the four Enbugen ninjas. The faces of the four root ninjas changed dramatically, and they shook their heads quickly. No, we're just following orders. Long Yu, they can't help themselves. Minato Namikaze quickly discouraged him. In their eyes, it would be a nightmare if Long Yu started to kill. Humph, go back and tell Danzo, don't provoke me, go crazy, I'm afraid of myself. Long Yu snorted coldly. The four root ninjas fled as if they were granted amnesty. Minato, Hey yet, I want to chat with Long Yu alone. Uchiha Fugaku said suddenly. Moonlight Heii's expression stagnated, and he stopped talking, but was stopped by Minato Namika. Big brother Fuyu, it's wartime, be careful. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Uchiha Fuyu glanced gratefully at Minato Namikaze, and then looked at Long Yu. Uncle Fu. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. Of course, he knew what Uchiha Fuyu was thinking, and said, let's go out and talk. As Uchiha Fuyu and Long Yu left, the inexplicable depression in the huge cave still did not dissipate. Did you really want to ask me, why didn't you stop it just now? Minato Namikaze looked at the moonlit night. All Konoha ninjas looked stagnant, and their faces were full of question marks. Moonlight Heii nodded and said, Minato, with your speed and strength, it shouldn't be difficult to rescue the dragon in the mountain in time. I also want to know, why don't you help? Do you hate Danzo? There are many political parties in Konoha. However, in the final analysis, there are only Danzo of the Hawk faction, the 3 generations of the Huero faction, and the Uchiha clan whose position is uncertain. And Namikaze Minato was under the command of Jiraiya, a 3-generation Hokage disciple, and obviously belonged to the same faction. No, Senior Moonlight. You underestimated Long Yu. His strength and talent can be described as terrifying, no matter if the difficulty is A-level or S-level ninjutsu, what kind of attribute changes. As long as he makes a move, it only takes half a day to learn. If you were faced with a young man with such a terrifying potential and the roots of Danzang, what would you choose? The voice fell, and the expression of the ninja in the field was stagnant. The Moonlight Knight is even more shocked. Senior Moonlight, I hope you don't delay Konoha's major events because of some trivial matters. Now is a critical moment in wartime. Any variable will make Konoha fall into a state of doom. Minato glanced at Moonlight Gale. I still heard a little bit about the fact that he held a grudge against Long Yu. Moonlight Dark Knight's face sank, and he said, Watergate, I will be measured. That's best, I'll go out and have a look. Minato Namikaze dropped those words, turned and left. Dad, didn't you say, help me teach that Long Yu a lesson, with your strength, it's easy to deal with him. Moonlight Blaze was full of resentment. Shut up, I'm measured in this matter. Moonlight Heii glared at him, then waved to the other ninjas to go down to rest. In the huge karst cave, only Maoyu Kangyu and Dog Feng were left. Kangyu, I want to know, your evaluation of that kid, remember that this is about Konoha's high-level evaluation of Uchiha Longjyu. Moonlight Heii said. Maoyu Kangyu and Inafeng looked at each other and said, don't provoke them. The simple answer made the Moonlight Dark Knight feel caught off guard, and subconsciously looked at Inu Feng. Don't provoke. The answer of such a withdrawal made the Moonlight and Dark Knight look stagnant. Boom! A violent explosion sounded suddenly in the cave. The next moment, a hurricane swarmed like a tidal wave. The violent scene made Moonlight Heii and the others' faces change drastically, and they hurried away before they had time to think about it. 10,000 meters away, a deserted forest clearing. Uchiha Fuyu followed Long Yu. Looking at the road in front of him, the thin figure, his expression condensed, and disappeared out of thin air. Instant. Uchiha Fuyu suddenly appeared behind Long Yu, and Kyo turned his hand into his hand and stabbed directly to the back. When Long Yu's backhand blocked instantly. Uchiha Fuyu's expression changed, his right foot flipped, and he kicked Long Yu's head like lightning. At the same time, his right hand touched his waist, and 3 shuriken flew out. For a time, the triple attack completely blocked Long Yu from going up, down, and down. Uncle Fu, your testing is too boring. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. There was a crackling sound on his body, and he immediately entered the chakra mode. Under the flickering violent thunder, Long Yu retreated to a dozen meters away like a ghost. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku's right foot attack failed instantly. The three shuriken wrapped around a special metal wire collided with each other, and flew towards the dragon feather again. Fire escape dragon fire technique. Uchiha Fuyu flipped his hands and had extraordinary combat experience. Under the fiery chakra in his mouth, he followed the steel wire and quickly swept away towards Long Yu. The flaming flames turned into three 100-meter-long fire dragons, showing the posture of showing their teeth and claws. Long Yu, our uncle and nephew, haven't played against each other for a long time. Our Uchiha clan is best at fire escape ninjutsu. Let me see how far you have progressed. Uchiha Fuyu said solemnly. I can only hold fireballs. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, forget it, although the level is 2 levels off, but let me see, it's better to give up. The inexplicable words made Uchiha Fuyu startled. The next moment, looking at Long Yu's hand that was flying like a wheel, the speed of the printing was unbelievable, and his face changed drastically. Chapter 32, Long Yu's Strength. Do not. It should be said that even the eye sockets are split. Fire escape how fireball technique. The magic seal in Long Yu's hand stopped suddenly, and the hot chakra accumulated in his mouth was instantly swallowed. The heat wave was like a wave, and the flaming flames condensed in an instant, turning into a huge fireball with a diameter of tens of meters. Do not. It should be said that it is the sun. The trees along the way collapsed at the sound, and the three fire dragons looked extremely small in front of the sun-like fireball. A short distance of 100 meters, but they collided in the blink of an eye. Boom! The fire dragon was crushed in an instant, and the giant fireball with a diameter of tens of meters only paused slightly. The next moment, with a rolling posture, he attacked Uchiha Fuyu in the air. Also a fire escape ninjutsu, Uchiha Fuyu originally thought that he was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and he had mastered the fire escape ninjutsu to perfection. It never occurred to me that as soon as Long Yu made a move, he would use the Hao fireball with the feeling of S-rank ninjutsu. The scorching hot air hit the face, making people feel dry mouth. Along the way, the scorched ground collapsed, the scorching heat, and even the rocks melted. Looking at the rapidly expanding fireball in his pupils, Uchiha Fuyu's eyes suddenly widened. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. A light blue light suddenly appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's body. Illusory skeleton people, quickly condensed. This is Susanoo. Boom! The fireball of Hao hit Susanoo's body instantly. The fiery fire wave exploded like a frenzy, sweeping out in a rolling gesture. The trees along the way were broken at the waist, and the flaming flames rose into the sky. The huge explosion power directly covered a radius of 1 kilometer. Big Brother Fuyu, what happened? Namikaze Minato arrived first. Feeling the fiery wave of fire, under the flying of both hands, the seal of water escape was formed. Water escape water dragon bomb. Roar! The three water dragons condensed out of thin air and smashed directly into the endless sea of fire. The oncoming fire wave was instantly extinguished. At the same time, Uchiha Fuyu rushed out of the sea of fire, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel has long since returned to its normal form. Water escape, great waterfall technique. At the same time as the massive chakra surged out, it instantly drowned the earth in all directions. The fiery fire wave was annihilated directly, and a large amount of water mist was transpired. Wind escape, tornado. Namikaze Minato continued to shoot. As the hurricane rolled over, the mist that shrouded the sky and the earth finally disappeared. Watergate, what happened? Moonlight Dark Knight hurriedly arrived. Looking at the scorched trees with a radius of 1,000 meters, he said anxiously, it's not that Long Yu wanted to escape, and he used some forbidden technique. Dad, it must be like this, hurry up and join hands with Mizuno-sama to catch Long Yu. Moonlight Gale quickly echoed. However, he was quickly startled by the figure falling in front of him. What's the matter, are you talking bad about me? Long Yu glanced at Moonlight Gale and smiled genially. Moonlight Blast couldn't help but snorted, took a half step back, stumbled under his feet, and fell to the ground. Hey ya, Minato! Don't get me wrong, I just checked Long Yu's strength. The explosion just now was caused by a fireball. Uchiha Fuyu fell immediately. The voice fell, and the expressions of everyone present were stagnant, and they looked at the charred trees with a radius of 1,000 meters, and their faces were stunned. Fuyu, you are wrong. I heard Mao Yu say that Long Yu knows some forbidden techniques. Such a large-scale attack method should be done by forbidden techniques. Moonlight Hei couldn't help but said. As soon as these words fell, the other ninjas did not speak, but the expressions on their faces had already betrayed them. In their eyes, the fireball technique is just a C-rank ninjutsu in the fire escape. The Uchiha family is proficient in the art of fire escape, and can exert the power of the fireball beyond the level. It's obviously impossible to reach this S level, or even the level of a forbidden technique. It's really a fireball, I saw it with my own eyes just now, but this fireball is a bit big, probably about 60 to 70 meters in diameter. Minato Namikaze glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and nodded in agreement. The scene was dead silent. All the Konoha ninjas looked at each other in dismay. Even the Moonlight Knight looked ashen. If someone else said this, they would never believe it. But the person in front of him, Namikaze Minato, said something completely different. A Chunin who uses the power of forbidden art with a C-rank fireball. Does this also make them special, or even live? Okay, if there's nothing wrong, I still want to chat with Long Yu, there's no problem. Uchiha Fuyu didn't think of it at all. It's just a simple test that can cause such a big disturbance. Go, be careful. Minato nods in agreement. Can we not talk about it? Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. However, seeing the stubbornness on Uchiha Fuyu's face, Long Yu had no choice but to turn around and lead the way. Watching the two figures go away, Minato Namikaze glanced at the moonlight and darkness, did not stay any longer, and turned back to the base. Long Yu's strength exceeded his knowledge one after another. He wants to report what happened here to the third Hokage as soon as possible. Dad! Moonlight Gale struggled to get up. Shut up! Moonlight Hei shouted sharply, you can't bear a single look of trash. I'm asking you now, you haven't killed Long Yu, have you? Moonlight Blast was stunned for a moment, and then said excitedly, Dad, you haven't arrived yet, how dare I do anything to him? Don't worry, I've thought of a lot of ways. As long as Dad takes action, I'll make him regret offending me. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded suddenly. Moonlight Blast was stunned, covering his hot cheeks. Shut up, you bastard, I warn you, don't take action on Long Yu, it will cost the family as well. Moonlight Hei scolded angrily. This time, it seems that the Uchiha clan has a more terrifying existence than Shushin Shishui. When these words fell, the expression of the Konoha ninja present changed drastically. If it is said that the previous generation of Konoha in the ninja world is famous in the ninja world, it is Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade Sunin. There is also the existence of Konoha Bashi. Then, the contemporary strength is relatively outstanding, and the golden flashing wave wind water gate is located at the top of the tower, which instantly stops the water. The next level is the existence of Zuladi and others. In Konoha, the rise of a Uchiha Shisui has made many people feel the crisis. Now there is a more terrifying Uchiha Ryuyu. I am afraid that the pattern of the entire Konoha ninja village will change. Hey, you are doing it for yourself. If you can, even if you can't befriend Uchiha Ryuyu, you can't be his enemy. Chapter 33, Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eyes. After Moonlight Hei left those words, he turned and left. Moonlight was stunned. Do not. It should be said that the Konoha ninja present was no exception. They never thought that one of the dignified Konoha Beis would say such a thing. Thousands of meters away, on a rock, Long Yu stood against the wind, and Uchiha Fuyu stood behind him with a dignified expression on his face. Ask if you have anything. Uncle Fu, don't hesitate. I didn't expect that Uncle Fu would dare to open a kaleidoscope and write round eyes in front of everyone's eyes. Uchiha Fuyu's expression was stagnant, and he didn't expect that his secret would be instantly broken by Long Yu. In the Second Ninja World War, after opening the kaleidoscope shaker, Uchiha Fugaku has never displayed it in front of outsiders. He clearly knew that this force could protect the Uchiha family. It will also push the Uchiha clan to extinction. Uchiha Fugaku smiled helplessly when he thought of facing the arrogant fireball like a forbidden technique just now. I thought I was hiding deep enough, but I didn't expect you to hide deeper than me. Not only did you open the kaleidoscope, but you also have such a superb talent that you can perform ninjutsu to such a degree. However, I want to clarify one thing, which is related to the survival of the Uchiha clan. Long Yu would not explain the misunderstanding of Uchiha Fuyu. He couldn't catch Uchiha Fuyu's hand, and persuaded bitterly that the original Uchiha Ryuya was dead. He came from across, and with the help of the instant full-level system, I only opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel for a few days. If this is true, say it. I am afraid that Long Yu is directly regarded as a mental patient. You're asking me, have you seen Madara Uchiha? Long Yu looked at Fuyaku Uchiha. At this moment, a look of shock flashed across his face, and his pupils were full of disbelief. Although these changes in expressions were quickly hidden by Uchiha Fuyu, they still couldn't escape Long Yu's eyes. From the change of Uchiha Fuyu's demeanor, Long Yu deduced that the original work did not explain why Uchiha Fuyu opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel, and I am afraid that most of the reasons come from Uchiha Madara. Perhaps, from the very beginning, Madara Uchiha wanted to overturn Konoha's borrowing target, not Uchiha Obito. Instead, it was Uchiha Fuyaku. After helping Uchiha Fuyu open the kaleidoscope writing wheel, Uchiha Fuyu's pupil technique was too powerful, and eventually the old and frail Uchiha Madara couldn't control it at all, and finally got out of his control. Later, Uchiha Madara will transfer his target to Uchiha Obito. Then, step by step, the spearhead of revenge was first directed at the Uchiha family. Let Uchiha bring the soil, join hands with Danzo, and let Uchiha attack and carry out the genocide. You really know the existence of Madara Uchiha, did you help awaken your Sharingan? Uchiha Fuyu suddenly became anxious. Long Yu patted Fuyu's shoulder and said, Uncle, don't worry, my kaleidoscope writing wheel is naturally awakened, and I don't need him to help me at all. Also, do you think that if I dare to kill the dragon in the mountain, I will become that old immortal puppet? Looking at Long Yu, no big or small, Uchiha Fuyu glared at him and breathed a sigh of relief. As for Long Yu's domineering behavior just now, even he felt a little prickly. Madara Uchiha wants to make Long Yu surrender, it is indeed impossible. Long Yu, I'm relieved to hear you say this. I won't ask you about it, but don't tell me about Madara Uchiha, that guy is crazy. Uchiha Fuyu said solemnly. However, with your presence, I think he will find you soon, and I hope you will say what you said today. In the eyes of Uchiha Fuyu, it is rumored that Madara Uchiha was killed by heavy trauma in the Valley of the Terminator with the first Hokage Senju. Afterwards, the first Hokage also had too many old injuries in the body, and eventually died of complications. When Uchiha Fuyu saw Madara Uchiha appearing alive in front of him, his heart was indeed full of shock. But in the face of the temptation of power, he finally got on this boat of no return. Uncle Fu, don't worry, I'm not like your mother-in-law and mother. Long Yu rolled his eyes, looked at the forest below, and said, this world is very big, have you ever thought about leaving Konoha with the Uchiha family? Long Yu, what are you talking about? Uchiha Fuyu was stunned. After taking a quick glance around, he said anxiously, you mean the whole family to defect? This will only completely stimulate contradictions, and any ninja village will never allow it. In the eyes of Uchiha Fuyu, he placed all his hopes on Namikaze Minato. As long as he becomes the fourth Hokage, with the friendship between him and Namikaze Minato, they will find ways to ease the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha family. Now Long Yu suddenly came up with this idea. In Uchiha Fuyu's eyes, it is very likely that it represents the extreme idea of the younger generation. I know that you place your hopes on Minato Namifeng, but rather than resting your fate in the hands of others, you might as well hold on to it yourself. Long Yu said lightly. He just accidentally crossed over to this body, and he didn't have deep feelings for the Uchiha family. But I didn't want to die, so I said this. Uchiha Fuyu's expression changed, and he was silent. After a long time, he said, I don't want the Uchiha family to bear the infamy. Long Yu, you are still young and don't know what righteousness is. Is it righteous? Long Yu laughed dryly and said, this thing will crush people. However, if you say so, I don't mind my own business. If Konoha's people don't provoke me, I don't want to get into trouble. But if he provokes me, don't blame me, don't miss the old feelings. Looking at the indifferent Long Yu, Uchiha Fuyu felt a strange feeling in his heart. If it is said, the previous Long Yu gave him the feeling of cowardice and inconspicuous. So the current Long Yu, to him, feels like a sharp-edged blade. Also, it's a double-edged sword. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. Long Yu patted Uchiha Fuyu on the shoulder and said, Uncle Fu, as the patriarch, if you have the opportunity, get in touch with Zishui, and he also turned on the kaleidoscope writing wheel. I also pay more attention to Ataki. If they can grow up smoothly, they can definitely become the first-class powerhouses in the ninja world. Abandoning these words, Long Yu turned around and left. For a time, Uchiha Fuyu was the only one left on the rock, and fell into silence. If it is said, he would fight against him just a moment ago in order to find out the details of Long Yu. Chapter 34, Idea of Moonlight Night. Now it's getting more and more confused. He has paid attention to Uchiha Shisui. It was also suspected that he was the contact object of Uchiha Madara. But I never thought that Uchiha Zishui would also open a kaleidoscope at this age. Moreover, Uchiha Madara did ignore the Ataki, who had just shown his edge. Long Yu, who are you? Who are you hiding so deeply, and what is it for? Is it the location of Hokage Konoha? Uchiha Fuyu couldn't help but mutter to himself. After Long Yu and Uchiha Fuyu separated, his brows couldn't help frowning. Long Yu had already expected Uchiha Fuyu's choice. Moreover, the current Uchiha clan, it can be said that there are too many worms. Not to mention the targeting of Konoha Ninja Village, just some of the younger generation have the mentality of a thug. Often with the help of the identity of the garrison, what protection fees are charged, or what are the bad behaviors. Uchiha Fuyu has been rectified, but unfortunately this is a deep-rooted thinking that has evolved into a bad problem. To a certain extent, it is impossible to change the thinking of some clansmen. Even if Uchiha Fuyu really defected with his family, I am afraid that these people will never miss any opportunity to take revenge on Konoha. Once that time comes, Konoha will have an excuse to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Long Yu, are you finished talking? Inside the cave, Minato Namikaze looked at Long Yu who came back, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Do not. It should be said that the people present, including Moonlight Dark Knight, also gambled here. Bet on whether Long Yu will defect and leave Konoha Ninja Village. After all, after seeing it with his own eyes, Long Yu can even use C-rank ninjutsu as a band post-operative. Clearly understand the words of the Moonlight Knight. I would rather be a stranger than be an enemy. What's the matter, do you think I'll run away? Long Yu glanced at Minato Namifeng. Don't worry, there is no one in this world that I should be afraid of. Looking at Long Yu who was full of confidence, these words seemed a bit defiant, but no one dared to refute. Minato Namikaze shook his head with a wry smile and said, of course I know. However, the attack of Wu Ren and Yun Ren has already been defeated by you. In a short period of time, they will not dare to touch this place. So, the stronghold will be taken over by Moonlight Dark Night, and you and I will leave for Konoha Ninja Village. If you have any objections, you can raise them. When the voice fell, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and they all looked at Long Yu. Is it the Shinryuken Bridge in an emergency? Long Yu only knew the approximate time of the war, not the details. If it really is the Battle of Shinryuken Bridge in an emergency, that means that the Third Ninja World War is coming to an end. How do you know? Minato Namikaze looked stagnant. Guess, do you believe it? Long Yu patted Minato Namifeng on the shoulder. When will we leave? Tomorrow morning. Minato Namikaze heard the words, showing a relieved expression. They are most worried that at such a sensitive time, Long Yu will misunderstand and urgently summon him to Konoha. That's no problem. Long Yu promised to go back to Konoha. The first purpose was to spy on those forbidden techniques, and the second was to prepare for darkness. Then Lin will soon become the target of Mist Ninja Village, acting as a human pillar weapon and destroying the peace of Konoha. If it can be used properly, Long Yu will have the opportunity to find the Three Tails, tame it, and use it as a chakra cash machine. I'm hungry too, let's go out to eat first. Minato Namikaze greeted him. The first to leave with a group of ninjas. Long Yu was not far behind, and quickly followed. Dad, do you really want me to go back with Uchiha Ryu? Moonlight Gale looked anxious. Aren't you worried, did he shoot me in the middle? Thinking of Uchiha Ryu's horror, Moonlight Gale also felt regret in his heart. For the sake of a mere woman, offending an existence that even his father was extremely afraid of. If Long Yu didn't die, it would completely become his nightmare for the rest of his life. Don't worry, I've already thought of a way. He hid so deeply and defeated Yun Ren and Wu Ren at a critical moment, proving that he still has his heart for Konoha. Moonlight Hei said solemnly. If you sincerely apologize, and I give him the stuff at the bottom of the press box, it should be able to resolve these small frictions. Moonlight Blast was stunned for a moment, and then he said in a hurry, Dad, that thing is the key to our family's survival, will it be too much? No. Moonlight Hei shook his head and said, if he accepts it, it will bring opportunities to our Moonlight clan. Also, I have made up my mind. I hope that after this incident, you will not be able to grow up completely, and understand who can be provoked and who can't be provoked. Moonlight Blast was silent, and after a long time, under the gaze of Moonlight Night, he nodded in agreement. Let's go, it's not too early, it looks like there's a campfire dinner outside. Outside the stronghold, it was a canyon that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. After 2 world-shattering battles, it was completely razed to the ground. 70 or 80 Konoha's ninjas are sitting here. There was a huge fire in the middle, illuminating the night. The flame jumped with the wind, causing the temperature to rise quite a bit, which seemed a bit depressing. Not much different from the atmosphere in the field. The gazes of many Konoha ninjas subconsciously swept across Long Yu's body, appearing very cautious. Ahem, I'm nearby, I brought 3 old goats back, let's eat roast lamb tonight. Mao Yu Kangguo coughed dryly, intending to break the depression in the field. However, looking at the Konoha ninja who were still indifferent, obviously afraid of Long Yu, afraid of accidentally touching the scales, the Konoha ninja who kept silent, helplessly laughed bitterly. I'm leaving tomorrow, let me cook you a meal. Minato also deliberately opened up the depressing atmosphere in the arena. Just as he stood up, he was stopped by Long Yu's probing hand. I have also studied food, let me do it. Long Yu patted Nami Feng Minato on the shoulder. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, he walked out. As a ninja, it is not difficult to hunt 3 wild sheep. Moreover, one of the longhorns was scarred, and it was bent and hovered, showing a mighty posture. It seemed that it was for the food supplement in wartime. Mao Yu Kangyu didn't even let go of the sheep. Long Yu, can you do it? Mao Yu Kangyu couldn't help asking. Long Yu rolled his eyes. Don't ask men if they can do it, men can't do it, women don't like it, who has a chakra knife, lend me a hand. Pfft. The sound of snickering resounded in many corners of the arena. Namikaze Minato also shook his head helplessly and smiled. Only Uzuki Xian and Mute, the two little girls, looked confused. Chapter 35, Chinese Cuisine. Dad, what does Long Yu mean? Mao Yu Xian asked. Mao Yu Kangyu's cheeks flushed, and she glared, "Little girl, why are you asking so many questions, just stay by the side." Seeing Mao Yu Kangyu reprimanding him, many people who were holding back their laughter immediately burst into laughter. Looking at Long Yu, who suddenly broke the atmosphere, Minato Namikaze and Kangyu Uzuki looked very surprised. Long Yu, I didn't expect you to have a sense of humor. If anyone's chakra knife is the best here, it should be mine. Moonlight Hei came with a gust of moonlight. Just heard this. Without any hesitation, Moonlight Dark Knight took out the short knife on his thigh with his backhand and threw it out. Long Yu of course understood what Moonlight Hei had in mind, and he did not refuse, but took it back. The chakra knife was pulled out in response, and the light blue blade, under the chakra perfusion, glowed blue fluorescence. However, at the moment when Long Feng changed the nature of the lightning element, the arc was as bright as fireworks. This chakra knife is pretty good, Long Yu said with a light smile. Moonlight Dark Knight smiled and nodded in agreement, which was the key to breaking the freezing point of the relationship. If you like it, I can give it to you. If you like it, I can give it to you. Moonlight Hei stared at Long Yu. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of everyone in the field could not help but stagnate. A moonlit night, one of the 8 colors of Konoha. Taking the initiative to surrender his status to please Long Feng was beyond their expectations. I understand your kindness, everyone is hungry, don't waste time. Long Yu shook his head and refused. The Moonlight and Dark Knight looked stagnant, and his face was a little unbearable. Senior Moonlight, don't mind, Long Yu has a shark muscle and a thunder knife in his hands. Your chakra knife is good, but it is difficult to get into Long Yu's eyes. Xian Maoyu explained in a low voice. Missed Nin 7 People's Saber. Moonlight Hei was taken aback, and immediately heard the exclamations in the field. Long Yu's eyes widened, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel opened instantly. He grabbed the dead wild goat with his left hand and threw it directly into the air. The short chakra knife held in the right hand, under the flow of electric light, quickly cut away. Everyone just felt dazzled and waited to react. The goat was easily dismembered by Long Yu. If there is really one word to describe this scene, only the idiom of Bading Jinyu can do it. In an instant, the 3 sheep turned into pieces of meat of different sizes, and fell into the soup nest with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters like blood. When he saw Mao Yu Kangyu, he brought back 3 wild goats. Long Yu decided to make a Chinese gourmet handmade mutton to shock this group of indigenous people who only eat ramen and barbecue. Moreover, the mutton was cut by Long Yu's thunder and lightning, completely locked in the gravy, and then boiled with blood. The taste is even more delicious. What kind of food is this, cooked in such a strange way? Che, you don't pay attention to the key points, using the change of chakra attributes, and the writing wheel to dismember this goat. The gestures are skilled, and the speed is extremely fast. This skill is not comparable to ordinary people. This must be a professional butcher delayed by ninjas. Everyone in the field was stunned. Especially Uchiha Fugaku. He never imagined that Long Yu would use the legendary kaleidoscope to write round eyes as the key to the butcher. If Madara Uchiha knew, I am afraid that even the old blood could be spit out. However, when Uchiha Fuyu saw Long Yu frown, a more absurd idea appeared in his mind. This guy, won't you plan to use fire escape? As soon as these words fell, everyone in the field was stunned at first, and they had seen the magic seal in Long Yu's hand flying down. Fire escape spark. The fiery chakra burst out with the dragon feather, instantly boiling the mutton cooked in warm water. Of course, if a layman sees this scene, he will definitely be surprised. However, it was a ninja who was present. Facing Long Yu's precise chakra manipulation ability, he almost split his eyes. If the amount of chakra is too small, the spell will fail. Too much chakra will fry the whole pot of lamb. Now that Long Yu can just boil the mutton, looking at the field, I am afraid that even Na Feng Minato is not as good as himself. As soon as the water boiled, Long Yu poured out the whole pot of blood, immediately added clean water, and continued to cook. A handful of plump wild onions picked from nearby, a handful of Chinese prickly ash, and a piece of pine wood that Long Yu had already done, covered them directly when the fragrance filled the air. As long as you add a pinch of salt when it comes out of the pot, it will be delicious on earth. Bring me a stone. Long Yu motioned. Mao Yu Kangyu did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly brought a large stone with a smooth surface. Looking at Long Yu buried in the fire, when it was burning hot, the goat's fat was smeared on it, and the zira sounded. The dough that was originally used to make ramen noodles was neatly spread on the stone. As soon as it was scalded before and after, when the sizzling sound of suet sounded, sprinkle a handful of fat onions again. A piece of green onion flatbread is directly completed. At that time, just cut the mutton into slices and eat it in a roll. That's even more delicious. Long Yu made hundreds of green onion pancakes at once, and it took almost the same time to look at the mutton. The moment the lid was opened, the smell of mutton permeated. For a while, the surroundings were silent. Long Yu turned around and looked around, only to realize that Mao Yu Kangyu and the others had already widened their bull's eyes and surrounded them. Sniffing lamb and swallowing saliva against this nest of hands. If he wasn't afraid of where Long Yu was, he would have already rolled up his sleeves and started robbing him. Long Yu rolled his eyes, and after rolling 7 or 8 mutton stuffing, he squeezed out the crowd under the eye of the tiger. Come on yourselves, I have demonstrated the method. Long Yu dropped these words. The hungry wolves that were already starving all around suddenly burst into flames. Let me go first, your sister, you pushed me out. Ulan, don't forget, you called me brother, hurry up and give it to me first. Che, in this case, even if you were my mother, I wouldn't let you. No, give me the rest, or I will fight you. In the face of this kind of Chinese cuisine, the aroma of various spices colliding together not only conquered the sense of smell, but also the taste buds. Looking at the chaotic situation, Long Yu shook his head helplessly and came to a Yuzian and mute. Eat it, it tastes good. Hehe, it seems that this old man of mine is a bit spoiling the atmosphere. We don't have the treatment of Minato. Mao Yu Kangyu couldn't help but take a few glances, and also joined the snatch. Thank you, Long Yu, I didn't expect you to cook such a different kind of food. If someone marry you, it will be a blessing. Dog Feng held 2 slices of green onion cake in his mouth and 3 in his hand. Apparently it took a hard fight to get it over. Chapter 36, Konoha 3 Sun Moon Dance. As he spoke, he did not forget to wink at Yuzian and mute, making the 2 girls' cheeks even redder. He had to bow his head and eat silently. Me too. Namikaze Minato looked at the green onion cake that Long Yu handed over, and unexpectedly took it. Long Yu, if you go back to Konoha and open a gourmet restaurant, I'm afraid there will be no more ramen. I'm really surprised that you have always been so inconspicuous, and suddenly you have become all-powerful, which makes me a little uncomfortable. For this remark, Uchiha Fuyu also agreed. Long Yu shook his head and said with a smile, it's just a hobby. I've been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, so it's time to be a dragon and eat a tiger. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but stare at each other and fell into silence. Since Long Yu is unwilling to reveal too much, they will not ask too much. After a meal, the atmosphere was obviously chatting. The Konoha ninja, who had been wary of Long Yu, looked at Long Yu with a little more kindness. This is probably the miracle of Huaxia's so-called wine table communication. It's getting late, I'll go back to rest first. Long Yu patted the dust on his body and left first. For Long Yu's departure, everyone present nodded in agreement. But no one noticed the departure of the moonlight night and the moonlight wind. The cool breeze in the dark night made people feel an inexplicable chill. Long Yu didn't go back to the cave to rest directly, but turned around and came to the dense forest not far away, and stopped abruptly. It's time to come out and meet after we've been with you for so long. Two figures flashed out in the darkness in response. With the help of the mottled moonlight, it is the moonlight night and the moonlight wind. Sure enough, the blue is better than the blue, so that I can also discover my existence. The moonlight and the dark night have the ability to escape. Under this rare bloodline boundary, he became the most powerful silent killer in Konoha. I thought that I would be able to take advantage of this, but I didn't expect Long Yu to see through it in an instant. You've shown goodwill to me in public just now, and now you're following me. There must be something. Long Yu looked back at Moonlight Gale. Your Moonlight clan's penetration is good, but how could you not be found by me with this oil bottle? Moonlight Knight smiled helplessly. He is known as Konoha Bashi, but compared to him, Moonlight Blast is indeed a bit far behind. Moreover, compared with the terrifying young man in front of him, it is a world of difference. Long Yu, don't get me wrong, I'm following you this time to resolve the grievance between you and Moonlight Gale. Moonlight Hei said straight to the point. Our Moonlight clan, in addition to possessing the Sweji boundary, is the best at swordsmanship. Among them, Konoha Sanryuu is our family's box-pressing swordsmanship. The outside world compares me to Sakumo Konoha Byahataki, and it is also because of this sword technique. Long Yu was also a little surprised by Moonlight Hei's actions. However, after possessing the shark muscle and the thunder knife, Long Yu really wanted to learn some knife skills. Otherwise, the forbearance knife fell into Long Yu's hands and only knew how to slash, which was a shame. Originally, Long Yu had thought about returning to Konoha and going to Hatake Kakashi to see if there was any way to get Hatake Sakumo's swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, someone took the initiative to send it to the door. Long Yu, I don't ask for anything. As long as you can protect the Moonlight Gale at a critical moment, the previous matter will be written off, and I will teach you Konoha Sanryuu. Moonlight Hei said anxiously. Long Yu frowned, glanced at Moonlight Gale, whose face was full of tension, and said, forget it, I don't want to use a hairy boy to threaten me in exchange for something in return. Looking at Long Yu, who turned around and planned to leave after leaving these words, Moonlight Hei's expression became stagnant, and he hurriedly said, Long Yu, don't misunderstand, this sword technique was planned to be taught to you from the beginning. Looking at the instant body technique, he appeared in front of him. In the dark night of the moon and the night with his face full of urgency, it was the first time that Long Yu knew that this father's love was great. For this little thing, even the family's knives were given away. However, this is also in Long Yu's arms. Long Yu, please accept it, otherwise the blast will not be at ease for the rest of your life. Moonlight Hei said anxiously. There are only two ways to get revenge with a strong man. Kill the strong man first. The next day I lived in fear, worrying that if this strong man was in a bad mood one day, he remembered this incident and deliberately killed him. What's more, facing Long Yu, Moonlight Blast obviously only had the first choice left. If you don't want anything delivered to your door, then I'll be respectful and accept it first. Long Yu spread out the scroll with his backhand. Looking at everything recorded above, the sound of the system prompt sounded in my mind. Find out, S-level swordsmanship, Konoha Sanryuu, whether the host is instantly full level. Full level immediately. Long Yu didn't hesitate. Jingle. Congratulations to the host, Konoha Sanryuou is full. After feeling the memory of Sanryuou in his mind, Long Yu put away the scroll and handed it back to the Moonlight Knight. Long Yu, what's wrong? Moonlight Hei couldn't help but startled. In his eyes, Long Yu took over the scroll and it only took a minute or two. You don't think this scroll is fake, do you? When a person takes the initiative to flatter, the most worry is to be misunderstood. Now the Moonlight and Knight have this kind of mentality. Even the things at the bottom of the family's box were sent out, if it was more suspicious. This is so frustrating. No, I've learned it, it's useless for me to keep this scroll. Long Yu said lightly. Looking at the serious Long Yu, Moonlight Dark Knight and Moonlight Blast couldn't help being stunned. As a descendant of the Moonlight clan, Moonlight Hei has an extraordinary talent, and it took a year to learn the swordsmanship of Konoha Sanryuou. Moonlight Blast's talent was slightly worse, but it took more than 2 years. However, the two of them are also known as the heirs with the highest talent besides the first-generation patriarch who created Konoha Sanryuou. As one of the 8 colors of Konoha, Moonlight Black Knight is also known as the existence that promotes Konoha Sanri Moon Dance. They have always been proud of Konoha Mikazuki Mai. However, as soon as Long Yu opened his mouth, he told them that it took 2 minutes to learn Konoha Sanryuou. This is too convincing. Don't believe it. Long Yu said with a light smile. The Moonlight Knight was startled for a while, and then he stubbornly agreed. He taught Konoha Sanryuou to Long Yu, just to resolve the grievances and forge a good cause by the way. Chapter 37, Betting. If Long Yu didn't learn it, all his efforts would be in vain. Moonlight Hei didn't want to provoke Long Yu, but in this case, he could only bite the bullet. In order to avoid hurting people, let's use branches instead. Long Yu's right hand probed into the air. 2 3-foot-long branches fell directly into the hands of the two of them. The chakra threads, this is the foundation of the puppet master. Moonlight Dark Knight's expression changed slightly. Once again, I was surprised by Long Yu's powerful chakra manipulation ability. It's over, let's start. Long Yu didn't care. Looking at the moment of the moonlit night, I took a step forward. Moon Shadow. Moonlight Dark Knight's expression suddenly changed. Before I could think about it, I turned around and stabbed back. Pfft. Although what Yue Guang Hei held in his hand was just an ordinary branch, it fell into his hand like a sharp blade. Along with the sound of breaking the air, there is even more chakra surging. The whistling sound of the wind entwined the branches, enhancing the power of cutting by a few points. At the same time, the branch directly pierced into Long Yu's body. However, this knife did not splatter with blood, and Long Yu, who appeared behind him, gradually distorted and became illusory. I'm behind you. The familiar voice sounded again. The complexion of the Moonlight Knight changed dramatically. Sun and Moon Shadow Strike. This is a move in Konoha 3 Sun Moon Dance. Use afterimages and clones to confuse the enemy and take the lead in attacking. Once there is a mistake, a fake target is attacked. That would be a fatal blow. Originally, in the Moonlight and Dark Night, I thought Long Yu was joking. But now I see that Long Yu will not only use the Moon Shadow, but also the Sun and Moon Return Shadow Strike. This is completely beyond his knowledge. Sun and Moon Phantom Slash. The moonlight roared in the dark night, and clenched the branches with both hands, under the chakra infusion. Turn around and stab directly at Long Yu. Attacking together, the light and shadow bloomed immediately, turning into afterimages in the sky, adding an inexplicable depressing atmosphere. Sun Moon Blood Wheel Slash. Long Yu was not afraid at all. This Sun and Moon Phantom Slash, the virtual with the real with the virtual, the best way is to break it hard. The moment chakra poured into the branches, it burst into dazzling light, and the next moment it slashed into the Moonlight Night. With a single blade, it turned into a round moon blade and slashed down towards the afterimage of the sky. Boom! The two attacks collided with each other, and under the wind, the moonlight and dark knight staggered out. Looking at Long Yu, the moonlight dark knight was full of disbelief. "Dad, what he's doing is really the Three Sun Moon dance?" Moonlight Gale asked eagerly. "Bastard, as a direct descendant of the Moonlight clan, can't you see it like this?" Moonlight Hei scolded angrily, "You must practice more after you go back, or you will lose the face of our Moonlight clan." "It's okay, I'll go first." Long Yu threw away half of the branch in his hand. The battle just now was only tentative. Moreover, in order to perform the real Three Sun Moon dance sword technique, you also need a good chakra knife. Only with strong chakra conductivity can better chakra agglomeration, as well as attribute changes, enhance the power of swordsmanship. Among them, in the world of ninja, there is the so-called country of iron. They have chakra, but what they developed is not so-called ninjutsu, but how to integrate chakra into swordsmanship. Among them, Mifune of the Iron Country is an existence that has honed the swordsmanship to be comparable to the shadow level. However, with the successive wars, many so-called samurai were eliminated. Moreover, in the face of the so-called great power struggle, the Iron Country has always maintained the attitude of a neutral country. As a result, there are fewer and fewer samurai, and there are fewer opportunities for the exquisite swordsmanship to spread. "You go back first, I also want to guide the wind." Moonlight Hei did not continue to hold back. Now the talent that Long Yu has shown has far exceeded his imagination. Regardless of whether he has mastered the profound meaning of the Three Sun Moon / this amazing learning talent is worth betting on. It was only at this moment that he understood why Minato Nami, Kang Guyu Maoyu and the others valued Long Yu so much. Willing to offend the hero of Danzo. "Senior Moonlight, are you all right?" Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared. Hei, who was very worried, was taken aback, and he quickly shook his head and said, "Minato, I have nothing to do, I just want to share my experience with Long Yu." "Dad, is this still an exchange of experience? You have taught him Sanryu." Yue Guanggale couldn't help but pouted. However, this can't be blamed for the moonlight blast to break through the matter. Originally, there were very few who could practice the Konoha Three Sun Moon dance. Among them, Moonlight Blast is considered to be the best, known as a little genius. Now suddenly a monstrous dragon feather appeared, so his so-called little genius halo might be reduced to a green leaf in an instant. "Speak up!" Moonlight Dark Knight glared at him. Minato Namikaze shook his head with a smile and said, "Senior Moonlight, don't blame Hei too much. Your bet isn't wrong." Moonlight Dark Knight couldn't help but startled and said, "Minato, do you also think Uchiha Ryu's achievements will be very high in the future?" "No, I don't think so." Minato Namikaze shook his head. Moonlight Knight was stunned for a moment. Just when he thought that he had made the wrong bet, Minato Namikaze's voice sounded again. "I think Uchiha Ryu didn't show his real strength." "Watergate, what are you talking about?" Moonlight Dark Knight was taken aback. In the information he learned, Uchiha Longjaihu defeated Yunren and Wuren alone. Moreover, the EPUB group was also repelled, and at the same time, it was recognized by the next generation of Reikage in Yunnan village. This is a great honor for any ninja. However, now Namikaze Minato told him that Long Yu was still paddling. This gap is too big. Now I just hope that Danzo doesn't do stupid things, otherwise we Konoha will probably usher in a big enemy. Minato Namikaze said with flickering eyes. In the early morning, when the genius just lit up, Long Yu and his party of 4 left the stronghold. Since Silent is the only medical ninja in the stronghold, he cannot evacuate with Long Yu. However, with Moonlight and Dark Knight, one of the 8 colors of Konoha, and dozens of new ninjas as background, the defense of the stronghold has been improved by 1 or 2 levels. In case of any problems, we can also support Minato Namikaze for support. It can be said that Minato Namikaze, who knows the art of flying thunder god, is the backing of mobile support. Originally, Uyuzian planned to stay in the stronghold to support Uyu Kangyu. Unfortunately, Mao Yu Kangyu obviously has selfishness. Not only because of losing the bet, but also because of the huge potential of Long Yu. Their Uzuki family had a low status in Konoha. In case, in the future, Long Yu will really take power and become a big man in Konoha. Chapter 38, 3 Hokage. That Mao Yuzian, as Long Yu's woman, has also risen in status. Even if he takes 10,000 steps back, with Uchiha Uyu alone, the formidable combat power that broke out in these two battles, and the character of protecting his shortcoming. Uyuzian became Long Yu's woman, and she would never be mistreated or looked down upon. It was because Uyu Kangyu had this idea. In the stronghold, ninjas with daughters planned to sell their daughters. Last night, he almost knocked on Long Feng's door. Therefore, as soon as the day dawned, Long Yu hurriedly packed up and left early. When Mao Yu Kangyu sent out the base, he held his shoulders with a look you know. With that appearance and expression, it was as if they wished Long Yu and Uyuzian, if something happened on the way, they would return to the village to get raw rice and cook cooked rice. This kind of behavior made Long Yu vomit, and the surname of Naruto world is precocious. However, looking at the 12 or 13-year-old Uyuzian, that figure clearly already has a large scale. Inside Konoha, in the huge Hokage office, the face of the third Hokage was a little gloomy. Looking at Xiao Chun and Mito Minion, he said solemnly, Danzo violated our agreement and issued an order privately to let Yamanaka Ryuhu also challenge Uchiha Ryuhu. Sarutobi, did you get Minato's report? What was the result? Mito Minion said solemnly. Yan Zonglong is also in Danzo's hands. His strength has already reached the level of elite Jonin, and he is also proficient in restraint techniques. Uchiha Ryuhu, have you suffered? Turning to bed, Xiao Chun showed a rare smile, nodded and said, that kid is hiding too deep, if you can use this to beat him, it may not be a bad thing. Xiao Chun is right. Before Uchiha Ryuhu's purpose is unclear, this kind of beating is inevitable. Danzo will act as the clown. It's the best thing. Mito Minion nodded in agreement. You bastards, are you all confused? 3 generations of Hokage suddenly scolded. Don't forget Minato's report, try not to turn against Uchiha Ryuhu, or he will become our Konoha's #1 enemy. The inexplicable words made Mito Minion and Chuan Koharu stiffen. Sarutobi, what do you mean, what happened to Yamanaka Ryuya and Uchiha Ryuhu? In their eyes, the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi hidden have always been peaceful. Emotions have never fluctuated so much, and now there will be monsters when things go wrong. He died and was instantly killed by Uchiha Ryuhu. 3 generations of Hokage took out a scroll and threw it to Mito Minion, saying, this is the information sent by Minato, you guys have a look first, think of a way to deal with it. Countermeasures. Yan Zhonglong was also killed by one move. Mito Minion's expression changed. Quickly open the scroll and check it out. As time went on, the expressions of him and Xiao Chun became more and more livid. In their eyes, Yamanaka Long is also proficient in the art of heart turning, and in the root, he has been trained by non-human beings. Prefers to be good at restraint, and sensory ninjutsu. If the two fight against each other, Yamanaka Long also has a strong perception ability. You must first notice the opponent's changes and move. However, according to the description on the scroll now, Yamanaka Long was bound by illusion before he could react. And was then burned to ashes by the black flame that could not be extinguished. Although the battle scene, they are not seen before. But just based on the description between the lines, it has already sent chills down their spines. According to Minato's description, Uchiha Ryuhu has only shown a certain level of strength so far. Moreover, he has the ability to learn ninjutsu against the sky, which is probably related to his special Sharingan. The third Hokage said in a deep voice. Minato once mentioned that Uchiha Ryu has always hated troublesome things, that's why Zhang Zhou was forced to take action this time, and he also repelled the large forces of Yun Ren and Wu Ren. Even the Shark Muscle Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and the Black Holeya of the 7 people of Wunin were also beheaded. Among our Konoha, only a few people can achieve such a record. Having said that, the 3 generations of Hokage glanced at Koharu and Mito Kazuma. You tell me now how to decide. The expressions of Maida Minyan and Chuan Koharu changed. Originally, in their eyes, Uchiha Ryuya was just a kid similar to Uchiha Shisui. This kind of person is easy to deal with, as long as you use the family to coerce a little or two, you will do it obediently. However, now Uchiha Longjyu has not only been lurking for more than 10 years, but also burst out with such a powerful strength. Even Danzo's subordinates dare to kill. This is fearless. Humph, you guys are really going back the more you live. Danzo suddenly pushed open the office door. Lord Hokage. The 2 guards stationed at the door looked complicated. Go back, I already knew he would come. Sandai Hokage waved his hand. In Konoha, Danzo is a special existence, and the route he established is independent of Anbu, a subordinate of Hokage. In a sense, the existence of roots is a power structure that does not belong to Hokage. Therefore, Danzo often secretly sends members of the root to monitor the entire Konoha village. Even Hokage's office is no exception. Humph, Sarutobi, you are really going back as you live. You can't even deal with a mere brat. I think you are not suitable to be Hokage and take on this important task. Danzang came over with a cold face. If I hadn't left behind in advance, I'm afraid you have made a decision now, and I don't know. Danzo, don't misunderstand, Sarutobi didn't mean that. Mito Kadome opened his mouth to dissuade him. He knew very well the character of his old classmate. Humph, Mito, seems that you also think that the idea of the 3rd generation is correct, which really disappoints me. Danzang sneered. Now Konoha is in jeopardy, and all countries dare to step in and bully us Konoha, all because of your cowardly nature. If you had listened to me in the morning and dealt with them with an iron fist, Konoha would not need to open the 3 major battlefields at the same time. This. Mito Minyan's expression froze, he shook his head and sighed. Danzo, don't get me wrong, everyone is here for Konoha to thrive, even Sarutobi. If you have any opinion, feel free to say it, so that we can discuss 1 or 2 things. Danzo, Mito is right. If you have any opinion, feel free to say it and take a look. If it is beneficial to Konoha, I can agree. 3 generations of Hokage said solemnly. Zhuangziao Xiaochun has not spoken. But he has already expressed his agreement on his expression. Humph, no need. Danzo snorted coldly and said, since that Uchiha Ryuya has so many variables, it is a scourge for us Konoha. Chapter 39, Wandering Ninja. And, don't forget, if the Uchiha clan knew that there was such a rebellious existence in their clan, it would definitely fuel their arrogance, so I have already sent someone to deal with him. They were still discussing just now, how to appease Uchiha Ryuya and use it for Konoha Shinobi Village. Now Danzo has secretly sent someone to deal with Long Yu. This completely overturned the plan of Namikaze Minato. Danzo, are you crazy? You shot Uchiha Ryuya again and again. You are forcing him to defect. 3 generations of Hokage shouted angrily. In case Uchiha Ryuya escapes from the village, with his current strength and record, any village is willing to throw an olive branch and become the sharp blade of our Konoha ninja village. You are the biggest responsible person. Turning Koharu and Mito Minyan's faces changed involuntarily. It was the first time that they would be so angry when they saw Hiruzen Sarutobi with a peaceful personality. Moreover, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hizen, getting the position of the 3 generations of Hokage, I owe Danzo in my heart. That's why it has been left to the root. This institution that is out of Hokage's control exists. However, now the three generations of Hokage are furious with Danzo because of Uchiha Ryu. This is enough to illustrate the importance of the three generations of Hokage to Uchiha Ryu. Danzo, I warn you now, hurry up and bring people back, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Three generations of Hokage shouted in a deep voice. The huge Hokage office fell into an inexplicable depressing atmosphere. Facing the anger of the three generations of Hokage, Zuan Koharu and Mito Gateyan turned pale. However, in the face of Danzang's private shot, he was also dissatisfied. Humph, Sarutobi, you really don't have the spirit you used to be. Danzo snorted coldly, his attitude obviously softened a bit. For a long time, no matter what he did in private, Hizen Sarutobi was able to see through it. He even tried for Hokage's position several times, but he was still defeated by Sarutobi Hizen. If it is on the old love, and the original intention is for the good of Konoha, I am afraid that the root has long since ceased to exist. Don't worry, the people I sent this time are not our Konoha, but some wandering ninjas. No matter what the outcome is, they won't know my identity. Tuanzang said solemnly. In case of failure, Uchiha Ryu will only do it, mistakenly thinking that it was done by other shinobi villages. After all, recently, his edge has been revealed. Leaving those words, Danzo turned around and left. Looking at the closed office door, the third Hokage couldn't help rubbing his swollen temples. Sarutobi, what are you going to do now? Mito Minion couldn't help saying. Zuan Xiaochun still did not speak, just stared at the three generations of Hokage. They knew very well that Danzo's words were already the biggest compromise. As for the final result, only the decision of the three generations of Hokage can be seen. This guy, Danzo, is really a headache. Three generations of Hokage sighed helplessly. Send me to inform Minato, there are wandering ninjas in the land of fire, let them be careful. In the eyes of the three generations of Hokage, Danzo's starting point is for the safety of Konoha. What's more, now they just know that Danzo has used some means to get in touch with the wandering ninja. Who these wandering ninjas are, no one knows. So it is impossible to stop the wandering ninja. The only way is to notify Namikaze Minato to be more vigilant. If Uchiha Ryu can come back alive, this is a kind of strength. In case of being assassinated in the middle, it is life. Sarutobi is right, and that's the only way to do it now. Mito Gateyan nodded in agreement. Now the situation in our country of fire is in turmoil, and the speed of attack and deployment in the country of earth has also changed. It seems that this 2-year tug-of-war is also ready to end. As soon as Minato arrives at Konoha, let him lead the team under his command and go to the land of earth for the final mission. Outside world. As soon as Danzo left the Hokage office building, Yamanaka Phoenix, an oil girl, took root in the dark. Lord Danzo, are things going well? Shan Zhongfeng couldn't hold back his breath. You must avenge my father. Shan Zhonglong is also Shan Zongfeng's father and Danzo's most capable subordinate. After hearing that Yamanaka was at risk of being killed at the hands of Uchiha Ryu, Yamanaka Ryu also volunteered to take a shot, intending to let out a bad breath. It's just that they never imagined that this bad breath not only did not come out, but also lost their lives. Feng, don't worry, the wandering ninja I contacted this time is a small family that has been in decline, and there is a monster that has existed for a long time. If he shoots, no matter how powerful that kid is, he has always been so low-key. Must lack a lot of combat experience. Danzang sneered. Shan Zongfeng's expression was stagnant, and he said, Lord Danzo, you mean the monster that has been on the battlefields recently and offered a bounty to assassinate him? The oily girl who had not spoken all the time heard the words, and her face changed dramatically at this moment. If Danzo really invited the legendary person to take action, then waiting for Uchiha Ryu is definitely a dead end. Konoha is far from the base, and it will take at least 4 days to travel with all his strength. Because Minato Namikaze was in a hurry, he returned to Konoha to check the battle situation, so he performed the Flying Thunder God technique in the middle and left early. Although, Namikaze Minato also mentioned that he could use the technique of Flying Thunder God to take them away together. However, it was rejected by Long Yu. The technique of Flying Thunder God is actually not much different from the space jump of Sasuke's reincarnation eye in the later stage. However, Sasuke can also reincarnate and open the door in all directions. Minato Namikaze can only jump with the Flying Thunder God seal. And with the number of people transferred, the consumption of chakra and mental power will greatly increase. Even the space jump distance will be shortened. Therefore, Long Yu still refused. Long Yu, there is a post station ahead, why don't we rest here? Moonlight Gale asked weakly. Along the way, Moonlight Blast kept a distance from Long Yu at all times. But it was indeed a bit overwhelming for him to travel for days, even though it was only 20 miles away from Konoha. Still can't resist making this suggestion. Long Yu, it's already close to Konoha's warning position, why don't you take a rest first? After wiping the hot sweat on her forehead, Mao Yuzian also showed a hint of tiredness. If Oyu Kangyu knew, he desperately wanted to let Hu Yuzian and Long Yu happen to unknown things on the way back. All the time was spent on the journey, so I'm afraid I don't know what to expect. Chapter 40, Scattered and Escaped. Long Yu was the first to stop and landed in front of the inn, looking at the caravan inside with a playful smile. Come on, it's very lively here, maybe there are some unexpected surprises. The inexplicable words made Yuzian startled, but Moonlight Blast had already run in. Boss, hurry up and give me a pot of tea and 3 servings of meatballs. After Yueguang Gale called out the words, he remembered this moonlight night, but let him focus on Uchiha Longjyu. Looking at Uchiha Ryuya who walked in quickly, he hurriedly said, I'm calling for you Mariko. Looking at the shriveled moonlight wind, Long Yu shook his head with a smile and said, you can eat this, I'm not hungry. Guest, tea and balls are here. An old man with a dry face came out of the kitchen. This young man, I advise you to try it. The meatballs from our post station, the caravans from the past, but no matter how far apart they are, they will come and visit. If you try it once, you will definitely come back in the future. It really tastes so good, it's the first time I've heard of it. Yu Yuzian's eyes lit up. They are not as perverted as Long Yu, and this is the first time they have gone on a long-distance mission. After this long journey, my stomach is already beating. Now that I heard the old man brag so much, I couldn't help but pick up the ball and stuff it into my mouth. Okay, don't eat this ball, everyone is watching you. Long Yu suddenly grabbed the hand of Yuzian. The sudden action made Xian Maoyu startled for a while, and her cheeks flushed red immediately, saying, there are many people here in Long Yu, hurry up and take your hands back. Looking at Mao Yuzian with the look of a little girl, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. The speed of this thinking is too fast. It seems that the precocious thinking of Naruto world is poisonous. Go! A loud shout suddenly sounded. The shop owner, who was originally withered and old, became extremely sharp in the next moment, and directly reached out and grabbed Wu Yuzian. Uyuki Xian was stunned. She never thought that the old man in front of her would be hidden so deeply. At such a close distance, there is no way to hide. When the old man saw this scene, his face was filled with joy. In his eyes, as long as one hostage is captured, then, it is not difficult at all to deal with 2 young Chunin. Recurrent violence. The crackling thunder arc sounded suddenly. The fist wrapped around like Wang seemed to explode even the air. Boom! The old man was directly smashed hundreds of meters away. Everywhere along the way, whether it is a wooden board or a big tree, it was broken by the middle. When he hit a rock wall and barely stopped his figure, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, tilted his head and died. Inside the inn, more than a dozen merchants who wanted to start violently, looked sluggish. The information and tasks they got were only to deal with the 3 Konoha Chunin. Among them, even the frightening golden glittering Nakamo Minato left early. In their eyes, this task is a sweet pastry. Patriarch, who is he? It seems to be different from the information. A wandering ninja couldn't hold back. The one who took the lead was a middle-aged man dressed as a businessman, looking at Long Yu with a hint of vulture. Humph, just a little faster, don't forget. This time we all came out, as long as we take off this kid's head, the reward we get is enough for us to survive the war. Our family is fighting for survival. Yes, we are fighting to survive. More than a dozen wandering ninjas instantly agreed. The leader of the wandering ninja, staring at Long Yu, shouted sharply, "Let's fight quickly, don't let that guy take a step ahead of us and get a reward." Thinking of which guy with the smell of money and danger, the leader of the wandering ninja, his spine is still chilled. Looks like there's another amazing person here. Long Yu smiled genially. Since you're not the main course, you're not qualified to keep it for questioning. The voice fell, and the floor under Long Yu's feet cracked. The next moment, it disappeared out of thin air like a ghost, and reappeared before the leader of the wandering ninja. Spiral pills. This is Long Yu's weakest means of attack right now. Under the chakra infusion, it was instantly rolled into a ball. Without any bells and whistles, he smashed the wandering ninja head-on. Do not! The pupils of the wandering ninja leader suddenly shrank. This was completely different from the Chunin he knew. Boom! The moment Spiral Maru fell, the leader of the wandering ninja hurriedly raised his defensive hands and broke them. The huge impact caused him to be thrown out. It smashed the beam directly, and smashed it on the big tree 100 meters away. Even worse than the wandering ninja who pretended to be an old man, he couldn't even spit out blood. His entire chest was sunken, and he died of breathlessness. Dead, the patriarch actually died. Escape, let's escape quickly, otherwise our Feng Mo clan will be exterminated. A terrified roar resounded from the field. The wandering ninjas who were present didn't have time to think about it, they just scattered and fled. Long Yu, hurry up and chase. These wandering ninjas dare to commit murder outside Konoha village. If they encounter other people whose strength is inferior to you, it will be unfortunate. Yu Yuzian became anxious. After being frightened just now, she quickly regained her senses, took out the chakra knife, and stood on guard. She is not surprised that the leader of the wandering ninja was instantly killed by Long Yu. Long Yu, you go, I will help you protect Xian. Yueguang Gale said in a hurry. This is a good opportunity to take credit. However, seeing Moonlight Blast's legs that were shaking like twists and turns, the confidence in these words obviously became a little insufficient. No need, they can't leave. Long Yu looked at the forest not far away lightly. As the leader of the wandering ninja said just now, this time, a difficult character came. Ah! The scream suddenly sounded. Xian's face changed, and she said, Long Yu, is it that the Watergate-sama is here? In Uzuki Yuan's eyes, Namikaze Minato possesses the technique of Flying Thunder God. This is still the periphery of Konoha village, and there are inevitably patrolling Anbu or sentries nearby. The sound of the battle just now was enough to startle Konoha. As soon as Namikaze Minato learns of the situation here, in just a few miles, Namikaze Minato can arrive with a Flying Thunder God technique. Then, what is that? Moonlight Gale's expression changed dramatically. However, before he could react, Long Yu's right foot was lightning-like and directly knocked the moonlight into the sky. At the same time, Long Yu took Oyuzian into his arms and hurriedly dodged to his side. Hokage starting from the instant full level. Chapter 41, Taki Ninja Village. Boom! The place where the three stood was instantly pierced. The soil flew down, and the two arms connected by the black meridians were directly caught empty. Long Yu brought Mao Yuzian 7 or 8 meters away, and Moonlight Blaze obviously did not have this kind of personal service treatment. He smashed directly outside the inn, and when he saw the strange hands emerging from the soil, his expression turned pale. If Long Yu hadn't shot in time just now, he might have already fallen into this big hand. Sure enough, you are a guy covered in copper smell. Long Yu looked into the forest. The two hands sticking out of the soil suddenly tightened, and they opened the soil directly, showing them in the eyes of everyone. A figure shrouded in a cloak, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, walked slowly out of the forest. However, just after walking out of the forest, behind him, there were black blood vessels with claws and claws, each with a corpse hanging on it. These are the wandering ninjas who escaped just now. Long Yu, who is this person? Isn't it too scary? Mao Yuxian's face turned pale. If the wandering ninja who appeared just now is an ordinary enemy, then the person in front of him is a pervert. Moreover, the 17 or 18 wandering ninjas who escaped were instantly killed. This kind of record is not something that ordinary ninjas can achieve. Have you heard of Taki Ninja Village? Long Yu looked at the enemy in front of him thoughtfully. He never imagined that it was not long before he came to Hokage's world. Then he met Kakuto, a member of Akatsuki's organization in the future. Taki Ninja Village. Uzuki Xian was stunned for a moment, and said, I heard that there was a rebellion in Taki Ninja Village 20 or 30 years ago. The originally powerful Taki Ninja Village was slaughtered overnight, and finally declined, hiding. Recuperate after the waterfall. Is that the Taki Ninja Village that has the allocation of tailed beasts? Moonlight Gale was also taken aback. A livid expression, he couldn't help but say, Long Yu, you won't tell me that he is the traitor who slaughtered the high-level executives, right? Yes. Long Yu nodded with a smile, and said, I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Jiaodu. As soon as these words fell, Mao Yuxian and Yueguang Jiafeng turned pale. S-level rebellion that almost wiped out the village. In terms of strength, it is comparable to the shadow level. All along, no matter how hard the 5 great ninja villages work hard. For S-level rebellion, it has always been difficult to capture. However, now there is one in front of them. This is not a nightmare, or what? Long Yu, are we going to escape? Yueguang hurried. It's only a few miles away from Konoha. As long as we hold our strength, we should be able to rush back to the sealed gate soon. At that time, the people stationed will support us. Facing the origin of Jiaodu, the fighting spirit of Moonlight Blast disappeared instantly. Hai Feng, shut up for me. Mao Yuxian gave a cold scolding, looking at Long Yu who was still smiling. She said solemnly, don't grow the ambition of others and destroy Long Yu's prestige. Look at Long Yu's expression, he doesn't even have the slightest bit of fear. It's hard to say that he can deal with this S-level rebellion. It's just. Why is this S-rank betrayal targeting us? Unlike Moonlight Blast, Mao Yuxian, as a little girl, has a more detailed mind. Since Long Yu called the man in front of him, he was a bounty hunter covered in copper stench. The wandering ninja family just now also put their bounty on their lips. Does this mean that they are being offered a bounty? Long Yu, are we being targeted? Yu Yuxian said anxiously. Long Yu smiled and patted her shoulder, it seems that you are not stupid. We have been offered a reward, and the person who started it is really big, and it takes at least 20 to 30 million taels to get the corners to shoot. What? The expressions of Uzuki Xian and Yueguang Gale suddenly changed. When they become ninjas, it is about 100 taels a month. After a year, there are 2 or 3,000 taels, which is already very good. Now, according to Long Yu's guess, a reward of 20 to 30 million taels can be offered. The person who issued the assassination order is definitely not an ordinary person. Long Yu, you mean, in Konoha village, someone wants to kill us? Mao Yuxian couldn't help but probe. In the past few days, nothing happened to Mao Yuxian and Long Yu. However, in the face of Long Yu's doting, no matter what the relationship was, Liu Zian couldn't help but care. It was killing me, you were just implicated. Long Yu smiled lightly, if you are afraid, you can go first, he will not chase you, your lives are worthless. Looking at Long Yu who was still thinking about joking at such a time, Mao Yuzian glared at him and said stubbornly, Long Yu, I won't leave, I believe you will be able to defeat him, Gale, are you right? Moonlight Blaze just had the intention of retreating in his heart, and before he had time to react, he heard these words. Facing the staring eyes of Ozuki Zian, she nodded bitterly. Boy, are you finished? After Jiaodu absorbed the chakra of these wandering ninjas, he suddenly raised his head. Not only did those black blood vessels not close up, but instead, they were frightening. Jiaodu, you are still full of copper stench, why don't we take a gamble? If you win, I will give you the head on my neck. If I win, you will become my subordinate. Long Yu said with a smile. This bet is very cost-effective. You can kill me if you win, but you don't have to die when I win, and you can still be my subordinate, don't you feel honored? The low voice made Mao Yuzian and Yue Guang Gale stunned. Is this the rhythm of recruiting an S-rank betrayal? Once it got out, it would be too shocking. Boy, you can really say with your mouth, I haven't met such an interesting kid like you for a long time. Jiaodu untied his cloak, revealing his body as if it was connected, with black blood vessels exposed. Even more disgusting. Especially when spit out from the mouth, the blood vessels like a straw, like the tongue of a poisonous snake, add a few points of inexplicable depression. Looking at Long Yu who always looked the same, Jiaodu smiled grimly and said, I didn't expect that you little bastard, seeing me like this, still looks the same as before. I agreed to the bet you made just now. I very much hope that you will be my bounty, and I hope you can support me with 4 or 5 more moves, otherwise I will be bored. The rise of Long Yu was only a short period of 7 or 8 days. Even the people in Konoha Ninja Village don't know everything, let alone a wandering ninja like Koto. What's more, in the eyes of Jiaodu, a mere Konoha Chunin, what kind of big waves can he turn over? Don't worry, I will make you hurt and happy. Long Yu suddenly laughed. Chapter 42, S-Level Rebellion. Jiaodu's expression sank, looking at the pressure on him, like Long Yu who didn't care at all, completely wiped out the last trace of patience, and shouted coldly. Boy, I hope you can wait a while and still laugh. Lei Dun Dark Thunder. From Jiaodu's back, a Lei Dun mask flew out immediately, opening his mouth. One after another thunder lights splashed, like a frenzy, smashing towards Long Yu head-on. You step back, the battle is over. Long Yu said with a light smile. The expressions of Mao Yuzian and Yue Guang Gale changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated before they had time to think about it. They have seen Long Yu's methods with their own eyes. Dare to say such a thing now, it is definitely not a boast. However, when I think about the one in front of me, it is an S-rank betrayal. They have confidence in Long Yu's strength, but whether they can solve the battle so quickly is probably another matter. While speaking, the short distance of tens of meters was only a blink of an eye under the attack of the Dark Thunder. After Mao Yuzian and Yue Guang Gale stood on their toes, the incoming attack had already landed on Long Yu with a bang. Boom! The thunder light exploded, like a thunderbolt across the sky. Everything in the inn was smashed by the violent thunder arc in response to the sound, stirring up a large piece of sand and dust. You bastard, dare to underestimate me, I will make you die faster today. Jiaodu snorted coldly. The fire escape mask on the back appeared instantly. Fire escape head hard. A sea of fiery flames gushed out of his mouth. After absorbing the chakras of more than a dozen wandering ninjas just now, the range of the sea of fire obviously reached 20 to 30 meters. It directly enveloped the entire station. However, it was not long before the corners reacted. The rising sea of fire suddenly turned like a vortex. The next moment, the flames that filled the sky were blown away. Buzz! A sharp, Piercing air chirping sounded suddenly. Looking at Long Yu, who walked out slowly in the remaining sea of fire. And in that hand, the shuriken like a small comet, spinning rapidly. Kakuto's face changed drastically. What kind of wind escape ninjutsu is this, and it can actually change the shape and attributes to such a degree? Never get hit, or I'm afraid I'll die. Chaotic thoughts flashed in Jiaodu's mind. But looking at Long Yu, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. In these chakras, he felt a strange purity, if he could take his heart for himself. Is it possible to use this to learn this powerful ninjutsu? The idea of greed has just emerged. The next moment, Jiaodu's pupils shrank suddenly. The ground on which Long Yu was standing burst apart, sinking like a spider web. Jiaodu just felt a flower in front of him, and a thunder light had already hit the sky. When I saw it clearly again, the attack was close at hand. Your ball delivery has arrived, please sign for it. Long Yu smiled playfully. The wind escape spiral pill shuriken in his hand smashed directly into Kaoto's chest. There was a stagnation in the sharp air vibration. The next moment, a powerful hurricane force erupted. At the moment when the piercing sound of the sonic boom reverberated, the air wave that swept away was soaring into the sky. Everything within a radius of 100 meters. Whether it was a rock or a tree, was smashed into pieces in an instant. At this moment, Jiao felt that he was all over his body, as if he had been cut by countless sharp blades. If it weren't for the earth escape heart to strengthen his body's defense, ordinary attacks would not be able to penetrate. I'm afraid he is dead now. Now he only needs to give up one heart, survive this wave of attacks, and then wait for an opportunity to sneak attack under suspended animation. In this kind of surprise, behead this weird kid. However, just as this thought came into my mind, the next moment I came into sight, it made Jiaodu almost vomit blood. Looking at the ball of lightning raging in Long Yu's hand, his scalp became numb. A wind escape spiral pill has made him doubt his life. There is also a thunderbolt spiral pill shuriken. Then his earth escape body may not be able to resist at all. What's more, now that he was under attack, he couldn't move at all, and he was completely reduced to a target. In the face of his own suspended animation, Long Yu still had to whip the corpse, this cautious and unexpected powerful method. Let Jiaodu doubt for the first time that he is covered in copper stench, is it wrong? No, don't kill me, don't you forget our bet? I can surrender to your command. Jiaodu hurriedly woke up in suspended animation. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, now it's up to me. Try lie down balls. When the voice fell, Long Yu didn't pause at all, and turned the arc with his backhand, and the thunderbolt spiral Maru shuriken threw out like a thunderball. Do not! The corners let out a strange cry. Lei Dun spiral Maru shuriken collided with Feng Dun. The thunder light was like a frenzy, directly submerging the horns. The arcs of thunder that were crazily compressed ran through Jiaodu's body like countless needles. Under the change of the earth-controlling attributes of thunder, the defense of Jiaodu is completely useless. Boom! The sound of thunder and explosion lasted for more than half a minute before being annihilated between heaven and earth. Looking at the devastated ruins, laying a body full of holes, like a rag. Moonlight Blast and Mao Yuxian were stunned. Is this still the frightening S-level betrayal? Or is it the one who slaughtered all the high-level executives of Taki Ninja Village? As soon as he appeared on the stage, he played 2 ninjutsu, and was directly solved by Long Yu and 2 balls. This is too shocking. Boy, you don't keep your promise. In the ruins, Jiaodu raised his head with difficulty. The 4 masks behind him have collapsed, proving that he survived the 2 balls just now and directly ruined his 4 lives. Moreover, even the last mask had a crack. If the attack just now continue for another 7 or 8 seconds. I'm afraid, Kakuto has already come to an end in the ninja world. What's the matter, are you still not giving up? Long Yu smiled warmly. Xiaodu's expression was stagnant, and then he roared angrily. Boy, you die for me! The soil under Long Yu's feet was instantly opened, and thousands of blood vessels were formed from both arms. Like countless shots, he stabbed straight towards Long Yu. The attack is close at hand, and it is still overwhelming, giving people a feeling that there is no way to hide. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu didn't seem to care about it at all. And the smile on his face became even more prosperous. A blood-colored illusory body instantly enveloped the body. Thousands of blood vessels, like rain hitting plantains. It was directly shot by Susanoo. Chapter 43, The Scorpion of Red Sand. Looking at this sudden appearance, it was like a godlike figure. The corners were frozen. By the way, I still have water balls, soil balls, and fire balls. I haven't rubbed them yet. Do you need to try them? Long Yu smiled playfully. If Danzo could see it, he had high hopes that the ace who could kill Long Yu would be teased like a baby. I am afraid that it is the same as the horn, even the heart of death. No, you killed me, you killed me! Xiaodu roared with a grim look. Danzo, I already knew that you had nothing good. Liu Zian and Yue Guanggale couldn't help being stunned. They had also guessed that this assassination had something to do with Konoha. But it is also possible that Wunin village and Yunnin village suffered a big loss in the hands of Long Yu. Deliberately offering a reward in the black market, let Xiaodu come to assassinate. However, now that the corners are all broken, everything is different. Killing from the outside world, no matter who it is. They are absolutely not afraid. But the current assassination came from Konoha. This is a knife in the back. Where does it not make people feel cold? Hehe, tell everything, isn't that a good boy? Long Yu laughed dryly and said, Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are a rare strong man. If this ninja world lacks you, it will also lose a lot of color, and I like your true temperament covered in copper. As soon as the voice fell, the Susanoo shrouded in Long Yu disappeared instantly. For the thousands of blood vessels that are still staring at the outside world, it seems that they have not paid attention to it. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Xiaodu couldn't help asking. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, Isn't this basic trust? Or, I don't think you can kill me. The corners looked stagnant. If someone else said this, he would definitely not be convinced. But after seeing Long Yu's powerful means with his own eyes, the dignified S-level betrayal and forbearance actually lost to 2 balls. This is a complete nightmare. I admit defeat. Xiaodu gave this answer after holding back for a long time. Those blood vessels lurking in the soil were quickly recovered. Seeing the dignified S-rank betrayal and forbearance, he really opened his mouth to surrender, and Yue Guanggale and Liu Zian were stunned in place. From assassination to surrender, the gap is too big. The huge ruins looked unusually messy. The dignified S-rank betrayal corner duo, like a salted fish, lay in it. If Danzo can see that the bounty hunter he regards as an ace, he has become a pug in front of Long Yu. I am afraid it is difficult to accept. Don't worry, you will know later that this decision is correct. Long Yu patted Xiaodu on the shoulder. Now that you have lost 4 hearts, it happens that I have a very good goal. If you can get it, your strength will definitely skyrocket to a higher level. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, Long Yu's powerful means. Xiaodu may not believe this statement. But after being tortured by 2 balls, now the corners are eager to become stronger. From then on, he stood up in front of Long Yu. What power are you talking about? Xiaodu grabbed Long Yu's arm. Feeling the strength from his 5 fingers, Long Yu couldn't help but smile. The world is most afraid of people who have no ambition. If so, how can a person become stronger? That only magnifies their ambitions infinitely. For example, Uchiha Obito turned from the back of the crane and turned into a big boss behind the scenes. This is the best interpretation. You should have heard that the third ninja war was triggered by the disappearance of Sand Ninja Village, the third generation of Hokage. Long Yu looked at Jiaodu. He acts in the dark all the year round, things outsiders may not know. As a bounty hunter, he will have more intelligence channels. In the corner of the world, there is nothing money can't solve. I know, this incident has caused a lot of trouble, but I don't know who did it. Jiaodu shook his head. The 3 generations of Feng Ying have a reward of 10,000 taels in the black market. Is it really not your Konohagen? No. Long Yu shook his head. I asked you to find someone, and after finding him, you managed to take the heart of the 3 generations of Feng Ying from his hands. With iron sand, your strength will reach a higher level. The grievances of Jiaodu can obtain this kind of chakra attribute change by plundering the hearts of others. Iron sand, like Yunren's dark thunder. They are all special variation attributes, which are different from the boundaries of blood. Others may not be able to get this power, but Kakuto is an exception. It's just that Long Yu couldn't understand why in the original book, he could obviously become a strong ninjutsu. A good hand is often played badly. Could this be the legendary plot kill? Feeling the change in Long Yu's gaze, Jiaodu smiled helplessly and sat up straight with difficulty. Old boss. I know you, and I will definitely think that with such a powerful secret technique, why would you go to some special people to take the house? It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I can't do it alone. For Jiaodu's helplessness, Long Yu is actually very powerful. His fame is nothing more than the fact that Taki Shinobi sent out to assassinate the first Hokage. After standing in the distance and placing a shuriken, he was already frightened by his eyes, and fled back with his tail between his tail. Taki Shinobu village was afraid that the incident would happen, so after Kakuto came back, he directly charged an unfounded crime. Jiaodu was angry, and directly seized the resentment of the secret technique. Originally, the overall strength of Taki Ninja Village was not enough. In the later stage of the original work, a single Shang ninja could hang a village. The existence of the incarnation monster facing the corner is completely a target. Do you know the whereabouts of the 3 generations of Feng Ying? Jiao couldn't hold back his breath. Moonlight Gale and Uyuzian in the distance were stunned for a moment, and were about to step forward. Long Yu's kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes turned in vain, instantly hypnotizing the 2 of them. Long Feng didn't disbelieve Mao Yuzian. But he didn't want to implicate her, and was monitored by Danzo and Anbu. In case of forced confession, it is even more inadvisable. Looking at Long Yu's casual glance, he hypnotized Mao Yuzian and Yueguang Gaifeng, and after being surprised, he finally realized that something was wrong. Boss, is your Sharingan the same as Madara Uchiha? On that day, there were only 2 people in the ninja world who could make the corners flee with a single glance. The first is the original Hokage. The second is Madara Uchiha. Kakuto, who survived the first ninja war, is no stranger to Madara Uchiha. Almost. Long Yu didn't hide it. Since you want to let a person do things for yourself, if you can't even shock and deter. How to sacrifice your life for yourself? Let's get back to business first. Long Yu returned to the topic and said, you have a lot of connections in the black market, so let me find a person named Kisha Scorpion. Chapter 44 Charisma. If you find him and ask him to give you the heart of the 3 generations of Hokage, he needs a lot of materials to make human puppets, and he can only carry out the transformation while keeping the human alive. The biggest special feature of a human puppet is that it can possess the ninjutsu of its own life. Although the core of the puppet is also required, for Long Yu, it is good that the horns can get iron sand. However, it would be great if the scorpion of red sand could be recruited. Moreover, if you can't find Orochimaru, you can also come to reproductive cultivation, then you will have the best of both worlds. You mean that kid? Jiaodu's expression froze. Long Yu raised his brows. You know him? Of course I know. Jiaodu nodded. This kid likes to make puppets very much, and sometimes he buys some corpses from me that haven't died yet, and he also offers bounties to catch some living people. I didn't expect him to be so crazy. Let's go. That's the head of his village. Long Yu was instantly helpless. He didn't expect the person he wanted to recruit. One was covered in copper stench. One is heterosexuality. It seems that there are a bunch of weirdos in Xiao's organization. However, people who are not the same way, how can they come to the same road? Since you know where he is, let's go first. Several root ninjas have just arrived there. You should be able to solve it, right? Long Yu glanced at the woods not far away. As soon as they arrived, the expressions of the 3 root ninjas who were hiding inside for surveillance changed dramatically. I didn't have time to think about it, I quickly planned to withdraw and retreat. The purpose of their visit this time was to monitor the battle between Jiaodu and Longjiu, and then report back to Danzhou. However, let them never imagine. I thought it would be a protracted war, but I didn't expect it at all. After hearing the explosion and arriving later, the battle was over. Boss, don't worry, they can't get out of my palm to find that guy. I'd better change my heart first. Jiaodu gave a grim smile. In the jungle, dark blood vessels spurted out in an instant. Like a big net, it shrouded the 3 root ninjas overwhelmingly. Ah! 3 screams suddenly sounded. It will come to an end soon. With the help of a kaleidoscope, Long Yu saw the big underground, and without warning, a large blood vessel was shot out, directly piercing the bodies of the 3 root ninjas. Accompanied by the swallowing of blood, the originally weak Jiaodu gradually recovered his breath. The 3 hearts were dug out abruptly, and were directly lodged by the corners. Feeling the slightly recovered physical strength, Kaoru breathed a sigh of relief and finally stood up. Boss, I'm leaving first, where do I need to deal with Danzhou? A murderous intent flashed across Jiaodu's face. For Danzhou's intelligence error this time, it almost cost him his life. If it wasn't for Long Yu, finally the body had the heart to recruit. I'm afraid he has now become a cold corpse. No need, you don't need to worry about this matter, I will handle it myself. Long Yu patted Jiaodu on the shoulder. Let's go. Jiao couldn't help but startled and said, Boss, don't you need to do something to me? If I just run away like this, you'll lose more than you gain. In the eyes of Jiaodu, there are many undercover spies from various countries. Each of them will use some illusions, secrets, forbidden techniques, etc. to remotely control them for safety and confidentiality. Originally, the most difficult thing to accept for Jiaodu to surrender is to endure the pain of being manipulated. No, it's unfavorable to use small tricks on your body. Long Yu said with a smile. Also, I believe in my charisma, and the whole ninja world will tremble when I am domineering. This seems like a joke. However, falling into Jiaodu's ear made his expression change involuntarily. After seeing with his own eyes, Long Yu's powerful means. And like Madara Uchiha, the blood moon eyes symbolize disaster. He knew that this young man was probably not aimless. Jiaodu took a deep breath, and after clarifying his thoughts, he said, Boss, I'll go first, if there is any news, I will contact you as soon as possible. After watching the corners leave, Long Yu walked to the side of Yuuzian and Yueguang Gale. Solution. With a flip of the surgical seal in his hand, Moonlight Gale and Yuuzian woke up from their drowsiness. Long Yu, why did I fall asleep? I seem to have had a dream just now that an S-rank rebel is coming to assassinate us. Yuuzian rubbed her hazy eyes. When he saw the ruins in front of him, he was stunned. This is probably not a dream. Let's go, the time is about the same. If we continue to stay here, I am afraid that Konoha will send someone to find us. Long Yu rubbed the head of Mao Yuzian. When he used the kaleidoscope writing wheel just now, Long Yu didn't do anything. Uzuki Zian recovered a little and glared. Long Yu, Can't you always treat me like a little girl and rub my head? Compared with Long Yu, Liu Xian's age is similar. However, in terms of height, Long Yu is already 1.7 meters, which is significantly taller than Mao Yuxian, who is more than 1.5 meters. Not only can you see the top of your head, but you can also touch your head comfortably. The leave seal in front of the gate. Due to the emergence of Uchiha Ryu, Yunren and Wuren were defeated with a strong attitude. The top management of Konoha attached great importance to it. Do not. It should be said that even the younger generation in the Uchiha clan was greatly shocked. I thought that the emergence of a Uchiha Shishui had already overwhelmed the entire era. Not long ago, even the little devil of the Uchiha clan's patriarch showed his sharp edge. He was hailed as a little genius as soon as he entered the ninjutsu school. Now suddenly there is a genius who has been bullied for more than 10 years and lurked. This gap is a bit difficult to accept. It is for this reason that the Uchiha clan also sent a guard team to wait here. Opposite them, there are also Namikaze Minato and the rare Danzo. A few minutes ago, after Minato Namikaze had finished dealing with trivial matters, he returned to Konoha and unexpectedly found Danzo, who has always seen the dragon but not the end, appearing in front of the city gate. When he was surprised, his heart was also suspended. Thinking of what happened in the stronghold, that Danzo appeared here, obviously the weasel was greeting the chicken for the new year. No, the appointed time has passed, I'll go take a look. Minato Namikaze glanced at it, and the Chunin, who was stationed at the gate, couldn't help but want to act. Hee, Minato. You just came back, where are you going now? Danzo stared at Minato all the time. At the moment when the Flying Thunder God seal was formed, he hurriedly stepped forward and interrupted. Lord Danzo, the 3 Chunin I led the team exceeded the agreed time. I was worried about the accident, so I wanted to go and see it. Minato Namikaze said in a deep voice. Chapter 45, The Biting Watchdog. There was a hint of coldness between the words. Namikaze Minato was also dissatisfied with Danzo's successive attacks on Long Yu. However, for Long Yu and others' late arrival, Namikaze Minato is not the reason, and it is not easy to directly refute. Hee, Minato, you are worthy of being the next Hokage's favorite, even doing things safely. Danzo was still laughing. In his heart, he silently calculated the time for Gyouta to solve Long Yu. Looking at Minato, whose face was full of impatience, Danzo smiled even more. In his eyes, the longer the delay, the greater the chance that Minato waited to collect the body. 15 minutes have passed now, with the strength of S-rank betrayal, and the help of Fuma Ninja. It is not too difficult to solve a mere Chunin. Even this Chunin has a secret. Danzo-sama, you didn't deliberately stop me from saving people, did you? Minato Namikaze's expression darkened. The team was originally led by him. In case anything happened to Long Yu and others, he would be to blame. Minato, what you said made the old man feel chills. Tuanzang said this, but his smile became brighter. You know, everything I do is for Konoha. What's more, I don't know what you're talking about. I just watched the liveliness here and came here to join in the fun to see who you are waiting for here. Having said that, Danzo shook his head with a smile. However, looking at your expression, I'm afraid the chance of not waiting is not big. Then I'll go back first. I hope the little friend in your eyes can arrive safely. 15 minutes have passed. The monitors he sent also did not send out a notification signal. From Danzo's point of view, Long Yu and the others are sure to die. It is for this reason that it is of little use to continue to stay here. Minato, why are you here? Long Yu's voice suddenly sounded. Danzo's steps and the smile on his face immediately stiffened. Long Yu, nothing happened on your way, why did you delay 15 minutes? Minato Namikaze showed a smile on his face. However, when looking at Danzo, there was a little more provocation. A moment ago, he kept saying that it was impossible, but now Long Yu suddenly appeared. This slap made a slap in the face. Nothing happened, we just got tired and rested. Long Yu smiled and patted Minato Namifeng on the shoulder. Is there something wrong? If not, I'll go back to rest first. This scene immediately caused the guards standing not far away to become restless. Did you see, that trash Uchiha Ryu is actually the same as Namikaze Minato? They seem to have a good relationship. This Konoha is really quick to win people's hearts, no wonder he can become a popular candidate for the next Hokage. The guards headed by him. It was obviously a thin man in his early 20s, with hostility flashing in his pupils. Long Yu remembered that this one seemed to be called Uchiha Stone. Has a double hook jade writing wheel eye. Before the rise of Uchiha Shisui, he was known as a rookie of the Uchiha family, and he was also a hopeful existence. Unfortunately, at the moment when Uchiha Shisui became famous overnight, Uchiha Shi was instantly turned into slag. Now that another Uchiha Ryu appears, I am afraid that he will be dissatisfied. However, for all this, Long Yu did not take it to heart. In this world where strength is respected, there is nothing that cannot be solved by fists. If it doesn't work, then another punch. You are Uchiha Ryu. You are indeed a young hero. With all the obstacles along the way, you were able to reach Konoha village smoothly. It seems that the legend is true. Danzo turned around and said with a smile. However, the half-smile expression, all over his body, gave people an inexplicable depression. According to Long Yu, riding a horse is hiding a knife in a smile. Thank you for your concern, except for a few flies along the way, it seems that there is really no trouble. Long Feng smiled warmly. Or, it's because I am very lucky, or is it under Danzo-sama's command, is it because some of my subordinates are too unlucky, so they can't get back when they get lost? Having said that, Long Yu met Danzo's sight without any hesitation, and his smile grew brighter. Lord Danzo, do you think that biting guard dogs should be killed? Don't let me see those two beasts, otherwise I will not show mercy to anyone. As soon as the voice fell, Long Yu's pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels spun in vain. Immediately afterwards, the huge pupil power exploded like a frenzy, turning into a wave of air and sweeping away. However, this breath came and went in a hurry. It disappeared quickly. What a powerful pupil power! Danzo's expression froze. But looking at Long Yu's eyes, there was a hint of greed in the depths of his pupils. For the Uchiha family, Danzo is both love and hate. What he hates is the Uchiha family, and what he loves is their shakers. Moreover, it was learned from the information that the eyes that Long Yu possessed were obviously different from those of ordinary clansmen. Now that he has seen it with his own eyes, Danzo is even more certain that these eyes are definitely similar to the kaleidoscope recorded by the second-generation Hokage. Most importantly, the power of the pupil that burst out just now is so powerful. If it is not measured by the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, it is absolutely impossible to explain. Uchiha Ryu, you are really different. You can even awaken the legendary eyes. Maybe you will surpass Uchiha Shisui and become a peerless genius in the family. Danzo directly pointed it out. Uchiha Ishii and other members of the garrison, their faces changed involuntarily. They are also from the Uchiha clan, and they are very happy when there is a strong person in the clan. But who doesn't want to? He is the strong one. Now let the old crane tail become a peerless genius in Danzang's mouth. Also awakened the legendary shaker. This kind of treatment is enough to make one's heart twist. Hehe, Lord Danzo, you really know how to joke, maybe I'm not enough to compare with you. Long Yu laughed dryly. If you're okay, I'll go to the debrief. That's right, I almost forgot about this. Minato Namikaze quickly took over. The 3 generations of Hokage and the 2 Konoha advisors have been waiting for a long time. Let's report first. Xian, Gale, you go back to rest first, you are also tired during this time, don't walk around. Hearing the words, Yue Guang Bliss felt relieved. After looking at Long Yu, he quickly thanked him, turned around and left. Liu Yuqizian was a little reluctant to part, but feeling the atmosphere in the field, she also knew that it was not suitable to stay now. After looking at Long Yu worriedly, he also turned and left. Chapter 46, Catch Him. For a time, the huge city gate had an inexplicable depressing taste. Minato, let's go. Long Yu patted Minato on the shoulder. Don't let the 3 generations wait for a long time. If you like Danzo-sama, you can continue to stay here, maybe you will wait for your hope. Abandoning these words, Long Yu took the lead and walked to the Hokage building. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly. However, he also disagreed with Danzo's approach. Now that Danzo can suffer, it is too late for Namikaze Minato to be happy. It will not protect the weak mind of Danzo. Watching Ryuyu and Namikaze Minato leave, Uchiha left with a gloomy face with the garrison. Lord Danzo, do you still have to wait? I'm already on time to change shifts. Chunin, who was guarding the sealed gate, asked weakly. Fuck me, is Danzo-sama qualified to ask? Shan Zhongfeng flashed out in the dark. The oil girl followed behind to take the roots, and the expressions of the two were obviously not good looking. Danzo did not speak. Regarding what Long Yu said just now, he was only in his arms. Although it was a little vague, but when he thought of the writing wheel eye that he had collected so hard on his arm. There is also a secret transaction with Orochimaru, but there is a feeling of being seen through in my heart. Danzo, as the founder of the root, is also the senior executive of Konoha. Whether it's mental or strategic, even Chinfo asked himself that even the 3 generations of Hokage couldn't compete with him. However, this time, not only did the assassination fail, but even a kid couldn't see through it. For the first time, Danzo understood what it was like to feel incomprehensible. Danzo-sama, didn't you let the S-rank of Taki Shinobi village betray and kill Uchiha Ryuyu? Why is he okay? Yamakaka couldn't hold back his anger. Thinking of the death of Ryuya Yamanaka, he could not wait to tear Long Yusheng apart. Feng, don't be nervous. Could it be that the kid changed his walking route and his corners were all empty? Oil girl Tijin said solemnly. Otherwise, with the character of this kid, if Jiaodu really misses, he will definitely attack now. To this remark, Danzo also nodded silently. Go find someone, contact Jiaodu, and check the inn at the same time. I want the result within 30 minutes. Don't worry, Lord Danzo, I'll go now. Shan Zhongfeng couldn't hold back his breath. Abandoning these words, he turned around and rushed out of the sealed gate. He is now eager to verify the words of the oil girl taking the route. However, another thought flashed through my mind from time to time. In the Hokage office, the 3 generations of Hokage, Koharu and Mito Minion, closed their eyes and rested without saying a word, adding an inexplicable depression to the huge office. Sarutobi, do you think he will come? Mito Kadome suddenly said. Turning to bed, Xiao Chun also looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. As soon as these words fell, the field fell into a brief silence, and the 3 generations of Hokage said, I believe in Minato, and I believe that he will definitely come. If you can't even overcome these dangers, how can you defeat Yunren and Wuren, and even AI in the EPUB group admits his strength. Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Minion's expressions froze. This answer is obviously not what they expected. Sarutobi, do you think things are too simple? Mito Kadome said. Soon an Anbu ninja appeared in the office like a ghost. Find the information on the bounty hunters who were handed over to Danzo. In addition to the Fuma clan, there are also Kakuto who attacked the first Hokage in the past, and Kakuto who attacked and killed the senior management of Taki Ninja Village. Anbu Ninja took out a scroll. It's him. Mito Minion and Chuan Koharu's expressions changed. However, a glimmer of happiness flashed in his pupils. 3 generations of Hokage's slightly aged cheeks showed a slight change in expression. Notify Minato Namikaze and have him come to see me immediately. Regarding the importance of Namikaze Minato and Long Yu, the 3 generations of Hokage were a little calm at first. However, after learning that Danzo had recruited such a monster to kill him, he couldn't hold his breath anymore. Sarutobi, you are too laborious. That kid will die if he dies. We don't have to worry too much. Don't forget, it's wartime, and it's also a critical moment. Mito Minion nodded in agreement. Xiao-chun is right, it is also a good thing for Konoha to have one less thing. Seeing that the 2 major consultants of Konoha gave such a reply, the 3 generations of Hokage looked stagnant, and chose to quickly pull the door and prepare to go in person. Lord Hokage, I brought Long Yu. As soon as the 3 generations of Hokage opened the door, it was Neikaze Minato, and a slightly unfamiliar face. It's him. Mito Minion and Chuan Zio-kun's expressions couldn't help changing, and they couldn't help but stand up. Looking at Long Yu, who was standing side by side with Minato Namikaze at the door of the office, his expression was a little dazed. In their eyes, Long Yu was too young. At only 14 or 15 years old, he has the strength to defeat Yun Ren and Wu Ren alone. It's not even comparable to them. If he grows up, his future strength is even more unimaginable. Are you Uchiha? 3 Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. Come and rest first, you are different from what I expected. Seeing that the 3 generations of Hokage let out the door, Long Yu did not detain at all, and went straight in. Namikaze Minato was startled, touched the tip of his nose helplessly, and walked after him. Humph, impolite kid. Turning to bed, Xiao-chun snorted coldly. However, just as the voice blurted out, it met Long Yu's gaze. At the moment when the 4 eyes were facing each other, the scarlet blood color quickly spread in Long Yu's pupils. Juguyu's writing wheel eyes, when it suddenly turned, exuded an inexplicable smell of disaster. What? After bedtime, Zio-kun's expression changed drastically. Kid, you dare! Mito Minion swayed, and quickly appeared beside Long Yu, his right hand turned into an eagle's claws, and he grabbed him directly. Sealing technique water chain bound. A mysterious incantation formation, centered on Mito Minion's right foot, spread rapidly. At the same time, 4 chains condensed from water were condensed out of thin air and quickly wrapped around Long Yu's body. However, as soon as this attack came out, Mito Gate Yan felt that the heaven and the earth were changing, as if the stars were shifting. Illusion solution! The 3rd Hokage shouted anxiously. Mito Minion suddenly woke up, panting for breath, and found that the water chain restraint that he had just cast had wrapped his limbs. Xiao-chun, who turned to bed beside him, was sweating profusely. Long Yu, what are you doing? Mito Minion shouted angrily, come here, catch him immediately. An angry roar echoed in the office. Chapter 47, Assault. However, half of the Anbu ninjas around did not appear. Don't get excited, I know you all want to know what kind of pupil technique I have, I just demonstrated it a little. Long Yu smiled warmly. Illusion hypnotic eye, as long as you have brief eye contact with me, you will be instantly hypnotized. Of course, if a ninja is strong, firm-willed and experienced in combat, such a simple hypnotic eye cannot work on him. Untie. Long Yu's 9-go jade writing wheel eyes faded, and the illusion was instantly lifted. There were 8 Anbu hiding in the office. Moreover, the breath emanating from each body is a master of nerves. Boy, are you mocking us for being hypnotized? Mito Minion's face sank and he shouted angrily, someone, hurry up and catch him for me. The 8 Anbu members who were present couldn't help but stunned. After looking at each other, they looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. They are directly under Hokage's Anbu, and they just listen to Hokage's orders. Koharu and Mito Kazuya are Konoha's high-level executives and advisors. but getting them to act is absolutely impossible. Let's step back. Sandai Hokage waved his hand. The 8 Anbu ninjas disappeared without any hesitation. When they went to bed, Koharu and Mito Kazuya's expressions changed. Sarutobi, what do you mean? He attacked Konoha's high-level officials, and even made trouble in Hokage's office. This should be punished. Turning to bed, Xiao Chun shouted in a hurry. Mito Minion didn't speak, but when he thought that he had been hit by an illusion just now, he was caught by the restraint of the water whip he cast. This made his face a little uneasy. Okay, just now Long Yu just showed a little bit, I will handle this matter, and you don't need to say more. The 3 generations of Hokage said without doubt. Besides, I am Hokage. If you are not injured, just shut up. The faces of Koharu and Mito Kazuo couldn't help changing when they went to bed. Regarding the always moderate Sarutobi Hizen, they knew that only when the fate of Konoha was decided would they show such toughness. After looking at Long Yu, Mito Minion snorted coldly and said, since Hokage doesn't need us to be present, then as Konoha's consultant, Xiao Chun and I will leave first. I hope that the 3 generations of Hokage will not do anything that endangers the foundation of Konoha, otherwise we don't mind going to the daimyo. Abandoning these threatening words, Mito Kadori and Koharu turned around and walked out of Hokage's office. When he left, the murderous gaze was so eager to swallow Long Yusheng. Okay, Minato closed the door. Sandai Hokage didn't take their words to heart. As Konoha's Hokage, the reputation of the 3rd generation is still very high. If Mito Kazuo and Juan Koharu were casually frightened, how could they do something big? Lord Hokage, if you end like this, it seems that the 2 advisors will go to Danzo's camp. Long Yu was the first to speak. As soon as Namikaze Minato closed the door, he felt a headache. He had already expected that with Long Yu's unruly character, he would definitely make things extravagant. It never occurred to me that as soon as I came to Hokage's office, I directly confronted Koharu and Mito Minion. What made Nami Feng Minato didn't expect that the hypnotic effect of Kaleidoscope Shaker's eyes would be so powerful. Even Konoha's 2 high-level advisors were caught off guard when they were caught off guard. Uchihara Yu, you really hid very deeply. With your mind and guts, I really don't know how to describe you. 3 generations of Hokage shook his head with a smile. Obviously you have such a powerful strength, but you have hidden your edge for more than 10 years. I can call your mind like a demon. Regarding this evaluation, Long Yu also smiled and did not speak. After all, I can't tell the 3 generations of Hokage, I was through the army, and I just captured the body of this short-lived ghost, and then opened the plug-in and became stronger in an instant. Moreover, now the 3 generations of Hokage have personally made up their minds to help him find excuses, and Long Yu is not happy. Seeing Long Yu smiling and not speaking, the 3rd Hokage frowned and changed his way of speaking. Long Yu, I want to know, why did you do this, and, after hiding for so long, why did you suddenly attack again? Because you don't want to see the past lost, or you don't want to see other people die? Or, you have other people you value and don't want them dying? Having said that, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but look at Long Yu. Moreover, he also nodded secretly to the straight-to-the-point questioning of the 3 generations of Hokage. At least, during the time he was in contact with Long Yu, Minato Namikaze was very clear about Long Yu's character. Long Yu, remember, any answer will be related to whether you can stay in Konoha Ninja Village. Of course, I hope that you, like Minato, will become a powerful new force in our Konoha Ninja Village. 3 generations of Naruto can't stop adding one more sentence. Looking at the 3 generations of Hokage with a solemn expression, Long Yu smiled warmly. I have no interest in Hokage's position, nor do I have the so-called sense of belonging to the competition between your factions. However, I don't like other people being sneaky. If you don't like me, you can let the horses come over. Or, if you're not afraid of death, I don't mind killing one by one, or 2 by 1. Long Yu's smile became brighter and brighter. After a short pause, he said, I just want to be my salted fish. Salted fish? Namikaze Minato and Sandai Hokage couldn't help but startled. For such a refreshing and refined adjective, they obviously can't think of anything. Long Yu, what is a salted fish? Minato Namikaze couldn't help but ask. The 3 generations of Hokage heard the words, and even the Anbu in the dark, also showed a hint of urgency. After all, from what Long Yu said just now, his attitude will shake Konoha's safety. The salted fish just has time to bask in the sun, so I bask in the front, and then bask in the days behind. Long Yu explained while touching the tip of his nose. For this kind of life, in the eyes of previous lives, this is a symbol of successful people. Imagine when someone else is at work, under the sun and the beach, basking in the sun. From time to time, there is a big beautiful girl who wears a little less cloth, and helps to turn over and wipe the sun oil from time to time. Isn't life a salted fish? Wave Wind Minato is stunned. Do not. It should be said that even the 3 generations of Hokage and Anbu, who was hiding in the dark, have become stiff. This salted fish life is too nonsense. Long Yu. Your request is really that simple? The 3rd Hokage couldn't hold back his breath. If you want, I can promote you to the elite Jonin, and also publish your record, so that you have the same power as Watergate. Even the ninjas of Anbu were surprised by the sweet pastry thrown by the 3 generations of Hokage. Namikaze Minato has long been regarded as the successor of the next Hokage, and has a unique identity and status. Chapter 48, Failed. Now, as soon as the 3 generations of Hokage opened their mouths, they proposed this condition. That means probably admitting that Long Yu has the qualifications to compete with Hokage. I don't need it, being Hokage is such a troublesome thing. I don't want to age prematurely, and I will lose my hair and white hair. If I'm not careful, I have to die for the village. This kind of fearless spirit should be left to Minato. Long Yu didn't care at all. If nothing else, I'll go back to rest first. Abandoning these words, Long Yu turned around and left. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato looked stagnant. He was about to speak out to discourage him, but he had already seen the 3 generations of Hokage shaking his head to stop him. As the door of the office was closed again, the 3 generations of Hokage pondered for a while, and then said, Minzuman, what do you think, is the salted fish that Long Yu said just now true? As for Long Yu's salted fish theory, the 3 generations of Hokage now have a headache when thinking about it. This is too much. Lord Hokage, I think Ryu is trustworthy. Minato Namikaze said with a flickering expression. From the very beginning, he clearly knew the situation of the Uchiha clan. Not only did he not have any hatred, but when Yunren raided, facing hundreds of Yunren and EPUB groups, he did not hesitate to give up the secret that had been hidden for more than 10 years, and he even rescued him. This proves Long Yu's heart. Still among the leaves. After repelling Yunren, I knew that Danzang would definitely take his anger on him because of the mountain stroke and the oil girl taking root. Not only did he not escape, but he also defeated Kirin's sneak attack again, and now he is following me back to Konoha. With the strength he just showed, he sneaked away halfway, who can stop him? Having said that, Namikaze Minato looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. He clearly knows that no matter how much he talks, the one who can really decide is the 3rd Hokage. Minato, I know your thoughts very well. The 3 generations of Hokage pondered for a while and said, the matter of Uchiha Ryu will be handed over to you. I hope you can make him a sharp spear in the hands of our Konoha, as radiant as you are. The departure of the 3 ninjas is actually an important fuse for the 3rd Ninja War. A small voice echoed in the office. Namikaze Minato's expression froze, and he fell into a brief silence. In the Second Ninja World War, Sanchoyu Hanzo gave Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru the title of Sunin. It can be said that for a while, Sunin was in the limelight in the huge ninja world. 3 people appearing in any battlefield is enough to dominate a battle. If it is placed now, with these 3 subordinates on every battlefield, the 3 major countries want to offend the country of fire. Still need to weigh 1 or 2. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's betrayal, Tsunade's post-traumatic sequelae. There are also spontaneous departures. For Konoha, it was a huge blow. If, with the addition of a new force like Long Yu, it would be best to end the current Third Ninja War. Lord Hokage, don't worry, I have a good relationship with Fuyu. With his assistance, Long Yu is at best a salted fish. Minato Namikaze said at the end, thinking of what Long Yu had just said. Couldn't help but smile. The 3 generations of Hokage also shook their heads with a helpless smile and said, with your words, I feel at ease. About Shinryuken Bridge, the latest news has been sent back. I hope you take the time to visit as soon as possible. Yanran has dispatched a large number of elites. The fight between them and Yunran seems to be over. Outside, Koharu and Mito Kazuya walked out of the Hokage building with a gloomy look. It's Denso. Mito Minion raised his brows. Let's go and see. Turning to bed, Xiao Chun left those words behind and walked over quickly. Why did you come down? Where did the kid go? Danzo just planned to return to the Hokage building. Humph, that kid is too arrogant. He even performed illusions on us in Hokage's office, but his eyes are too terrifying. I'm afraid he is proficient in illusions. Mito Minion said angrily. Danzo, didn't you let the S-rank betray Ninja Koto and go and kill him? Why did you fail? Powerful illusion? Danzo's expression changed slightly. It seems that Sarutobi's intelligence network is still so powerful that it even knows who I am looking for. I did find the betrayal Kakuto of Taki Ninja Village, and the Fengmo clan to intercept it, but looking at that kid's expression, I'm afraid he secretly changed his route and escaped. Humph, I knew that he's just a coward who is greedy for life and fear of death. How could he be the opponent of S-rank rebel Kakuto? Mito Minion snorted coldly. This kid is too unruly. I'm worried that he can't be used by Konoha. Danzo, you should contact Kakuto as soon as possible and try to solve it. Turning to bed, Xiao Chun didn't speak, but her expression already showed what she meant. A smile appeared on Danzo's face when he looked at Koharu and Mito Kamen, who were still standing in the Sarutobi Hyazan camp. Don't worry, this time Sarutobi made such a decision, it has already endangered the foundation of Konoha. I will contact Kakuto as soon as possible, and try to solve the boy, but the position of the next Hokage, I think you are not too. It's time to think about it. For Danzo, this is his best chance to capture Hokage. If there are 2 high-rises, Koharu and Mito Gate Yan. There is also evidence to prove that Sarutobi Hyazan's decision failed, then he has enough odds to compete with Namikaze Minato for the position of the next Hokage in front of the daimyo. Mito Minion and Koharu couldn't help but stagnate for a while. They were already expected. But I didn't expect Danzo to make no secret of Hokage's location. Lord Danzo, the mountain wind is back. Oil Girl Tijin suddenly said. Danzo glanced at it, and the hesitant Mito Minion and Xiao Chun turned to bed, and said, You don't have to make a decision too quickly, I will let Shan Zhongfeng and Jiao both contact and let him solve Long Yu as soon as possible. Go back and think about it again. Now is the critical time of the war. The 4 major countries have attacked our country of fire at the same time, and the daimyo is already furious. All this is because of Sarutobi's so-called steady thinking. What kind of cultivation and recuperation? If he had listened earlier, he would have obeyed. My persuasion and the use of iron fists have shocked the 4 major countries. Our Konoha ninja village is the only one who dares to offend us. Mito Gate and Koharu fell into silence. Shan Zhongfeng also arrived in a hurry. With sweat all over his head and a look of urgency on his face. If he hadn't been panting heavily, he would have been the first to speak. Feng, speak slowly, they are also our camp now. Danzo said with a sullen smile, you go to contact Jiaodu now, the target has returned to Konoha, we will try to create opportunities for him to shoot, this time only to succeed, not to fail. Lost, failed, Danzo-sama, Jiaodu and the Feng Mo clan may have failed. Shan Zhongfeng couldn't care too much. Chapter 49, Who else dares to shoot? Danzo's smile suddenly stiffened, and his cheeks twitched as he said, Feng, what nonsense are you talking about, what happened? In Danzo's eyes, Uchiha Ryu is so powerful that he can't compare with an S-level rebel who has been famous for a long time and slaughtered high-level officials. Dead, all the elites of the Feng Mo clan were killed, and there are traces of large-scale battles in the inn. Shan Zhongfeng said with a livid expression. Among them, from the damaged traces of some ninjutsu, the power has reached the S-level. What? Whether it was Danzo, or Mito Minion, and Koharu's face changed. Although Long Yu was a group of 3 people, they did not believe that 2 newcomers, Yue Guanggale and Yu Zian, could perform such a powerful ninjutsu. As for the so-called S-level ninjutsu, if it is from the hands of Kakuto, then there is absolutely no way for Long Yu to come back alive. After this heavy deliberation, it was proved that this S-rank ninjutsu probably came from Long Yu's hands. S-rank betrayal Kakuto, who had high hopes for him, was probably dead. Thinking of this, Mito Minion and Chuan Koharu's faces turned ashen. Just now they were tit for tat with Long Yu. In case of accidental illusion, and the 3 generations of Hokage didn't save them in time, Long Yu violently shot. What awaits them is probably certain death. Mito, Xiao Chun, don't forget, you promised me something. Danzo was anxious and quickly returned to this topic. Xiao Chun, the weather is fine today, and we haven't had a cup of coffee for a long time. Mito Minion suddenly said. Turning to bed, Xiao Chun nodded and said, all right, I feel like we haven't been together for a long time. Looking at the 2 who turned and left after leaving this nonsense, Danzo's expression turned ashen to the extreme. You bastard, bastard! Danzo's face was full of resentment. This should have been his closest chance to Hokage's position. However, now even the horns were beheaded by Long Yu, which was beyond his expectations. Danzo-sama, what should we do now? Yamakaka couldn't hold back his breath. Now even the S-rank betrayal can't kill Uchiha Ryu, we have to watch him in vain in Konoha. Swagger? Feng, don't be impulsive, Danzo-sama will have a solution. The oily girl took root hurriedly to dissuade him. However, he said this in his mouth, but he couldn't figure out what happened in his heart for a moment or 3. Even the existence of horns can't deal with Long Yu, who else dares to take action? Don't worry, I've thought of a good candidate. The residence of the Uchiha family is located in the northwest corner of Konoha Ninja Village. It is against the edge of the village and there are mountains, giving people a feeling that it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, for Konoha, it is easier to guard the gate of the Uchiha family. In this way, you can always be on guard against the defection of the Uchiha clan. After Long Yu left the Hokage building, he walked to the residence of the Uchiha family. After 2 lives, Long Yu became cautious. Still, there is a soulful attachment to this place. This may be the only thing left by the previous soul to Long Yu. Long Feng looked up and saw the simple gate not far away with the Uchiha family's emblem on it. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded. Long Yu raised his brows, and threw out 3 shuriken with his backhand, which turned into a black light, and swept straight to his side. Clang clang! 3 metal collisions sounded suddenly. The shuriken was deflected directly. Fire escape, how fireball technique! A slightly immature voice suddenly sounded. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, and looked at the giant fireball that was 4 or 5 meters in diameter and rolled over. Water escape, water dragon ball technique. The water dragon erupted and collided directly with the How fireball. Boom! Thunder-like explosions came out, and the water mist rose into the sky. Itaki is enough, if you want to fight, wait for the next time. Like a ghost, Long Yu passed through the blast of wind and waves, appeared behind Itaki, and pressed his shoulder. Itaki was taken aback, his hands were still quickly forming seals, but he didn't expect Long Yu's speed to be so fast. Even his own was only slightly captured. When you were only 6 years old, you opened the single Guyu writing wheel. You are really amazing, Itaki. Long Yu patted Itaki on the shoulder. For this cousin, even Uchiha Ryuyu in his previous life is very loving. Moreover, Uchiha Itaki also takes care of this cowardly and introverted cousin on weekdays. Brother, you usually hide really deep. Uchiha Itaki turned around, a little unhappy on his face. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, I just don't want to cause trouble, but if I can't escape this time, there is no way. Aren't you in ninja school? You're not skipping class with your shadow clone, are you? Uchiha Itaki's expression was stagnant, obviously being stabbed in a sore spot. Brother, don't tell my dad that. Uchiha Itaki said anxiously. For Uchiha Itaki, who just entered the ninjutsu academy. At that time he was still a naive and romantic boy. It's just that after graduating from the ninjutsu academy, his character gradually became silent, and the more things he was exposed to at the same time, the more things he shouldered. In the end, the death of Uchiha Shisui caused Uchiha Itaki to completely enter the dead end of his mind. Don't worry, your dad won't bother me, it's already very good. Long Yu patted Uchiha Itaki on the shoulder. Looking at the woods not far away, he raised his brows and performed the Shunshu technique directly. Brother! Uchiha Itaki just opened his mouth, and before he could finish his sentence, he saw Uchiha Longjaihu disappear out of thin air. It's a very fast lightning speed, faster than the water stop. Uchiha Itaki looked stagnant, and quickly followed. As soon as I set foot in the woods, I heard a cry for help. Long Yu, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Mao Yuzian was holding a chakra knife, her pretty face was dirty, and there was a hint of tiredness. I just want to bring you something to eat. I didn't expect him to say that I am good at the important places of the Uchiha clan. Having said that, Yuzian bowed her head aggrievedly. Don't take it to heart. Long Yu shook his head and looked at the 3 people who were blocking Yuzian, his face darkened. If he remembered correctly, the leader of the team was one of the vice-captains, Uchiha Shi, who was once known as a little genius, and 2 followers. However, later, due to the birth of Uchiha Shisui, he was overwhelmed. Thank you for listening. If you'd like to continue supporting the channel and get access to hundreds of complete audiobooks and early releases, visit my Patreon using the link in the description. See you in the next story.